and integrity, and embracing the motto, Jaish Sukteshu Jagrati. Driving India's economic growth is ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI stands committed to strengthening India's leadership in accounting and finance. Under the visionary leadership of C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, the 73rd president of the world's largest accounting body, ICAI, embarks on a transformative journey.
Honored to assume the position as 73rd president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I want to tell you that I have dreams which I've seen over so many years before assuming this position. Three important agendas for this council. Number one, we build business. When I come in a commanding position, you will see that there are certain sweeping changes. We want this to be as a boardroom, which does professional business, which transacts agenda, which is of high order. Second important thing, the plight of members and students has to improve. Along with members and students and council, we have to take our employees along. They work exceptionally well in pressure. Let them ease out and work in normal circumstances in the same vigor in which they work in pressure.
The theme for the year 2025-26, Vishwasniya, meaning trustworthy, resonates with the commitment to be a trusted partner in India's development, illuminating the path towards Viksit Bharat. Asmakam karyam vishwasniyam Viksit Bharatasya samarpitam cha asti, meaning our work is trustworthy and dedicated to a developed India. V, vision for Viksit Bharat. V in Vishwasniya symbolizes a vision to make India a Vishwaguru in the accounting world and steering the nation towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047.
अपने देश की इकोनॉमी को सही रास्ते पे ले जाने के लिए ये डेडिकेटेड फोर्स है और मैं डायरेक्ट से 73rd प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट आपको कह रहा हूं सर, ये सब देश के लिए मर मिटने को तैयार है।
आईसीए इंस्टीट्यूट जो कहती है वो करती है। तो अगर तीसरी इकोनॉमी का वादा कर लिया आपने, तो पूरे देश में आपके मेंबर्स हैं, उनमें आप अपनी ये भावना फैलाइए कि भारत को सबसे बड़ी तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था हमें बनाना है, और जब आप लग जाओगे तो निश्चित रूप से तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी।
As far as chartered accountancy profession is concerned, highest ethical profession is there, this chartered accountancy. Because we've got such a, I don't say that by birth itself somebody becomes ethical. And by virtue of law, the implementation of law, and the punishment that you have, those things that become as deterrents to see that you are not unethical.
I, integrity and ethics.
ICAI ने यूडीएन यानी यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर की शुरुआत की है। इसके जरिए चार्टर्ड अकाउंट्स के प्रमाण पत्रों का सत्यायन हो रहा है। व्यवसाय में प्रामाणिकता की बहुत आवश्यकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि आपकी यूडीएन के जरिए ये सार्थक प्रयास शुरू किया गया है।
In the world of finance, where trust is paramount, ICAI stands tall as a beacon of integrity and ethics, shaping professionals who uphold the highest standards of ethics and accountability.
आपका सिग्नेचर सत्यता की, भरोसे की गवाही देता है। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स देश के इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम के भरोसेमंद एम्बेसडर होते हैं। आप सरकार और टैक्स देने वाले नागरिकों और कंपनियों के बीच इंटरफेस का काम करते हैं। आपका सिग्नेचर देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सिग्नेचर की वो ताकत नहीं है जो ताकत एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के सिग्नेचर की होती है।
Accountants play such a pivotal role in modern business and corporate life. They are the guarantors of truth and trust in the financial reporting. India is a resurgent power on the global stage. Our businesses are thriving internationally, and so is the reputation of the Indian professionals. Among these, Indian chartered accountants have earned unparalleled recognition for their trustworthiness and expertise. The accounts you sign inspire such immense confidence that the people invest crores of rupees based solely on your word.
S stands for Sustainability and Social Impact. That is embedded in ICAI's core and actions. Going ahead this year, ICAI has formed a special group on impact financing that will focus on profit, people, and planet. To inspire eco-conscious living among CA fraternity, a special group on enabling lifestyle for environment or life has been created, promoting sustainability in daily life. H, holistic professional and leadership development. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda is an ardent proponent of holistic professional and leadership development. He believes that a healthy mind and a balanced life are the true foundations of professional success. Bringing the vision to action, a specialized committee on promoting work-life balance has been set up to promote well-being and personal development among members, students, and employees. A for accelerating digital transformation. To keep Indian CAs at the forefront, ICAI is continuously accelerating digital transformation initiatives and has further strengthened the AI in ICAI committee, focusing on data analytics to elevate AI-driven solutions and education to the next level. S for stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is vital for true progress, and President ICAI strongly advocates public participation, emphasizing Janabhagidari at all levels. ICAI will actively collaborate with stakeholders for knowledge sharing, policy making, educating and creating awareness, and fostering collective growth.
Chartered accountant stands not for chartered accountant, but credibility, ambassadors, change accelerators, and I would urge you to be conscious arbiters, ethical guardians, and bold decision makers.
The role of our armed forces cannot be praised enough. They remain vigilant while we sleep. They walk in danger while we walk in peace. Every soldier in uniform, every officer in command, every brave heart who takes that lonely post at midnight, they are living walls that protects this civilization. ICAI salutes our armed forces and every paramilitary force personnel who risk their life for our freedom. Our gratitude must not be seasonal. It must be perennial. It must be perpetual. It must be far-reaching. Let us all support their families with respect, opportunity, and care.
N, Nation First Approach. Dedicating over 1.4 million CA professionals and students for the progress of the nation, ICAI embodies a Nation First approach, underscoring its commitment to India's economic progress.
आईसीआई के माननीय सदस्य ने इस देश के अंदर एक एथिकल प्रैक्टिस को लागू किया। विभिन्न फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर्स के अंदर उनकी लेखा परीक्षा में शुचिता लाए, उनकी ऑडिट में शुचिता लाए और उसी के साथ साथ भारत की तेजी से बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था के अंदर आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान के अंदर।
हम बड़े रेजिलिएंट प्रोफेशन है
जी।
जैसे जैसे देश को हमारी जरूरत होती है, जैसे जीएसटी इंट्रोड्यूस होना था
जी।
हम सदैव तत्पर थे, तो हम सदा कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलते हैं। अगर आप बात करें बजट से पहले प्री बजट मेमोरेंडम, पोस्ट बजट मेमोरेंडम, डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स हम देते हैं जी। तो एज ए प्रोफेशन हम स्टैंडर्ड सेट करते हैं, वी सेट अप अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, इंड एस, ऑडिटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, तो तमाम दुनिया के साथ हिंदुस्तान साथ चले और अग्रणी भूमिका में रहे, उसके लिए हम कार्यरत हैं।
I stands for innovation and entrepreneurship, driving startups and MSMEs through initiatives like the ICAI Startup Samvad and MSME Yatra. ICAI provides free advisory services, capacity building programs, and financial empowerment, strengthening MSMEs as the growth engines of the economy. Why? Youth and women-led development. ICAI believes that youth are the architects of change and women-led development is the foundation of a progressive nation. With 67% of its members aged 40 or younger and one-third being women, ICAI is fostering a new era of leadership and inclusivity.
It's also heartening to know that the ICAI has started financial and tax literacy campaigns. I understand you're doing it all through the country. And this is going to help a lot of people, in spite of all that is available in public domain. A lot of people still get carried away by misinformation campaigns. And when you as Chartered Accountancy institution, run a financial literacy and tax literacy campaign, it certainly has a lot of credibility.
A for accountability, trust, and transparency. As the financial soldier of the economy, ICAI marches with accountability, stand firm on trust, and illuminate the path with transparency, safeguarding prosperity, ensuring stability, and strengthening the financial landscape of the country.
इस पूरे देश की आर्थिक व्यवस्थाओं के लिए डॉक्टर, मैं तो आपको सही में फाइनेंशियल डॉक्टर कहूँगी देश का, जो फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ जो है पूरे देश की ठीक रखे हुए। और आज मैं समझती हूँ कि आपकी उपयोगिता इससे भी और कहीं अधिक है। आज जितनी भी एजेंसीज हैं देश में, जितनी एजेंसीज काम कर रही हैं, उनको और अकाउंटेबल बनाने के लिए हमारे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता है, जो देश को और ट्रांसपेरेंट व्यवस्थाएं देने के लिए काम करें।
Vishwasniya is a vision where digital revolution, leadership, innovation, integrity, sustainability unite with humanity to shape a prosperous India. Together, we forge a developed India that inspires the world. ICAI है निरंतर प्रयासरत, अपने लक्ष्य की ओर बनाना है विकसित भारत, थामे सशक्त विश्वास की डोर।
Good morning, namaskar, suprabhat. A very warm welcome to each one of you on this day 2 of this prestigious GCC Summit 2025, hosted by Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं जीसीसी समिट के द्वितीय दिवस में। आप सभी से मेरा अनुरोध, जो भी बाहर खड़े हैं कृपया करके अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें, हम अपना कार्यक्रम शुरू करने वाले हैं। A very warm welcome to each one of you on this day 2 of this prestigious GCC Summit hosted by our Institute of Chartered Accountant of India on the theme Ledgers to Global Leadership. I, CA Mohit Jain, welcome you on behalf of ICAI. कल की सोच से आगे बढ़ना है, कल की सोच से आगे बढ़ना है, नए सपनों का पंख लगाना है। जहां से छोड़ा था कल का रास्ता, आज उसी से ही एक कदम आगे बढ़ाना है। आज का दिन नए विचारों का दिन है, नए चिंतन का दिन है और नए कनेक्शंस का दिन है। Yesterday we all have witnessed a spectacular gathering of ideas, intellectuals and industry expertise. हर एक सेशन की नई नजरिए दिए हैं, नई सोच दी है और नए सवालों का जवाब ढूंढने का हौसला दिया है। आज डे 2 में हम नए माइलस्टोन से एक कदम और आगे बढ़ाते हैं। मंजिल उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। मंजिल उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। सिर्फ इरादों से कुछ नहीं होता, हिम्मत में भी बेपनाह जान होती है। इसी जज्बात के साथ आइए शुरू करते हैं आज का दूसरा दिन जीसीसी समिट का 2025। A very heartful welcome to all the dignitaries, learned speakers, ICAI leadership, Central Council members, delegates from across the nation, and all the professional and participants present here today. I request our convener of WTO and DTI Directorate, CA Sanjeev Sagi sir, Deputy Convener, CA Abhi Chhajat sir, CA Dayanivas Sharma sir, who is the chairman of DAB committee and vice chairman of AI committee, and our speaker of this session, technical session number 1, CA Anil Bhandari sir and CA Anand Prakash Jangit sir. All the dignitaries are requested to please come on the dais and enlighten us with your valuable thoughts and ideas. Can I have a huge round of applause to welcome on this technical session number 1 with such a learned, distinguished leaders of our ICAI and a speaker. No worries, sir. I would like to seek the permission from the convener of this WTO and DTI Directorate to begin our program, sir. Shall we begin our day 2, sir? Thank you so much, sir. Now we are going to begin our technical session number 1, the future of CA in data-driven and strategic management. We have with us our Deputy Convener, CA Abhi Chhajat, sir, our Central Council member, CA Dayanivas, sir, and CA Anil Bhandari, sir, who was the former Central Council member, and a speaker, CA Anand Prakash Jangit, sir. Now I would like to request the dignitaries to welcome our speakers by present a sapling to our speakers, CA Anand Prakash Jangit, sir, and CA Anil Bhandari, sir. All the dignitaries, CA Abhi Chhajat, sir, and CA Dayanivas Sharma, sir, you are requested to present a sapling. Please join your hands together to welcome our speakers of the day of the technical session number 1. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm presence with us. Now I would like to request CA Dayanivas Sharma, sir, Central Council member, who is a vice chairman of AI committee, chairman of DAB, requested to please present a welcome address, sir.
Welcome all. I think this is what the welcome address is all about. So I think, first of all, thanks to this committee who has actually been doing a fantabulous job, a new era in the CA profession as such, with regards to the GCC initiatives that are being taken this year. Sanjeev Sanghi, who is the convener of this particular group, has been doing something very passionately on this particular area, followed with Abhay Bhai, who is the chairman of the committee of WTO. I think both of them, the way they have got involved, and they are actually looking into futuristic approach, not stopping from Delhi, but it is going to extend to other parts of the country as well. However, most importantly, welcoming you all for this summit, and most importantly, the two speakers who have been, the backbone of the technology transformation of the institute in a big way. Round of applause for Anil Bhai, because he is like an elder brother. And most importantly, I think when we enter into some place, including council, we had I had a very good opportunity to interact with him in my year 1, from where we initiated the entire process of technology, and the way we moved away from the more paper-driven institute to technology-driven institute. So his role was paramount to take us through the entire SSP portal, arrangement with TCS, moving towards the ERP systems in the institute, and many other technological things which we have done. I'm going to talk on the topic as well, but I need to tell you about history behind ICAI, also how technology is being adopted at the institute level and what we are going to do in coming time. Followed with Anand, who has been one of the very important and core persons to design the entire AI in ICAI. Technically, I was a chairman last year. And today we are proud to say that no one actually expected technology will be adopted to a level where today it has been done. We have crossed close to 35,000 people in-house training, on-desk training, I'll put it to that level. So we are running the 500 batch now shortly. And this technology transformation is coming in a big way. Furthermore, from a Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, there are new announcements which are going to come because this topic is data-driven and strategic management. Data-driven strategies are something which is going to be the future of the entire process. Because if you see from the tradition or might be from a regulatory point of view or government point of view, lot of things which were manually done have moved towards technology adoption. And there's a huge amount of transition which is happening. Equally, the biggest challenge, opportunity, not challenge, I'll say, opportunity in India is the number of people who are trained from manual to technology-driven approach and the kind of adoption which is going through. I come from a place like Hyderabad, where one particular company is housing itself 30,000 people. And our largest bank in US, which is Wells Fargo, is actually recruited close to around 16,000 people alone in Hyderabad. And there are many such GCCs which are coming in a different manner. Data driven is, if you put it in a very simple way, when you talk about the technology and the data which is available anywhere at any given point in time, that is actually driving us to a total different level. And globally, the perception which has been taken into India's account is the trust factor. I think that is something which we have demonstrated from last 75 to 78 years across the board. And that is where initially there used to be a different kind of challenge with regards to whether my data will be safe if I have to talk about India. But today, when you talk about technology adoption, the way we have gone, whether in the internet connectivity or any other thing, when you talk about the cloud computing, the kind of cloud bases which are being created across the board, these all are actually giving India a total different perspective. And the most important point is the language is not a barrier in this country. And people are able to come forward. Just imagine in Hyderabad kind of place, one after another. Anil, I think that has become the hub of the GCC in the biggest manner. And har road pe GCC khula hai. It's like that. And if you come anytime to Hyderabad kind of place, it's worth walking around and just seeing the kind of transformation which has come in. You can't even imagine. Couple of companies which are coming in a different notice. The largest outsourcing hub is in Hyderabad. The largest outsourcing hub of Microsoft is in Hyderabad. When you talk about, Deloitte or might be a lot of foreign entities which are coming in there because of the infrastructure facility which is available. Every, I think, month, every year, lakhs of square feet of area is getting into leasing and they are moving forward. Why I am giving you this entire perspective is what we are seeing at one point in time is not the same because there is a mushrooming of things happening across the country in a different manner. I'm talking about a place like Hyderabad, but there are many such cities where these GCCs are moving in a different direction. And the most important part undoubtedly is on the data-driven and strategies. When you talk about the subject will be spoken by them, but I think I need to put a overall perspective. From that point of view, time has come where we need to collaborate with each other and make it big. If we are going to think that, I'm going to do it alone, I think there is something majorly wrong. And fortunately, if you see from a institute point of view, you can have a corporate form of practice which actually can, set up an entire GCC into it, where we can run our practices, but also, be part of a private limited company. There are many things which are there that need to be taken up in a discussion. Might be time to come. We can talk about it. But yes, data is the new oil, as it has been told. And data is going to be one of the most important asset in the entire process. And the most important point is the security of the data, which is going to play a very crucial role. So that is something which we need to demonstrate on a continuous basis. And if we are able to do that, that will go in a different direction altogether. So my best wishes to you all people, and I welcome both the speakers who are going to talk on the topic and take us through the entire interesting discussion forward. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening us. Now, I would like to welcome our speaker number 1, CA Anand Prakash Jangid, sir. Okay. Okay, okay. Sir. I would like to request our CA Anil Bhandari, sir, who is a fellow chartered accountant and a proprietor of Anil Bhandari and Associates. And he has built a strong reputation in the field of chartered accountancy. A DISA graduate, he brings deep expertise in audit and assurance. Supporting him is Banandana Agarwal, client service manager, who is a fellow of both ICAI and ICSI. He holds multiple professional qualifications, including DISA, CISA, and CIA. Together, they offer comprehensive services in audit, risk advisory, and company law matter. With this, I would like to invite our speaker of the session 1, CA Anil Bhandari, sir, to please come on the dais and share your thoughts and ideas with amongst us. Please join your hands to welcome our speaker 1 of this technical session 1, CA Anil Bhandari, sir. Sir, please.
All right. So very good morning to all of you. I decided to go first because Anand has got a wonderful presentation for you. So I think he's going to deep dive into slides and take you a little more deeper. I've been invited to actually, I think, impress upon your minds that the future of chartered accountancy is probably something that we don't see today. In the sense that we are not able to visualize this today, what's likely to happen in the future. So first, I must congratulate Sanjeev. This is a fantastic thought process. Global capability centers were in existence almost for 10 years. But what has happened in the last 1.5 or 2 years is amazing. I think you go to any corner of the world, any mid-size or especially large-sized organizations have put up centers or are likely to put up centers in a large possible manner. Technology being one, easily, replicable. This is going to have a significant impact on the likes of Wipros, TCSs, Tech Mahindras. Why? Because what the global companies have realized is that what services which are being offered by these companies, it's possible for them to replicate it, hire resources here, and replicate this in the global capability centers. And they're trying to build their own capabilities here. At the same time, if you look at new kinds of centers which are coming up, so technology being one, but if you look at science centers, deep tech centers, and hopefully even accounting centers, for example, the global processing of SCMs, accounting, more or less has also started to happen in this country. So I think putting up centers is giving us a great opportunity for people who are chartered accountants and, of course, who work in the industry. But it's also a fantastic opportunity for us from a different perspective, which I'm going to talk to you about. So congratulations, Sanjeev. I think this entire thought process and trying to tell people what to look at, what not to look at is a fantastic thing. So congratulations to you again. I called Daya the AI in the ICAI. So, he's been working with me in the when I was in the council almost 5 years back. We did a lot of work around technology transformation, and especially during the COVID times. And we're lucky that we did technology transformation for digitalization of papers, what the students take during the COVID times. And fortunately, we could come out with results. All of that we did, the SSP, etc. So fantastic work being done. And Abhay, I think, I have known him from a professional viewpoint, and he, I think in my mind, carries the snapshot of being a chartered accountant who is a standard setting body by himself. So he understands standards very well. He understands accounting very well, and so on and so forth. And of course, we have a great team in the institute. But what I'm going to speak next is likely to be slightly different. I think, we are in the era of the never normal. We have always thought that normal means change, right? Anything that we do, anything that we are likely to do, normal means change. Everything is going to change in the world, right? But the era of never normal is the way that the change that you see in the last 10 years, specifically in the last 10 years, is not incremental change. It is significant change. It is disruptive change. So we are not even able to comprehend what is likely to come in the next 10 years. So for example, of course, businesses have, gone into high digital investments. I think it is no longer the fact that please use technology. It is actually, if you're not using technology, you're not in business, more or less. This is the capital letter transformation that at least I have seen in the last 10 years. I think it would be now fair to say that businesses are run by machines. And the way that I look at it is significantly different. Businesses are likely to be run only by machines. And also this is something which is an interesting area for all of us as auditors. We were in the era of a compulsive use of technology. We were forced to use technology. My times, we were forced to use technology, computers, right? And people literally fought in the bank saying that, computers are not good, right? Then we have come into an era of obsessive use of technology. Today, you get up in the morning and you actually look at your phone. You look at your WhatsApp, you look at your Teams message, you look at your email, thinking that, what you have slept over, and the moment you get up, you need to respond to something. It's literally compulsive use of technology. And what is likely to come is immersive use of technology. So we were in compulsive stage, we are in obsessive stage, and we are likely to be in an immersive stage. And immersive stage is more likely to be, you're going to wake up in the digital world. It's going to be very, very different. One example that I give everybody is, if you want to understand what an immersive stage of technology would look like, please go and buy yourself an Apple Vision Pro. I love that gadget. It's just that it's $3,000 at this point in time, not available in India. But if you have the money and if you are abroad, please do just try it. And if you try it and if you can afford it, please do even buy it. Because the earlier that you understand what is immersive technology, the better you get yourselves being in profession or otherwise. And this is a very different world. It's a world by itself. It is absolutely a world by itself. And that itself is likely to change. Just the AR, VR, immersive technology is likely to change how we live, how we transact, how we come to these conferences. There is absolutely going to be no need to come to these conferences. You could be attending an AWS deep tech conference, sitting there and even shaking hands with somebody who's close to you. People give us a nice smile when we talk about it, but you need to actually see the technology and you will start believing that this is likely to happen tomorrow. So I'm saying that you are actually in a never normal world. Also realize that, we've been fighting wars in the last 2 or 3 months. You would have realized there are like quick wars, Iran, India, Ukraine, very different from what had happened maybe 10 years, 20 years, 30 years before. This is quick, swift, pointed, and you come out with instant outcomes of what your goals are or what your goals are not, and so on and so forth. And you still have to continue to live your lives. Can you imagine the country still continues to run, but the missiles are all over the skies? I couldn't have imagined. So, this is again a very different world. That also brings us to the thought that resilience in anything and everything that you do today is extremely important. So whether you're doing accounting, whether you're doing GCC, whether you're doing technology, it's no longer what you're building. It is actually how resilient it is. Will it work in the days of war? Will it be underground? Should it be underground? Should it be overground? I have no idea. But I think these are the questions that some people across the world have started to ask, and they've already started to build on it. So now I want to destroy what we have. We have not done any good work. Let me not put it this way. I'm saying we have probably not invested in innovation in accounting in the last 25, 30 years. Do you believe in what I'm saying, or is there any different thought? I'll repeat. We have not really invested very deep in just that accounting in the last 25 years. What has come out of accounting is probably more of regulation and more of focus on correctness. There is no longer any opinion, even in accounting and auditing, right? It's becoming more and more, is this correct? Is this transaction correct? But the last 20 years has been more focused on granularity and coming to the fact that exactly, is this the number? Is this the figure? GST, whatever you may call it. It has become more transactional in nature, and the transactions are getting smaller and smaller and smaller day by day. So I personally believe that there has been no innovation compared to the innovation that you're seeing in the technology world, which is so disruptive. If you compare it with that world, I mean, literally on a scale of 10, we are not even at 1 probably in innovation in accounting. If there is no innovation in accounting, how do we expect innovation in auditing? Because, you know, you audit what it produces, right? Your consumers. So I personally believe that probably in the next 10 years, you're likely to see innovation happening in accounting and innovation happening in auditing, right? The innovation in accounting, I think in my mind is very simple because technology is overbearing. Technology is literally running businesses. Machines are literally running businesses, which means accounting is likely to be simpler in doing so, not in the complexity of accounting. The complexity of the accounting continues to grow because you're cross-border, but the ability to cut through that complexity becomes simpler because machines are taking calls for you, right? So I have this great debate with my chartered accountant colleagues in the institute, in the council, where, you know, we write standards. I believe that over a period of time, you would have less and less standards. Why? Because every standard has maybe 4 or 5 variables. And I really love to say this. So for a couple of my colleagues, you know, this would probably be a repetition, but every standard has only 4 or 5 variables. Is that right or wrong? Any standard that we can think of? Inventory, capitalization, anything that you can think. Doesn't have more than 4 or 5 variables. If there are only 4 or 5 variables and you put it into an AI tool and ChatGPT, and you can do it right now, for example, and if as I'm speaking, you can actually ask ChatGPT, what are the 5 different variables that an inventory standard in accounting has across the world? You will only get 4 or 5 answers. And then if you ask ChatGPT, what are the most used standards by 80% of the organizations in the world, you will get probably just 2 answers. You might be surprised, you might just get 1 answer. Now that depends on the transactions that happen across the world. Only few companies have complex transactions, maybe 10%, 15%. Everybody else has standard transactions across the world. So then what stops machines from taking a decision in terms of what to put, which accounting entry to put, and where to put these accounting entries? Right? Nothing stops it. And this is likely to happen. We are not going to be able to run away from this. This is definitely going to come very, very soon in the next 3 or 4 years. And maybe even faster if things move a little faster. If this were likely to happen, I keep saying that we would not need auditing standards, because if the accounting technologies and the accounting principles are very clear, then it has nothing to do with an opinion, but it is to do with correctness. And that means the role of the chartered accountant is no longer to look at whether you have taken the right approach. The role of the chartered accountant is to look at, is there a right algorithm to probably do the right approach? Because that impact of the algorithm going wrong is going to be significantly larger. So I think I would want to stress on the fact that please keep an eye on what is going to change in accounting. Please keep an eye on what is likely to change in auditing, because I think and I hope, maybe hope is a better word than think, that, you know, there is significant change in auditing and accounting. I think over a period of time, and I again say this with the great focus on what I've been doing on technology, that auditing is eventually likely to become a social science, because I don't know how to give this example. I probably have given this before somewhere. If you walk on the streets, you see the signals. And if you take your 5-year-old son or kid or daughter, and the moment they see red, they try and stop. Red has become, it's actually been ingrained in us. That's how we were born, right? So it used to be rules before. People set up a rule, traffic fines, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Over a period of time, you don't more or less cross the red light 99% of the time, right? We may still not be very good and mature in India in terms of making sure that, you know, our sense of traffic, etc., is good. We're getting there, but we more or less don't cross the red line. What is likely to happen in accounting and auditing is a clarity in terms of what you're required to do, right? And it's going to be ingrained in the technology which is likely to do it, and it's going to be ingrained in the auditor who's likely to do it. So when it is ingrained in the accountant who is likely to do what he's supposed to do, then, you know, what we are left with as auditors is significantly lower in terms of trying to figure out what to do, how to do, when to do. So I think with these 2 aspects, I think let me just try and end this by what's expected of a future chartered accountant. And, you know, in all of this, where are we looking ourselves at? what is the expectation from the world, what is the expectation from the regulator, and what's our own expectation when we are chartered accountants and going through this great process of becoming a chartered accountant, which is not very easy in terms of passing the chartered accountancy exam. Even today, it happens to be one of the most difficult professions in the world. I think the way that I look at, of course, in the topic that Jangid is likely to speak about, data strategies, of course, is likely to be important. But I think it is time for us not to be fairly conversant with technology. It is time for us to actually understand technology very well, unfortunately. 6 or 7 years back, I used to think that chartered accountants don't need to really go deep into technology. They need to be fairly conversant with technology. But I'm sorry, I think the times have changed in the last 5 years. We need to really understand technology very well. And I think a very interesting scenario which is developing very fast, and I'm sure Jangid will give you a lot of examples, but one around the artificial intelligence is likely to be so interesting for all of us, is that we would probably land up being auditors for large-scale LLM models, being auditors for small models, being auditors for algorithms, because that is where more or less the controls are moving towards. And I give you an example from another world. I do a lot of work in cybersecurity, so I'll try and give you an example from our world. The world is full of cybersecurity standards. Anybody working for organizations here who are not from the practicing world? All of us are from the practicing? Oh, quite a few. So when you look at that, compliance, regulations, ISO, NIST framework, cybersecurity framework, they are in tons, just as we have standards in chartered accountancy, in auditing, whatever. But the only difference that those standards have happened is they have converted all of those standards into technical standards. What I mean is they come to the actual technicality of what is required to be set on the machine. It is very deep. We may have still 4 variables. They have just one variable, that it should be X or it should be Y. It should be no or it should be yes. It should be enabled or it should be disabled. So that's the level that they have gone into, right? So I think over a period of time, the AI is likely to make this simple, which means our ability to get into the AI and understand the foundation is likely to be more important than coming up and saying, can I take one sample from 50 samples and I do SOX control or I do IFC controls? It's just not going to work. And even today, if you go to a regulator, the expectation of the regulator is, have you looked at all transactions? So I think in that era, starting from data analytics, starting from those strategies, but if you're ambitious as chartered accountant, trying to put up capability centers for innovation in accounting, innovation in auditing, innovation in technology to help us to do all of this is a $100 billion opportunity. Now, somebody will ask me, where did you come with this number of $100 billion or $200 billion? Anybody has an idea why it is $100 billion? Anybody has an idea of why I'm saying $200 billion? If you look at accounting solutions across the world, from QuickBooks to SAP, to maybe even Odoo, which is, coming up so fast. The valuations of QuickBooks is $150 billion or $160 billion. At one point in time, the value of that accounting software company was much more than the Tata Group put together. SAP is at $200 billion. They just do debit credit. So if you were able to delve on tools and technologies of this important nature, build guardrails in AI, can you imagine you going to an AI and asking them, can you give me internal documentation for Reliance Industries? Will it throw up or it will not throw up? Will it throw up or it will not throw up? Sorry? If somebody from Reliance Industries or anywhere has used a personal account, which is actually used to train the AI would start throwing up these information because it's assuming it to be public information, because it's learning over a period of time. So just imagine the amazing guardrails that you have to build around the AI. But if you ask an AI, can I build a bomb? It'll probably tell you, no, I can't answer this question today. Why? Because people have built the guardrails. So what I'm trying to tell you is you have to keep going deeper in building the guardrails in AI, ML, and all the technologies that we are doing. Chartered accountants are fantastic in doing that. because we understand exactly what is required from a business perspective, a data perspective, and all of that. So I think I'm trying to impress upon you. I was the chairman in 2014 and 2015 in the Western region. And I only went around telling people that auditing and accounting is a dying profession. And it's a phrase. It's not the way to put it. And a lot of people, of course, didn't like it. But, I was elected. I was meant to do a job. My intent of telling you this is that there is a significant deviation from what we are doing and the way we are doing it. And the ability of a chartered accountant today is very important to learn the way and change the way what we are doing. That's what I'm trying to pass on a message. So that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So we went to a SEBI chairman. You're absolutely right, sir. We went to SEBI chairman when I was in the central council with the president. And I don't want to name people, but we were sitting there, three of us sitting in front of Tyagiji was the chairman of SEBI. He's an IS officer. He smiled at us. And we were talking about, how chartered accountants are doing well. Concurrent audit is so important. We look at 80% of the transactions, blah, blah, blah. He said, what world are you living in? My expectation is not true and fair. My expectation is true and correct. I was never taught true and correct in chartered accountancy. I'm sure you were never taught true and correct in chartered accountancy. Chartered accountancy and auditing always means true and fair. But look at the expectation of the regulator. That means the regulator is expecting every line item has to be signed. Every transaction has to be signed. So you're right. They are trying to expect from us that every detailed item has to be signed and we are held accountable for that. And we are paid how much? It is not even a percentage on a balance sheet. So you are auditing a balance sheet of 80,000 crores or maybe a lakh crore. And your outcome is what out of that? Your outcome is nowhere close to even some percentages on the balance sheet. So what I'm trying to impress upon all of us here is that, of course, there are different buckets. Auditing is a very serious field. I've been a tribunal member of the institute for almost 3 years, looking at standards, quality of auditing. It's a very important and a very focused piece of profession. And people who are doing that have to be super focused. Now, for them, they will have to, unfortunately, carry the burden of looking at every transaction because it's not my expectation or the institute. It is the expectation that the world is having. It's unfortunate. Is it right or wrong? Of course, wrong, because, you're not expected to look at transactions and tally all of them, but the world requires you to do it. So now, how do we mature ourselves to get into that scenario to be able to give that comfort? At the same time, divert ourselves to the newcomers or the new age chartered accountants to look at opportunities which are significantly higher in terms of what we can get out from the market, is what I'm trying to pass on as a message, is in my mind, a future chartered accountant. So, well, thank you so much. I think Anand already I've crossed my 15 minutes that I promised him. He has got a better presentation around the data centric and the strategies that one would look at. But I just wanted to come here and, probably just impress upon you that please look at it from a 360-degree change. It is not 1 degree, 2 degree, 90 degree. Please look at it from a 360-degree change. Because if you don't look at it, I think, we'll be overrun very quickly. So you will have to look at it. We don't have a choice. Thank you so much. And appreciate you inviting me here. And I'm not sure I started your day on a good note in the morning. And I'm hoping that I've not frightened people. But just to give you a glimpse, I travel 25 days in a month. I may not be an expert on everything, but you get sense and visibility of what is happening across the world. And that's what I just wanted to present. Yes, sorry, sir. You had a question for me. In accounting, not the profession, sir. All right. So maybe my articulation was not right, and maybe you did not capture what the intent was. The intent of telling you is that ERPs are operational. There are buckets that you put in innovations and anything that you do. ERPs are more operational in nature, trying to get things right, trying to get the transactions right. But if you look at innovation,
it involves accounting. How do you do an ERP without accounting?
I'm saying that's operational in nature.
With due apologies to you, sir, every organization that is developing and growing has a team of chartered accountants and tech people. The institute itself is offering a course on forensic. How do you think that it's very damaging that you start a seminar in the morning to say that accounting hasn't changed? It has transformed. That is why we are here. That is what you are leading us to.
So fair enough.
And if a minister or someone turns around and say that you want a true and correct picture, that is your role to go and fight it out and give facts and evidences. That is your role. You're supposed to do it.
Sure. So I think
therefore the Prime Minister has to intervene and say that there have to be larger
I think what we should do is, I'm happy to debate with you this outside the room. Love to do this.
Yeah.
Because I'm just sharing my thoughts. Right or wrong, time will pronounce. But I think Jangid has a better presentation, so I think let's listen to him. But I would love to have insights and deep insights on what I believe is innovation that I'm speaking perspective, and where are we on transaction perspective. Happy to do that. Thank you so much and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for updating us that how the technology evolve our profession and our community. Thank you so much, sir. I also welcome the NIRC office. Please. I welcome Central Council member who is the chairman of Board of Studies, Rohit Ruatia ji. I also welcome Durgesh Kabra sir, who is a Central Council member from the Western region, and NIRC office bearer, CA Sana ma'am, CA Gaurav Agarwal ji, and CA Vaibhav Jain ji. Now it's time to listen our next speaker, CA Anand Prakash Jangid sir, who is a fellow chartered accountant and CISA qualified, recognized for pioneering the use of AI, machine learning, and data science in finance, audit, and risk management. As a managing partner at AGA and chief change agent at AGAA-labs.ai, a guest faculty at IIM Bangalore and the National Forensic Science University, he simplifies complex technology for finance professionals. Anand sir has also advised RBI, IRDAI, ICAI, and ICASA, inspiring leaders to embrace intelligent automation for competitive advantage. Sir, you are requested to please take your session for this technical session number 1. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. 15 minutes, 15 to 20.
Sure.
20 minutes. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. 20 minutes. Okay. So very good morning, everyone. Okay. You guys sitting on a Saturday morning. Okay. That itself shows the interest you guys have in this topic, and so nice of you to be here. Anil Bhai set a very nice tone. Okay. And I know it may be contrary. And my topic, he's telling 2-3 times he told that Anand has a better presentation. No, I don't have a better presentation. And I don't want to have on a Saturday morning death by PowerPoint also. Okay. I have no interest on having too many PPT slides and all things. But the messaging is something which is very interesting. Because when Sanjeev told this topic, data-driven and strategic in the GCC world, it's something which resonates with what I was thinking. See, we had right now, Anil talked about something very interesting. He said the transaction processing system is changing. I don't know how many of you are hearing about the exposure draft by PCOAB in US, the Nafra's cousin in US. How many of you have heard about that? Only a few of them. That is, they are looking forward to 100% transaction reviews. And if one cousin does it, I don't know, regulators worldwide are going to follow it, know what is going to happen. No idea, but world is changing. Now, I would like to start our discussion with a point which you can see sub points which I've mentioned it here. Balancing finance wheel in the organization wagon forward. Now, why I wanted to discuss this, I am sure all of you have seen one very interesting thing. The interesting thing what you would have seen is enterprises globally, not in India, just India, globally are using tech effectively. And when I say tech, usually it is used by other functions like marketing, operation, manufacturing. You name it, they are using it. Now, there is one function which is finance or FP&A, audit, and all the things. Now, don't you think if you have 4 wheels in a car, there are 3 wheels which are extensively using tech, smart tech, and there is 1 wheel who doesn't use it? How would the enterprise move forward? Don't you think there is going to be challenge? And when I say challenge, it's something like something fundamental which we all accountant are taught, and we have taken it very close to our heart. Have you heard this term called conservatism? Yeah, in accounting, yes or no? Conservatism is important. We are always conservative in our that. But that conservatism is great when we are talking it from the perspective of our day-to-day work. But innovation, that's something very interesting. If we are looking forward, there is a kind of a saying, I'm sure a lot of you are very active. I don't know, I am a little religious person. So have you heard about the Sundarkand? Anyone? No, no one? Okay. So in the Sundarkand, there is a line which is very famous line. They said that if your teacher, if your assistant, Sachiv, and your guru and Ved, 3 people are very nice to you, tells you all nicey thing to you, then they are not your well-wisher. Have you heard that term? Yeah, that's something very important for us. See, please understand what Sanjeev was saying was very interesting. I just want to take that discussion little forward. He talks about innovation. And I would like to talk about just one thing. Imagine you guys are either in GCC or practice or any other kind of your day-to-day work, you get some finance artifact, some document, some report, something which is there. And this is prepared by smart tech. When I say smart tech, I am talking about, it could be anything, AI, data-driven, you name it. It's a smart tech which is working on that. I have a basic question for all of you. Would you trust it or not? Yes or no? No. How many of you say no? Please raise your hand. Come on, I need to see that. Amazing. That's all. Others are fine to trust it? Yeah, trusting? How many of you are ready to trust? Let me see that properly here. Okay, cool. Some of you are trusting it. If you're saying you're not going to trust it, friends, I don't agree with you. How many of you here in your transaction processing system, let it be SAP, Tally, Oracle, or Microsoft Dynamics, how many times you have taken the trial balance and tallied it with a calculator ki dekhte check karte hai theek hai ya nahi? Aap to trust kar rahe na? You're trusting it already. Now the problem is you can trust that, but why not smart tech? The reason is, that's the thing. The thing is you fear the new thing. You don't understand. Don't you think if you understand the tech, it becomes very interesting? I had a very interesting, it may be a philosophy or whatever you can say, but आप में से कितने लोगों ने एक फिल्म देखी है सदमा? Okay, a lot of people. Why CAs are boring people? Don't watch movies and all the things. Like CAs are really boring people. Okay, we all are boring people. If you have not watched this movie, I highly recommend you. In that movie, first Kamal Hassan and like Sridevi is mad. In the end of the thing, Kamal Hassan becomes mad. Okay, it's ultimately a trauma. She is into trauma, and then other person gets. We also had a trauma. Most of the CAs has a trauma in the field of IT. One of the reasons we don't like it, and the name of the trauma is SADP, MICS, and ISCA. Be honest, okay? All of you said we are good for nothing because we didn't do there. It's not good for us. I beg to differ. I used to work in many of the corporates and GCCs like Goldman Sachs and others. And I can tell you, if you see today, most of the people, I'm really looking, I learned a new word just 1 month back, I'm sharing with you. How many of you heard a term called citizen developer? Anyone has heard this term? Okay, 1 person, good. Only 1 person, 2. Okay, cool. I heard this term just 1 month back in SAP conference where the CTO of SAP said that in time to come, we will not have any developer. And everyone who is actually working on the SAP is a developer. So they're moving into that. what has happened? The whole world is evolving. Let me ask you one more question and then I'll go to my topic. Any one of you are into cycling here? Cycling? No, no one. Okay, one, two, a few of you. Nice, nice. I never thought Delhi is like health conscious. You eat so much of like kulchas and all the thing. How can you be health conscious? No chance. और एक्सरसाइज भी करते हैं सर, ठीक है नहीं यार हमारे बैंगलोर में बहुत लोग मतलब दे विल गो फॉर अ trip to Bangalore to Mysore and back on bicycle. How fast you can go on a bicycle? Human, without powering with machines. How fast can you go on a bicycle? 40? That's all? सोच के बताइए, थोड़ा सोच के बताइए. सर कितना? यहाँ पे भी कुछ हैंड्स थे. 25, maximum 25. What if I tell you, all of you are wrong. You don't know your capabilities. This is the lady, Denise, and she has a world record of 300 kilometers per hour. 300 kilometers is the speed of, you know what? An ATR. An ATR goes at a speed of 300. And this is a human-powered bicycle, not some machine. And she's a lady. Google it up. Don't go by me. Don't trust me, whatever I say. We are auditors. We audit everything. Right? Why I am trying to say is, we don't know our potential. You don't know your potential, honestly speaking. And that is the reason we try to talk about that. Today, if one of the function, which is the nerve center of any organization, is finance and risk assurance, and if they cannot see the potential, what is happening around us, we would not be able to, basically, I would say, achieve the goal which we are looking for. And that's the point which I would like to bring it up. I don't want you to think, I want you to come out of the mindset, because we have been ingrained with this mindset, human versus machine. It's no more human versus machine. It's humans and machines against a problem. If we keep on debating on that point, we are going nowhere. You see, there was, when I was actually doing my CA, 1997, Kasparov lost to Deep Blue. And I was into chess at that time. It was like, oh, human lost to machines. That was a kind of a big setback. Oh my God, what's happening? Humans are not good enough. But you see the same thing today. Magnus Carlsen, when he lost to Guikes, he said, I didn't get time to work with my AI. I couldn't train with my AI more. Everyone who is in chess, you ask them, they use AI-based system to train themselves on different moves. If you are in chess, you would love to see more on that. What I'm trying to see is, are you seeing from 1997 to 2024, how we have totally evolved? Human versus machine to humans and machine versus the problem statement. I would like you to do one thing. I don't know how many of you, some of you have, I'm sure, have read about a document which is very close to my heart. And the document which is very close to my heart is, okay, let me ask you another question. Okay, how many of you are a first generation chartered accountant? Like first, okay, अरे बाप रे, इतने लोग फेल हो के पास हुए क्या? ठीक है, मतलब first generations become CA by trial and error, right? Yes, अरे नहीं, be honest. See, okay, come on, now you'll show off a lot. I know that. Copy कौन करने देगा sir? Sir, chance नहीं है. नहीं. Sir, no, sir, I will not come into that. Sir, I'll tell you my story quickly. I started I did my CA. I created my foundation first attempt. मैंने सोचा CA चिल्लर है, एकदम easy है, कोई आसान काम है. फिर मैं इंटर में 6 बार फेल हुआ. अब 6 बार जब आप फेल होते हैं ना, पहली 2 बार तो लगता है इंस्टीट्यूट गलती कर रहा है. Yes or no? Be honest. मतलब in your life, you have never failed in your life, right? And then you think, what is happening? How can I fail? तीसरी बार आपके साथ दोस्त होते हैं जो खुद फेल होते हैं और आपको एडवाइस देते हैं. So I had a friend, Srinivas Kulkarni, is a practicing CA. वो मेरे को बोलता, do you know why you failed? I said, I don't know. He said, you were sitting under the beam and वास्तु के हिसाब से and there are friends like that who wants enemies, okay? And then there was a 4th attempt. I searched for the beam. Our examination used to happen in St. Joseph Indian High School in Bangalore. पूरा beam देखा, यहाँ पे भी आज beam के नीचे नहीं बैठा मैं. और फिर भी उसके बावजूद भी I failed, okay? And then 5th attempt, someone said, एक काम करो, तिरुपति जाना पड़ेगा. climbed Tirupati, one group cleared. I said I got my SOP. And next attempt again, one more group cleared, second SOP. And final I cleared in first attempt because मैं तिरुपति 2 बार जाके आया पहले ही. No, I'm just joking. I'm a first generation chartered accountant. I'll be honest with you. And because I'm a first generation chartered accountant, all first generation chartered accountant, because we become CA by trial and error, गिर पड़ के किसी तरह बन जाते हैं. Now, all first generation CAs has a story that is we want our kids to do CA. Because why should only we suffer? So my daughter is now doing her foundation. So I said, okay, boss, what do you want to do? And she said this, but I'm a responsible father. So I actually went to a report. I don't know how many of you read this report called Future of Job Report by World Economic Forum. Anyone has read? Okay, few of amazing. I read 163 pages of the World Economic Forum report, 2020, 2023, 2025. I highly recommend you, all of you, to go through that report. Because if you read the report, you understand. Go to page number 30 of the report, and there is a very interesting section which actually align with what Anil was saying. Top 20 jobs increasing demand. You can open it up right now. Top 20 jobs decreasing demand. And you will be shocked to know number 4 and 5 is bookkeeping, accounting, auditing. Decreasing demand, not increasing demand. And when I read this report, I got a shock of my life. My daughter is going into this. Don't you think as a responsible father, you feel, oh my God, what's happening? But then I read the whole report. But that is the different point. Do anyone knows that 747 jumbo jet till 1995, what was the number of pilots in the cockpit, in the standard configuration of number of pilots in the cockpit till 1995? 5. Sir is perfectly right. 1 navigator, 1 communicator, 1 engineer, 2 pilots. And today, how many pilots are there? In fact, 2s are not needed. 1. And if it is Indigo, kabhi-kabhi to aerosters bhi fly karti hai. Aapne dekha? Every Indigos, so I have a serious doubt. I am seriously telling you. Like, have you noticed the moment you take off, they will just put that thing and the aerosters goes inside. So I have seriously to find. So we are evolving a lot. You need to understand that. They are saying the same examples. They are talking a new term, and I would request you to see the new term. The term is purple people. Can you see that? A term which has come out. There is a nice paper. I would recommend all of you to just talk and see that. The name of the paper is Digital Twin in Finance by Boston Consulting Group. It was published in 2022. If you are in GCC or you are actually planning to be in GCC, you should read it. It's a very beautiful paper. Digital twin wo judwa in finance. And you know what they are talking about? Our talk for today is data-driven and strategic. Anil gave a very good talk where he's talking it from strategic. I will talk about in this paper, what they are talking is, you can see this digital twin, that image which is there. Okay, it's time up, so 2 minutes more. Can I just take 2 minutes? Now, what they talk about here is a very interesting thing. They talk about that in every organization, there is something around 40% of the data is dark data. Dark data का मतलब आपने dark store सुना है अभी आजकल dark store होते हैं. Dark data किसी को पता भी नहीं कि we have this data. And you know what is the most interesting thing on top of that? People don't know we can use this data for decision making. Like, do you remember one paper used to be there in our institute in CA final, Monte Carlo simulation? मैं तो रट्टा मार के जाता था उसको. Dentist है, उसके वहाँ पे 3 लोग आते हैं and all that kind of thing. You have seen it up, right? But that is a very powerful thing. Can you do simulation? Can you do with data? Ki my COGS is changing from this to that. And GCCs are the best place to do this innovation because, you know what? You have centralized a function globally. They are like greenhouse where you have an environment which is created for innovation. You can do experimentation. And you can actually look into that. I teach at IIM Bangalore. There is a doctor from, Ramesh has published a paper there. You know, what is the average age of a company in Fortune 500 list? Apne Fortune 500 list puri. Usme, what is the average age of a company? Can you guess? If you remove the, no. If you remove all the energy companies like Shell, BP को हटा दीजिए, no, 7.6 years. You can go and check Dr. Ramesh paper on that. 7.6 years. And you will understand the companies which have survived are not the companies which are big, but the companies which has done controlled innovation. Controlled innovation का मतलब है मुझे पता है I will take 10 project, इसमें से 7 काम नहीं करेंगे, 3 काम करेंगे. They are talking about those kind of innovation that can only happen when you are in a GCC kind of environment. You can't do it across the different enterprises. And that is what is changing. If we are looking for a data driven, I would just leave you with one thought. I hope you have heard Mr. Mukesh Ambani saying data is the new oil. Do all of you believe that? मैं चाहता हूं कि CA should be the refineries of this data. If you can be the refinery of the data, then you add value. Crude oil is not that expensive, but when you refine it up, you bring insights and you add value to the organization. Don't you think you add a lot of value to that thing? That should be the role of GCCs. That should be the role of we as a future chartered accountant, and that should be something we should take up. Thank you very much for a patient hearing, and sorry for the time.
Thank you so much, sir. An important announcement that we have already a breakout session that's going to begin in next 1 minute on the topic create a brand, how GCC build their identity. Those who are interested participants, they may join the breakout sessions as well, just adjacent to this hall. Thank you. Thanks for such a deep full insight shared by Anand sir. And surely we can say AI and technology can change the process but cannot replace the chartered accountants. Thank you. For the felicitation of our speakers, I would like to request to all the dignitaries on the dais to felicitate our speaker of this day session 1, CA Anil Bhandari ji, by our honorable council members, Daya Nivas Sharma sir and Abhay Chhajar sir, who is the convener of this directorate, DITS and WTO. Can you please join your hands to express our gratitude to our speakers? Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and valuable experience that have been shared. Thank you. Now it's time for next panel discussion session. We have with us lots of learned speakers and distinguished eminent faculties. So in this, I would like to call first our Central Council member, C.A. Sanjay Agarwal, sir. Sir, you are requested to please come for felicitation of our speaker. Along with him, I request our convener of this DITS WTO, C.A. Abhay Chhajar, sir, to please join for welcoming our speakers of the panel discussion. I would like to invite our past president, C.A. Ved Jain, sir. Past president, C.A. Ved Jain, sir, please join your hands to our learned speaker, eminent faculties with us, C.A. Ved Jain ji. Sir, we are going to present a sapling. Sir, you are requested to please come forward for the stage. I request the team to please provide the sapling. Can I have the sapling, please? I also welcome our program director, C.A. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, sir, for joining on this day 2 as well. Sir, you are requested to please join this felicitation ceremony as well. Please join your hands to welcome our past president, Dr. Ved Jain, sir. CA Dr. Ved Jain, sir. Now I would like to invite our former chairman of NIRC, CA Gaurav Garg ji. CA Gaurav Garg ji, you are requested to please come forward. CA Gaurav Garg ji is a chartered accountant with 21 years of experience in tax consulting, specializing in transfer pricing and international taxation. He has begun his career. With Big Four accounting firm and since built the deep expertise in complex tax expert. He has served the institute as NIRC chairman in 2023 to 2024. Sir, you are requested to please come on the dais. Now I would like to request our next speaker, Mr. Aseem Chawla ji. Mr. Aseem Chawla ji is a senior advocate, fellow chartered accountant, and a prominent legal expert with over 2 decades of experience in tax, business, and legal advisory. Mainly, he has represented the Income Tax Department as senior standing counsel before the Delhi High Court and served as a non-executive independent director on the board of major state-owned insurance company. Sir, we welcome you. Now, I would like to request CA Manish Agarwal ji. CA Manish Agarwal ji, you are requested to please come forward. And I also request to CA Dayanivas Sharma sir to please join this felicitation ceremony for an eminent speakers. CA Manish Agarwal ji is an accomplished international tax and accounting professional known for his expertise in cross-border tax planning and taxation and global mobility compliance. He is a recognized speaker and author, having contributed to forums like ICAI, Taxman, IBFD, and CTC. In this series, I would like to request our next speaker, CA Rishabh Agarwal ji. CA Rishabh Agarwal ji, you are requested to please come for this felicitation ceremony. A young, dynamic chartered accountant, securing all India rank in CA final examination, and he has done his LLM in international taxation from Vienna University of Economics and Business. As a practicing CA, he offers expert advisory services in these domains, combining academic depth and practical expertise to support clients in complex cross-border tax matters. And for this panel discussion, a lady with us, a woman, a chartered accountant, CA Smita Patni ji. CA Smita Patni ji is a chartered accountant since 1999 and secured all India rank 44 in CA inter-examination and brings 27 years of rich experience in international taxation, cross-border transactions, structuring, and FEMA-related regulatory measures. She holds additional qualification including LLB, DISA, DIIT, ICAI, and certificate in treaty interpretation from BCAS. Smita ma'am also serves as a visiting faculty for ICAI DIIT course and has been a special invitee to the Committee on International Taxation for 3 consecutive years. She currently serves as an expert in CIT tax. All the dignitaries, you are requested to please come on the dais for the panel discussion. I request to all the attendees to please join your hands to welcome our Central Council member, CA Sanjay Agarwal ji, and our speaker of the session for this technical discussion, CA Mr. Aseem Chawla ji, CA Ved Jain ji, CA Gaurav Garg ji, CA Manish Agarwal ji, CA Rishabh Agarwal ji, and CA Smita Patni ji. Please join your hands to welcome all the speakers on this technical session number 2, Taxation Aspects in GCC. One more discussion. We are also live at Facebook and in YouTube channel. This GCC Summit Day 1 and Day 2 is also live at the Facebook and the YouTube platform. So you may share the link to your dear colleagues and your CA fraternity members so that at their comfortable location, they can watch our GCC Summit over there as well. So I request to CA Sanjay Agarwal, sir. Sir, to begin this panel discussion session. So you are requested to please come on the dais for begin this session. All are requested to please join your hands to welcome our Central Council member, CA Sanjay Agarwal ji. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Stars of the day. Let me introduce that this is the session on taxation in the GCC Summit. And I've been told by the convener that this session will be the most highly debatable session. Honorable past President CA Ved Jain Sahab, as you know that he is the youngest on the dais and will be chairing the session. CA cum advocate Aseem Chawla ji, my good friend, practicing as in High Court, Delhi, and he is also in tax litigation. CA Gaurav Garg, former chairman of the NIRC. CA Manish Agarwal, Smita Patni ji, and my son CA Rishabh Agarwal. Today is the fortunate day for all of us. This particular session in the pre-session meeting, when they were interacting among themselves, there was a question, Ved sir, that will the participant get the answer of their queries? So I will say only one thing, that when Ved ji is there, so it is assured that you will get the answer of every query. Our panelists we have already introduced. My role is very limited, but today I am handling both the committees which are responsible for GCC. One is international tax, which they are going to handle, and I am going to see, that what question they raise, so that we have the answer for everything. And the another is the aggregation. Whatever you have listened to yesterday, you should have the faith on the institute will provide the solution for every query of the participant, those who are in GCC or in domestic or any other networking, they will get the answer. Thank you very much. Please enjoy the session. Session is now with Vajan sir.
Thank you, Sanjay ji, for the nice compliments. Chairman of this panel discussion, Mr. Asim Chawla, senior advocate and a very dear friend, and son of also very dear friend Chawla ji, sitting here in this crowd. My dear council members here sitting, all respected council members, fellow panelists, I hear all eminent peoples, including the past chairman and IRCs. And I can see so many galaxy of those, my past colleagues, I can say, members, friends, brothers and sisters. And this two-day program is a special program which ICAI is organizing. And I had the privilege of hearing 10 minutes of the last session which ended. And I missed out Mr. Anil Bhandari's part of session, because when we were in the discussion, of course, I take cognizance of Mr. Vinod Jain ji are sitting here, Vaibhav Jain also sitting here. See, data is the new thing which is driving. He referred to Mr. Mukesh Ambani as against crude oil. If data is driving the world and is going to drive the world, then data will be driven by the chartered accountants. Something happens, what we call blessing in disguise. COVID in March 2020 has given new, I will say, new idea, new thoughts, and new wings to the human beings. What was important, a physical presence, all of a sudden has become one of the alternative, not the only alternative. And as we are moving forward, the technology is developing, and as we see data is driving, now physical presence will have no significance. It will be your presence of mind, and your presence, virtual presence, will be driving you. And when we talk of a virtual presence and analytics and the analysis comes up, nobody can meet the challenges, nobody can meet the expertise which a chartered accountant possesses. And I must compliment the organizers for organizing such an important meet, GCC Global Center. But now look at this. What is the idea behind it? We being a country of more than 140 crore persons, and we can be the largest service provider to the globe, to the world entirely. And if data is driven, we can provide these services from anywhere, sitting any place. And the advantage which we have, all educated English literate population and with a education of a chartered accountants. Analytical skill, because when you are talking of a data and in analysis, it is a data which is driving you and it is the analysis which is driving you. And that's why the role of this, what we call a global capability centers, is a very significant, and we must apply our mind as a professional what we can do, because I have always been a firm believer, as against any business which can be static. You can put a factory, you can put a plant where continuous production goes on and you go on like this. Profession is a dynamic, and you have to run along with that development which is happening. And this being the new development which we call data or AI which is coming up, you have to run fast and adopt the technology on that part. It has opened up a lot of opportunities, and I can say as on date, it is a minuscule opportunity which we are availing, and in times to come, it is going to be multiplier on that part. Having said so, you would have heard yesterday also and in this morning session also, various aspects of the GCC and how it has to be done, how work it is done. The most important aspect when the choice comes up of this center is taxation plays a very important aspect. I was just sitting there and there was thinking that by my opening remarks, what I should talk about it. I said, any decision which is taken, because when we talk global capability center, what we are looking forward to is, we are expecting that the companies, corporates, and the working which is going outside India, particularly in the developed nation where the cost is high, it can be shifted to India, where there can be a cost arbitrage, where can be efficiency, enjoyment, betterment, and it can be shifted. And tax is also a cost. And if you get something at 10 rupees as against 15 rupees, you will be happier. But after getting 10 rupees, you are required to pay tax of 6 rupees, then it will become a difficult proposition. You say, what I am getting, I will lose it out. That's why this session becomes the most important session when we get taxation aspect of GCC on that part. And I take this tax aspect in two ways. How you can facilitate and how you can create trouble. You have a milk and boiling milk, which is, you want, yes, you can enjoy this milk, very well done, very well done. If you want to attract people, you say after boiling and making this milk a little bit like rabdi or something like this, if you apply some sweet, you put some sugar, it becomes immediately tastier. People will love and people will like to come and enjoy it at your shop. And you like to do it and they think it. But in case after boiling and doing it, you put certain lemon in it, it will get split. People will say nothing doing, will not do it. Taxation is the same. We are grappling with the same situation as on date. Whosoever is trying, because when we are talking of GCC, what we are looking forward is that MNCs and others, they should try to shift base, outsource, put their activities here. And now as you could see the various examples, just to give an idea, or I hope yesterday and today you would have discussed about it, how these companies are. It is not only accounting which is being done. It is the research R&D which is also being done. Healthcare, aviation. GE is doing a lot of this GCC healthcare in this civil aviation. Now, Microsoft or Google, what they are doing in Bangalore is doing because of this IT and IT sector software they are doing in GCC, what is called GCC in Bangalore on that way. Accenture, what is doing is also is a GCC on that part, on that part they are doing. There's so many others which are doing all these on these issues. It is not limited only to accounting. It is not limiting to only taxation or something like to do. It is pharma, it is R&D, healthcare, education. So many things are being happening. But one of the key issue which always remains is how to address this issue of taxation. Do we want to put a sweetener so that it becomes more attractive, or do we want to put something, a lemon-like thing, or a salt, so it becomes bitter in taste? There a choice comes up. And now experiences, there have been difficult or issues on the part of taxation, etc. Frankly speaking, I have been a strong votary that looking to the way that we need employment, and country is so big. Have been always a strong votary. There, instead of a taxation, there should be a concession in taxation, whether it is in direct tax, income tax, or whether it is in a GST. It can be a penny wise, pound foolish if we tax it and we don't encourage GCC here in India. But in case we give a sweetener in the form of, say, a tax concession, probably GCC can develop to a new heights. We have a very strong panel here, sitting here, all those people, they are a lot of experienced people. They have done a lot of good research and exercise, and various question answers will be taken up. And I now hand it over to Mr. Aseem Chawla to start the discussion. So in between some questions, etc., you are free to ask. And of course, I will be sitting also, we can intervene in between. Thank you, friends.
We're just about to get into the afternoon, so I'll still stick to good morning. And thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for your very benevolent introduction, and Jain Saab for your inspirational opening remarks. My kudos to, I think, the two Sutradhars for the day, Mr. Sanghi and Mr. Chajer, for conceiving this along with Mr. Singhal. And I remember about a month, 6 weeks ago, having a couple of conference calls gave me a sense of the enthusiasm and the purpose behind the thought process. And it's seen the fruition of this between yesterday and today. We had a very interesting, we've had a couple of rounds of preparatory discussion. That is a testament to the enthusiasm of the young participants and panelists we have. Not that I'm not that equally young, but they are relatively younger to me. In our, just to give a background as to what we wish to discuss apart from the tax and the regulatory issues, both on the space of exchange control, foreign exchange, and other aspect, is to bring on for our experience, our respective experience of the professionals who've been working in various spheres, whether in-house, advising, looking at situations cross-border. So it's a melange of few thoughts which we wish to discuss. The intention is to keep it fairly interactive. Any intervention from the house is equally welcome. Well, there's a related party check. We have both father and son sitting on the dais. So I'll probably start with the illustrious son. Rishabh, I understand you look at India from your overseas avatar as an international advisor. So in the setup phase, how a GCC in India should determine its cost base for cross-charging insofar as the initial expenditure are funded by head office. Do you want to add a little bit of color on this?
Right. Thank you, sir. Majorly, it's primarily a transfer pricing issue, wherein how the GCC is funded. At the end of the day, the GCC is providing services to its head office, and eventually it needs to cross-charge the cost and still make certain profit considering the transfer pricing principles as on date. So, sir, what is the major confusion is that the money that they are getting in the initial setup phase and that they are spending, or the head office that is spending the money on behalf of the newly set up GCC or work in progress GCC, whether it should form part of the cost base in order to recharge it back with a certain markup as part of cost of service or not. That is the moot issue that every GCC that sets up in a a DIY model, or where the company itself is coming to India and starting its own GCC, that what should I charge? Everyone, basis the nature of services, finally decides what markup to be added, but on what the markup has to be added and how the invoicing or the business flow of the transaction would work, because there is always a part of cost that was paid on behalf of the Indian GCC by the head office or the setup, which either goes as part of funding of capital or should form part of the revenue expenditure and be cross-charged to the head office along with certain markup, is what they decide on. So to take a very quick example, in the initial setup phase, the GCC might be paying, let's say, for the setup cost and also for the initial employees or the workforce that has been put into picture. The duty or the responsibility of that workforce is to do the job of the GCC, deliver the result. And thus we are going to charge back the cost of that workforce alongside a markup to the head office. But in a sense, if you look at the cash flow, the salaries of those initial people in the setup phase have been paid directly by the head office. So it becomes a challenge from an accounting perspective also, how to account for it. Whether was it an on-behalf payment? Was it a finance that was given? Should we pay interest on that finance for the amount, the time it was outstanding? Should we record it as an expenditure and then, charge it back with a markup? But the cash flow says something else, the accounting entries say something else. So that is the main challenge that the GCCs are facing.
Yeah. So before I sort of come to segue to Gaurav for his expertise on transfer pricing, Gaurav, I'll leave you with this thought, but I'll jump to Smita. But the thought I want to leave with you is that, is the cost arbitrage the primary motivation still, which India offers, as Jain Saab did suggest, and our previous speakers also suggest what India offers? Or is it a blend of talent, the thriving ecosystem, and the digitally adept industry which India as a whole offers? Currently, we have about 365,000 people who were employed in GCC space in 2023. And in the horizon, we are looking at $100 billion ecosystem with about 4.5 million jobs. This is the best part of GCC, which I sort of personally look at. But just leaving this thought, and I would want you to give your nuanced outlook on the transfer pricing attention which it may require. But Smita, still we being a regulated economy, and at the blackboard stage, still there is somewhat an oversight with regard to exchange control consideration, and it sometimes comes as a rude shock, although majority of foreign investors have realized the importance of exchange control regulations in India, unlike Singapore, which doesn't have one, or people pay more attention to tax or other forms of regulatory interventions. And I know DPDP will be a big play on the whole GCC ecosystem, but purely from as an expert on the exchange control FEMA side, do you want to add a few thoughts with GCCs in India evolving beyond the traditional space?
Thank you, sir. So coming back to this, tax considerations do play a macroeconomics while influencing any GCC setup in India. So basically, if we say that we can divide the GCC setup in 3 models which we have presently. So we come with DIY model, that is do it yourself. Then we go with BOT model, that is build, own, transfer. And then we go with a hybrid model. So coming back to the basic model, that is the DIY. where, the retainership and the control lies with the foreign entity only. Then in this, we can have three types of setups, say wholly owned subsidiary. In wholly owned subsidiary, again, we have two setups. One is the plain vanilla private limited company. And then we can have a setup at SEZ also. And then we can have a setup at Gift City also. So far as private limited is concerned, again, between a bracket of 22 to 25% so far as tax is concerned. With GIC, that is GCC setup in the Gift City, we again have a leverage of 10 years out of the 15 years exemption. And for SEZ, again, we have the same leverage. And we have, of course, the 50% leverage of the tax benefit in the 100% in first 5 years and next 50% in the next 5 years. This is so far as the tax is concerned. Now coming to the FEMA compliance, we have in wholly owned subsidiary, there is no inbound compliance so far as inbound is concerned. But once we repatriate anything to the foreign entity, again FEMA comes into play. So that is to be looked over. And as soon as we do some repatriation, then obviously FEMA will take its own play. But other than that, nothing is there in wholly owned subsidiary. So far as branch office is concerned, we have a 35% straight away foreign tax on branch. Opening of a BO, LO or a PO, that is a liaison office, project office or a BO. So far as FEMA is concerned, again, we need to take a prior approval of RBI for opening a branch office. And generally to test the waters in India, we open a branch office before the complete GCC setup is there. The other thing which can be added in wholly owned subsidiary would be that the private limited, the RBI has recently come up with some draft regulations on exports, 2025, that is goods and services regulations 2025. There they have come out with some certain points, and they are saying that shift from the self-reliance towards the strategic, reporting with the RBI is to be done. Then they have come out with the introduction of, introduction of some import. They have come out with a formal code and format in which exports have to be done. Then, they have come out with a set of receivables with the inter-party and the associated parties can be done. So these are some of them. And of course, there is a lot of draft regulations in this. In addition to that, when we come to the BOT model, then we again have BOT. Basically, it works like that the complete setup is outsourced to the local party, and the local party sets up the GCC. Then later on, when it matures to that level and it becomes self-sustainable, then we again go back to the main foreign entity. It is transferred to the foreign entity.
Okay. So when you talk of draft regulations, these are under the Foreign Exchange Management Export of Goods and Services regulations. Yes. That's the draft. Okay. Yes, so hold on to your thoughts. I'll come back to you on the tax part of it, the tax outflow, which Jain Saab did mention is introductory remark. Gaurav, I thought you would have got sufficient time. Abhi sahi. Thoda ek okay, then we should get you a mic so that you are audible to everybody. If you don't want to resist for a little while. So we'll get you the mic so that you don't lose tempo of your thoughts.
Thanks a lot. Smita, my question is, when you say subsidiary and the inflows are no issues, the repatriation would be an issue. In inflows also, there can be only three options. One is the share capital, ECB, and third is the trade advance.
Yes, sir.
Now, when during the setup time, there's a lot of expenditure, gestation period, where there may not be any invoicing. So the point is the money should then come either as FDI or ECB. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So that was the question. Because nobody else can finance my expenditure here. No third party, even holding company is a third party. They cannot finance my revenue expenditure besides any other route, except that it should be either FDI or it should be ECB.
Obviously.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So that's only I wanted to get clarification from her. Thank you.
Any further question of yours will be chargeable. Okay. So, okay. And you got in your wallet. Great. Sorry, Gaurav, but I think this gives you additional time to mull over what we had left with you. So go ahead with your answer. Shoot straight.
Okay. So I will start from where Rishabh completed and would like to add what Rishabh has said. That when it comes to the cost recharge, the initial cost incurred by the foreign entity for India, and why this is relevant for me, because there could be cost recharges later on also. So the thumb rule is whether any cost qualifies as a shareholder cost or not, which means the cost which is incurred by the shareholders is benefiting shareholders or is benefiting the Indian entity. If a cost incurred by a foreign entity is benefiting the shareholders, then it should not be recharged to India. If the cost incurred is benefiting to Indian entity, then it should be recharged to India. And under an arm's length scenario, because that is the basic principle we kept in mind, what will happen in an arm's length scenario? So in an arm's length scenario, certainly if you are incurring an expense for the benefit of other, you will going to recharge. So that is the basic fundamental we need to remember when it comes to the cost recharge between group entities. Now from a TP perspective, and when I qualified, and since now the GCC, what we used to call BPO earlier, then KPO, then IT, ITS, now we are calling it a GCC. So technically a GCC I see as a fruit basket, wherein you have a lot of fruits. You have a BPO as one fruit, you have a KPO as one fruit, you have ITS as one fruit, you have R&D center as a one fruit. And interestingly, what is happening because of the talent pool that we have got in India, under the umbrella of GCC, many services, many types of services are getting provided from India to the head office or to the global companies. So you might find a case that an entity in India is having a team which is working on the product development, maybe called as an R&D center. You have a team which is managing the finance operations of the region of the Asia Pac region or of maybe the global. You might have a team which is doing an accounting. You might have a team which is doing, a call center operations or a customer support. So what I've seen, the challenges when you speak to the accounting team in India or the tax team in India, they will simply say, we have got a GCC, and when you will take out the agreement not be very well worded, or the agreement maybe date back to 3 years or 4 years ago, and now you have a very much well-developed team. So the role of chartered accountant, because we will going to have more GCC in India, is to analyze what kind of services India is providing to the globe and how to classify them. Because if you go to safe harbor rule, you have different classifications. If you see the litigations is all around the classification. Whether should I call you an ITS? Should I call you the KPO? Should I call you the software development? So I think that is where the support will going to come, the value add will going to come from our fraternity. How you can do it? Start analyzing their deliverables, start analyzing what kind of team members they have. They have IITian or IIM, or they have simply the software developers or maybe the website developers with them. They will tell you what kind of services and what value add India is providing to the globe. That is the point of litigation. And the related point, the litigation point around these services is how to draw up the segment. So let's say if you are a one-line GCC, your service revenue comes from an R&D center, relatively easy. You are only providing the R&D. But think of a case wherein you have a R&D center within the overall manufacturing operations. You have a manufacturing operations in India, and then you have an R&D center, global R&D center or global GCC, which is providing R&D services. Then you need to draw up a segment. Now just add, in addition to R&D, you have an accounting team also sitting in India, which is again providing the accounting services to the globe. And the head of the accounting team might be your Indian CFO. So that Indian CFO now is providing services to the India as well as to that accounting division. So 3 segment needs to be drawn. So there, I believe our fraternity, if rightly tuned, can provide a good value add to the client. So this is the issues I feel, which needs to be tackled up, not while issuing the Form 3CB, but maybe at the time of planning or, when after the year end, when you are really working on the robust documentation.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Yeah. Manish, Coming to you, and I'm sort of just picking up thoughts of what the Honorable Chairman did mention in his opening remarks in terms of tax policy being a halting ground or a stepping stone. That very nice anecdote which you heard of a sweetener or a sweet dish and the lemon. You've helmed multinational companies or shepherded their Indian transfer pricing audits. You've been part of the advanced pricing agreement process. Would you mind sharing, highlighting your international experience, both in India as well as in Europe, Western Europe, and in Americas, especially in the GCC AI space?
Yeah, thanks. So on the litigation front, I would say I have handled one for India and one for a European company based out of Romania. Is it audible? Yeah. So I have handled one for India, a GCC, large GCC, and having the similar transfer pricing audits in Romania for their EU headquarters. I would say Romania and Europe are, India are equally developing countries, and their way of handling the audits, I would say, not very different. They are more or less quite high-handedness. But yes, in US, I would say it's fairly, I would say, the audits are, the volume of audits are small, but the kind of quality issues they pick up is really, I would say, quality wise. You can say, for example, the latest audit issues with Microsoft, where the demand was itself $28 billion, Airbnb, where the amounts are huge. So I think in Indian terms, I think the key teaching issues and the points were, first, obviously, these are very high-paced assessments. Most of the times, you were given very less times, and the issues are more or less around the typical issues like the comparability issues, rejecting your set of comparables with no explanation on the substitution of the comparable by the TPOs. Then obviously calculation errors were there, altering and tinkering the cost base significantly with no particular justification, like stock-based compensation expense, substituting the free of cost materials, which or the softwares that GCC have from their MNC, so imputing the notional cost on that, despite there being a no international transaction. So that's experience on the litigation side, which needs to be improved. Romania is equally, I would say, like India. But when I come to APA part, so AP again, in India, the process is, the main issue, I think, is the timeline process. I think it's still, the statistics and the annual report of the finance ministry itself says it's more or less 65 months for a unilateral AP, and for bilateral AP is somewhere around 50 months. So that itself speaks of the statistics that the dispute resolution or the alternate dispute resolution process, so as to say, is quite time consuming in India. And when we also say the actual site visit process or the pre-site visit happen, there are no standardized protocols which a particular industry needs to adhere, so that this process can hold through be streamlined. And also, when I speak of the bilateral process, the India-US or India-Japan corridor is quite active, and the APAs are concluding fast over there. But when we speak of the India-Europe corridor, particularly Romania or some other countries like in the Eastern European countries, the corridor is not so active, leading to further delays in bilateral APAs with that country. So that needs to be strengthened in line with the US and Japan and other countries.
Okay. In one of our just concluded prep session, Jain Saab did mention about the SEZ thing. That was quite eye-opener. Just taking that discussion forward, I understand that the SEZ Act 2005 may get replaced with Development of Enterprise and Services Hub, DESH, DESH. Any thoughts with regard to the regulatory landscape as it is evolving before I just go back to Smita on the quintessential permanent establishment issue?
So the SEZ, of course, there were talks to replace the SEZ Act to 2005 with the DESH bill in 2022, but that bill somehow got scrapped and didn't see the light of the day because there were some issues. But the most prominent issue was that the key evaluation criteria of the SEC performance was being replaced from net foreign exchange earnings criteria to more of a domestic value added generation criteria. So it didn't see the light of the day, but now we are, it's in the talks that the SEZ Amendment Act 2024 will come into play. And there, the idea is not to just promote the export obligations, but also to promote the domestic employment generation and growth value added. So I think that would place the SEZ not just in line with promoting the export, but the domestic value generation, and the domestic manufacturing would also be strengthened with this particularly, and over reliance on the service sector hopefully would be moved away, and because of the domestic value addition and employment generation as one of the evaluation criteria in the new SEZ Act.
On the state level, we understand, and thank you, Manish, for this. On state level, we understand Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, in terms of their state policy, have dedicated incentives now for GCC. And Rishabh, I'll come back to you on any aspects of arbitrage or inconsistencies at the state level. But Smita, very quickly on the quintessential taxable presence, colloquially known as the permanent establishment issues, you can just quickly share your thoughts, and then we'll go to Rishabh for his thoughts on the state level differentiation which we're talking, and his experience at a practical level. Yeah, go ahead.
So Article 5, sir, permanent establishment. It means a business. It means a fixed place of business through which a business is wholly or partly carried on. That is what the definition is there in OECD model. So coming back to this, so when we are testing the business permanent establishment of any wholly owned subsidiary, say, so in that case, 3 or 4 tests needs to be tested or evaluated. One is the disposal test, then the business activity test, then the duration test, and the permanence test. If even all these tests are met out, then we go to the auxiliary and prepox tests, that is preparatory and auxiliary activities. So generally what happens in GCC setup is that generally the GCC setup, which is there in Indian entity, that's set up by the Indian entity, is based on the support activities, and it is not doing the core activity. So even if we say that the wholly owned subsidiary is doing all the business of the is doing the business of the primary foreign entity, then also we might get out because of the auxiliary support, because generally they are doing the auxiliary support activities like admin or the ITS services and all that. Even para 58 of OECD concludes on the same. And then the other thing is that subsidiary, when we talk of subsidiary, even a subsidiary P can be created just by having an entity in India. But again, OECD says that according to para 115 of OECD, it clarifies that just by having a subsidiary in India, it doesn't become that, you are controlled and retained by the foreign entity and you become a PE. In fact, there is a counter view also by Pramod sir in the Vishakhapatnam port case, where it said that very, very calculatedly or very categorically said that, just having a subsidiary having an alter ego or a virtual projection in India will create a subsidiary in India, but that is a minority view. So generally, if everything is there, if we go to the 3 valuations, commercials, and the capital contributions, then in that case, obviously, we are just out of it. So we have to be very careful with the evaluation of activity. This is regarding permanent, and then we'll come back later on.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, for a change, let me throw a little surprise here. I'll ask Mr. Senior Agarwal for his attention, because he's looking at something important. As leader of 2 important committees, what's that? What is that which is on the plate for a young chartered accountant? That's something where we were very, very intensively discussing during our preparatory session. So would you want to add or speak before I go to the younger Agarwal?
Actually, the time is for younger Agarwals only.
Yeah.
So we should listen to them.
Yeah.
I'll speak in the end, and whatever suggestion you have in GCC,
yeah,
I'll just brief in half a minute that I had a talk with the international taxation people, all the commissioners, and especially the APA. I have been assured by them that this year they are concentrating on APAs. So the issues which are now being, this session is recorded, and my secretariat is going to see the issues which are going to rose all by all of you. Will take up with the income tax department, so that lesser number of the issues are left after the end of this GCC summit. So this is my
input on this.
No, I think you gave a very important input that this session is getting recorded. I think most of us have been caught by that pleasant surprise. I'll be very conscious in my further deliberations. Okay, Rishabh.
No, but this is only for academic purpose. Please.
You know, when the HSBC leaks happened many years ago, the Harvey Falcini leaks, and I was in Europe, my German lawyer friend tells me that there is nothing secret in this electronic world. I have caught on to that advice since then. Rishabh, over to you. What are you facing when you're advising clients this whole inconsistency, maybe in a better way with regard to the interactions with the various states? And I know Jain Saab has some thoughts around this towards the end of it. So we'll save the best for the last for the chairman. But Sanjay ji, आपको आधा मिनट ही है. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So, sir, there are two scenarios. When we look at a GCC being set up, since yesterday until today, you must have heard about the structure, how it should be structured, entity type, the taxation aspects, transfer pricing aspects. You must have heard a lot of things, but you must have also heard about the state incentives that are there. The moderator also mentioned in the beginning that, certain states are giving certain type of incentives, and Ved sir also was talking about it. But what really happens is that we do not realize that what is the decision-making point for the GCCs on where to set up when they are actually entering a new country or a new jurisdiction, leaving their home country. So we need to see for the motivator that if someone leaves their house and is coming to a particular jurisdiction or a particular country, so we must have something to offer to them. So beyond, a federal tax system or a centralized tax system, what we also have is a talent pool. So it is not that you set up the infrastructure, you set up an SEZ, you have an infrastructure, then the talent will follow. That those were the times that were pre-technology, pre-COVID, that people are going to tier 1 cities to get jobs and getting the right roles. But now with tech, what happened is that all of this got expanded back to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, where people started moving back home. So now, more than tax certainty or anything else, the inflicting point for GCCs while deciding in a greenfield scenario to set up, where to set up, is where the right talent is available.
Okay.
Right. So considering that part, talent is one. So, majorly when we talk about GCCs, we have a couple of cities in mind. So we start with Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune, Chennai, Hyderabad, Delhi, NCR as well. So considering this, then comes the state regulations, because it is not just the cost that we pay or, that we do for compliance. And that's what Ved sir was also mentioning, that these factors are very minuscule in the overall scheme of things when the GCC is deciding. But I think it is the ease of doing things, and not remembering so much. So to give you an example, Shops and Establishment Act registration, Hyderabad, it's only a one-time registration. There is no renewal. Whereas, if we talk about Mumbai, there are continuous renewals. If we talk about Bangalore, there are continuous renewals. Then there are different systems. Certain are online, certain are offline. So it's not about that how much money are, GCC spending to do that compliance, but also the headache to do that compliance and remember to do that compliance is something. In one of our scenarios, brownfield scenario, sir, I'll just take another 30 seconds.
No, I have a fiat. I can't, I have to come back to others. Maybe we'll interact it. I'm negotiating them for 2 extra minutes, but life is very tough, as you know. Yeah. So hold on to your thoughts, Rishabh. Yeah. Time permitting, we'll come back. Gaurav, since you are a reservoir of transfer pricing, in 90 seconds, can you give a talisman on intra-group services and documentation? 90 seconds.
So, my 90 seconds starts now. So when it comes to the intra-group services, services are defined in the Income Tax Act, but the very key point which we need to document is the benefit test. Whether if I'm providing you services, you are getting any benefit or not, or you are expected to get any benefit or not. If the answer to any of the question is yes, then you must pay to us. So there should be the point in services, they are all intangible. Goods when comes to India, they crosses the custom. But what about services? So in services, in addition to benefit test, what becomes a second point important is the documentation. How you are documenting to prove that yes, you received the services. The third is the cost. So what you need to benchmark is the price. Price consists of cost plus markup. So all these 3 points I feel are very important, and there should be documentation to capture all these points.
Oh, great. Thank you. You've been very obedient on that aspect. Manish, 60 seconds for you in terms of the offshoring insourcing part and the fact that the conundrum of technology, the IT slowdown when technology innovation itself has an immediate threat on IT industry. So at one level, efficiency in technology is a threat in terms of job. And on the other side, the opportunity which the new technology brings. 60 seconds.
So I think this is a very relevant question for any finance professional or a chartered accountant. Not in the age of us, be in the 90s or before that, who anyone who is born there, the technology is always a fear kind of a thing, that how do we, and because we are not so from a tech savvy background, and we always fear that technology might take up our jobs, or but the idea is always to I think evolve and learn these sides of the technology. There are so many evolving technologies. We have generative AI coming in, new tools coming in to ease our work, be it in terms of the tax research, drafting materials. Institute has its own CA-GPT, but there are a lot of whole ecosystem of technology that we need to be part of it rather than fearing it, as we see in the previous session. So, and GCCs are the powerhouse of the technology tools. They bring in world-class tools and the technology softwares and the tech stacks that give us an opportunity to learn these world-class tools which were not there in our domestic tax practice or the domestic employment. So I think there is no other option than to learn and evolve from these tools and the latest technology we have, and continue evolving, because the technology is the new future and it will continue to evolve.
Yeah. Before I request,
I can give.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. I've got 3 minutes on my hand. Before I request Jainsa for and Mr. Agarwal for their closing comments on this, on a personal note.
Question of the
Participants' question, you've cut our time out. We'll take them on lunch. I've made sure all the panelists are here for lunch. Yeah. I've been the lawyer to the hotel, so they'll take care of us. Don't worry. In the past. So before I request Mr. Agarwal and of course Jainsa for their last word, on a personal note, Gaurav mentioned 3 times word litigation, and I felt very therapeutic, me and Jainsa on one side, because for the last 2 years we've been on the opposite side. So sitting and sharing days with him, I think was very therapeutic. For those of you who do read newspapers diligently, I thought Mr. Sanghi and Mr. Chajar knew the date of this one-page article which Business Standard has done today only on GCC and AI. So I think there is a fair bit of effort going on. Very interesting. Business Standard talks of a MIT research on this paper, and how we're hearing too much philosophical thoughts. What happens? 2 out of 10, the job redundancy, upskilling, reskilling, etc. Father and son, when they work together or write together, they can be a very potent force. We have junior Mr. Jain also in the audience somewhere, and Suhail is also here. So I would recommend Richard and Daniel Susskind, Future of Professionals. I think it's a compulsive reading for all of you who wish to crystal gaze as to what future will be. All right. So over to you, Jain Saab. At least they will not prompt for time when you are speaking. Right. Over to you and to Mr. Agarwal.
Thank you, Asim. I think we should have a clap for all of them. Looking to their time, and the syllabus was very big, but they are available otherwise also. And I assure you that all your queries will be answered by them in future also, and without the Paytm use. So
yeah,
feel
let's
free
hear from,
to connect with them.
hear from the closing comments from the chairman of the session.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing.
Yeah.
You see, these type of the summit, we are going to have 5 in the whole of the India, as must have been told you in the beginning. We will have 4 more. Every region will have 1. And PMO has been active on this particular GCC and establishment of Indian Big Four. So lot of things we are collecting as a research. I being one of the vice chairperson of the research committee also this year, we are collecting a lot of data, a lot of issues which are being received from the various stakeholders or professionals everywhere. So definitely your inputs which will be available with us, or you can provide later on also. They will help us in sorting out at least few of them. As APA, what is the success rate of completing the APAs in a year? 83%? How many? Sub 80. So we'll try to see this, that with the collaboration with the international taxation and the Ministry of Finance, we'll try to increase this particular percentage at least by 5 to 7%. This is my, you can say, take away from this. Over to Jensa for conclusion.
Yeah, I could not have agreed more. Look, our founding fathers, when our institute was set up, and nobody can speak better than both of you, had already conceived AI, ICAI. So, Jain Saab,
thank you, Aseem, and thank you, Sanjay ji. I was just patiently listening to the all queries being planned by my fellow panelists. Taking cue what the question came from the audience. I will love to have few questions from the audience, but if you can just raise your hand if there is. See, this session is on taxation aspect of GCC. And when we are talking taxation aspects, I can divide these taxation aspects in three parts. One on policy issue, where the government and the regulator need to address those issues. We need to identify those issues which we as a professional or as an institution should take up, because those are the policy matters to encourage GCC in India. This is one. Second part is in execution. Policy is there, regulation is there, but there are challenges in executions, administration. The second part is that. And third, which is maybe relevant for all of us, is there is a regulation, there is an execution, but there is complication there in understanding or implementing at our level as a professional. So I divide this taxation in the part. So taking first in policy matters. Now, in case we want to enhance and we want to encourage more and more GCC to be set up in India, so some policy matters have to be adopted. And when we look into the policy, as I said in the beginning, taxation plays an important aspect, because at the end of the day, whenever GCC is going to happen, it is a cost arbitrage. It is nothing beyond cost arbitrage. It is to cost arbitrage. If that be so what are the issues then? Direct taxes and indirect taxes. Now, issue is in direct taxes is what we can do there. Now, when we were talking, I believe Smita was talking about the structure. We can have a branch office, we can have a corporate subsidiary, 100% subsidiary, or we can have LLP on that way also. And then we have a dividend coming out on that policy. So if looking to the issue, which I say raised in the beginning, that employment is a major challenge in India. We have employable youth, etc. We need to do a lot of work on that side. So we need to provide certain concession in taxations. And this taxation, concession in taxation need not be in absolute term. It can be by a presumptive model or a harbor rules. We can have a safe harbor rule, or we can have a presumptive model of taxation. We can say, all right, whatever is the revenue you are generating herein, the 10% or 5% or 10% will be taxed. That's all. And then in case we want to improve or encourage it further, we say, all right, if you have this structure, there will be no taxation or something like this is the one issue policy. On the issue of indirect tax, I'm just taking time because looking to the time constraint, I'm just rushing through it. On GST issue, there are many issues are left out on the policy matter. Now, I was being briefed on the GST, intermediary services is a challenge. So what the regulator, and I will say as we professional need to come out with a specific area where there is a confusion, where there is some interpretational issues, and the government should absolutely clarify on GST part that in case of this CG, this will be, GCC will be like this interpretation, this will be considered to be service, this will not be considered. So the person is not in uncertainty, because outsider will not like to take a risk in a third country. So that's one issue. The second issue is in the execution, where the problem comes up that law is there, but the implementer, the executor creates a problem on that part. For that also, as I say, safe harbor rules and clarity and circulars can help that this will be done like this will be done like this. We need to identify all those issues which are there in execution, particularly transfer pricing, etc. All those issues are there. And similarly on GST issues also there, then what the law says, what the regulation says, what the say, and what is the interpretation being taken by the administration or the people execution, there is a vast gap between them. So that issue need to be addressed. And the third and the most important is what is our understanding and what we need to do it on our part, on that part. One of the questions which came up on what was the cost, etc. See, at the end of the day, country will like to tax the income which is accruing or arising in India. And for that basis, there is a challenge which is coming up is in a cross-border transaction, international transaction, what part of the income gets accrued in India, what part gets accrued outside India. This is a long story going on that part. And this I typically call a human nature. Everybody want to encroach upon other area. We will say that whatever you are selling, whatever you are doing, it is in my country, you pay me tax. And other country is saying, no, it is my tax. The taxpayer is willing and ready to pay tax, but he is in dilemma which country will take, how much part will take. I give a GST is a typical example where we have sorted out this issue, and by and large GST Council is there to decide. Of course, now OECD is there and some discussions are going on that part. Things are happening on that part, but that has become a challenge. But when we look at the issue, sometime as a professional, we get drifted away from the actual facts and we try to find out an answer away from the facts. One of the query which was being discussed in the beginning, I believe Rishabh had discussed about it. What happened in case cost is met, initial cost is met, whether a shareholder can. I said, what is the issue? It is so simple issue. You need not look into, just look at the facts. What you would have done, have you been an independent person? If I am a person, somebody tell me, Mr. Jain, I will give you everything. It is my office, it is my structure. You please give me this service. What I will do, then my charges are based exactly what I incur the cost, because capital cost is not to my account. My staff is cost to my account. Only it is the running expense plus edit where my profit for that purpose. Why to think about what has happened to whether that cost will be allowed or not will be allowed? But in case the other person says that that cost which I have incurred over a period, I will reduce it from your billing. Then obviously, then I will take into account that this is a cost which is going to come to my account later on, and I need to work it out. It's a pure question of fact, absolutely no question of law. And for that purpose, the 3-word arm's length price is the most important issue. You just apply, and there are method, cost plus profit split. Obviously, the answer will come with it. And in case the product which you are producing ultimately gets sold out with some few addition or deletion, then the resale price method is the best method which you work it on. For that part, that's why we are seeing that this type of sessions and this type of working, we need to address that how we can educate, how we can make our people or our fraternity understand that there is no complication at all. It's only appreciating the facts without getting carried away that how I make it out in a way which I drift away from the facts. If you are clear in fact, answer will immediately come. So that's why I said, let's divide in 3 parts. What we need from government and regulator, what we need from administration and clarity, and what we need as a professional. And the fourth, of course, from the ICAI part also, the institute is playing a very proactive role on this part in promoting GCC. As I said beginning, data will be driving the world in the future. Chartered accountant will be driving the data. And if we keep this in mind, and we keep our knowledge updated with on day-to-day basis on technology and running with the technology, because you cannot do something better without using a technology. I used to give one example. If a cardiologist has got trained way back in 60s and used to check a heart or patient with putting just a thermostat or etc., then no patient will come to him. The latest technology has come now, how it has to be tested. Similarly, if a professional, a chartered accountant is there, new technology has come, and if it doesn't get adapted to that, that will not come. Now, data, this remote working, internet, etc. India has got such big advantage. Can you see the penetration of internet in India? Why not a small chartered accountant or an accountant, against accounting technician, sitting in a remote village where technology is, this internet is available? He can do the same thing which we are doing sitting here. Yeah. Language, English better. And to add more, just to give a wider the scope, we are looking to now working only with country where English is there. But there are certain other developed nations in Europe which are also looking for a cost effectiveness. So there is no reason some of us or some of people can take a care getting adapted to language like German, Spanish, something like this. And a lot of working can be developed, and GCC can get developed in that area also. On that aspect also, that can be worked it out. So this is my message on that part, that we can look into this. And this is a golden era, I will say, for the chartered accountancy profession, for accountant professional, for financial professional, that they can look into this aspect. And taxation, as I see, the challenges are there, regulators are trying to address, and it is our responsibility now to take up those issues, to persuade the government, to persuade the regulator, to modify wherever the need be, and pursue the administration getting done.
Thank you, Jain Saab. I think the takeaways are collaboration and not competition. And we are looking in horizon $100 billion ecosystem with 4.5 million jobs. So it is the next sunshine industry. With this, I think we'll wrap up the panel and over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enriching learning and that have been shared by the eminent speaker. I also welcome the NIRC office bearers, CA Sana ma'am, CA Sangam Agarwal ji, our former Central Council member, CA Raj Chawla ji, and CA Vinod Jain ji, who is amongst us. I also welcome our former chairman, NIRC, CA Deepak Garg ji. For proposing the vote of thanks for this panel discussion, I would like to invite CA Sanjay Agarwal, sir, to please share the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
I think looking to the time constraint, I should say that thanks to Honorable Past President Vaidyan Saab for sparing his time and interacting with us, giving some of the time. Then we have Asim Chawla ji, Senior Advocate, now designated for moderating the session. And then we have former Chairman of NIRC, Gaurav Garg, doing the lot of question. I think still they have a lot of question in their own mind. Let us have, sometime we have to bear it. And then we have CA Manish Agarwal, who's also partner in True Ledger Consulting. So I forgot to mention. So thank you very much, Manish bhai. And then we have CA Smita Patni. She is regular faculty also. And then CA Rishabh Agarwal. And the best part of today's this particular session is the audience, the jam-packed audience this particular session we are having. Thank you very much for coming here and raising the issue. Still, if you have something, we are, as I always says, that in LIC there is something which called Jeevan ke saath bhi or Jeevan ke baad bhi. And with me it is election ke saath bhi or election ke baad bhi, 24/7. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your such words of wisdom. Now it's time for felicitation for our speaker. I would like request to our Central Council member, CA Sanjay Agarwal, sir, and all the distinguished leaders to please come forward for your felicitation. In this series, first I would like to invite CA Ved Jain sir, our past president of ICAI, to be felicitated by our CA Sanjay Agarwal ji, our Central Council member. I request CA Gaurav Garg ji, who is a former chairman of the NIRC 22 to 23. You are requested to please come forward. Now I request CA Aseem Chawla ji. CA Aseem Chawla ji. Please join your hands to welcome and felicitate our such our distinguished leaders. Now I request CA Manish Agarwal ji. CA Manish Agarwal ji have been shared is really a knowledgeable and a wonderful session. Now young dynamic chartered accountant CA Rishabh Agarwal ji to please come forward for felicitation of this panel discussion. The thoughts that have been shared is really worthful for us. Now our next chief speakers have been arrived. So now we are going to begin our next session. Session number 3, practice to powerhouse India Chartered Accountant fueling the GCC revolution. You are requested to please be into this session as well. This is also going to be one of the most important and knowledgeable session. We have with us CA Sarvesh Mathur ji, CA Mithilesh Reddy ji, and CA Suhail Goel ji. May I have an announcement, please? We are going to conduct our GCC Summit 2 in Ahmedabad on 29th and 30th August this year. And we have more 2 GCC Summit at Hyderabad and Mumbai. We have in Mumbai in the month of November approximately, and tentatively in the month of January, we have the GCC Summit at Hyderabad. So we may also register for your GCC Summit at these locations. And we are also live at Facebook and YouTube at ICAI channel itself. So you may share the link to your colleagues, to your partners, friends for looking out this GCC Summit at their own locations. We are going to have our CA Day, Chartered Accountant Day on July 1st, 2025 at Bharat Mandapam Plenary Hall. We are going to celebrate the Chartered Accountant Day with the eminent government officials, any ministers that has to be still awaiting their confirmation. And we have with us CA Anil Singhvi ji, CA Vijay Kumar Kedia ji, who is the capital market experts. And you are requested to please get register yourself at ICAI.org for getting the pass, for getting the entrance access. 3:30 at 1st July, we are going to celebrate our Chartered Accountant Day. Followed by dinner. इस बार हमारे सीए डे में बहुत एक खास चीज होने वाली है. मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि 100 शहरों के कलाकार इस हमारे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट डे पे अपनी प्रस्तुति रखेंगे, जिसमें हम भारत देश की धरोहर को, संस्कृति को एक नृत्य के माध्यम से हम वहां पर दर्शाएंगे. मेरा आप सभी से अनुरोध है, कृपया करके हमारे खुद के जिस डे के लिए हम इंतजार करते हैं, जिस डे के लिए हमने इतनी मेहनत करी है पहुंचने तक के लिए, हम सब उसी 1 जुलाई को भारत मंडपम में पहुंचे और ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में वहां पहुंचकर हम अपनी उपस्थिति दर्ज करें। आप सभी से मेरा अनुरोध, आप www.ici.org पर जाकर आप अपना मेंबरशिप नंबर डालकर आप अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हैं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में वहां पर सम्मिलित होंगे और अपने सीए डे को एक साथ मिलकर सेलिब्रेट करेंगे। आइए अब आगे के टेक्निकल सेशन थर्ड की हम शुरुआत करते हैं। नाउ लेट्स बिगिन आवर टेक्निकल सेशन थर्ड। We have with us Central Council member CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji, who is a program director of this conference, the GCC Summit. I would like to request CA Sarvesh Mathur ji, CA Mithilesh Reddy ji, and CA Suhail Goyal ji. You are requested to please come on the dais along with our CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji, who is the program director of this GCC Summit. Can I have a huge round of applause for this welcoming our learned speakers, eminent personalities who are between us. You are requested, sir, to please join us for this session. I request our program director, CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, sir, to please present the sapling to welcome our speakers. Can I have a huge round of applause for this welcoming our technical speakers, this session speakers on this session. तालियों की आवाज कम से कम इतनी होनी चाहिए कि आने वाले स्पीकर्स का हौसला अफजाई हो सके कि हाँ, वो अगर यहाँ कुछ आए हैं तो हमें बहुत कुछ देकर भी जाएंगे, सिखाकर भी जाएंगे। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। I would like to request to present the memento as well for the felicitation for our speakers. May I have the mementos, please? I request CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji, our Central Council member, Program Director, to please present a memento to our speaker, CA Suhail Goyal ji. Our next speaker, CA Sarvesh Mathur ji. And CA Mithilesh Reddy ji. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Now I request our Program Director, CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, sir, to please deliver your welcome address on this technical session number third. Sir, please.
Thank you, Mohit. Dear friends, good afternoon to you all on this day 2 of our first GCC conclave from ledgers to global leadership. And this session is titled Practice to Powerhouse, Indian CAs Fueling the GCC Revolution. And I have 3 eminent panelists with me, CA Sarvesh Mathur, CA Mithilesh Reddy, and CA Suhail Goyal. The duration of the session is 45 minutes. I'll, out of which, 5 minutes we have already spent. I'll take maybe 30 minutes with the panelists and leave 10 minutes for taking up your questions to the panelists. It's an excellent opportunity with these 3 eminent people being there. Let me start with Sarvesh Mathur. Sarvesh is, if you have to take one name in the Indian GCC landscape, it is Sarvesh Mathur. He leads India's biggest GCC, and it is a captive GCC. That is for a particular company or for a particular firm. So Sarvesh is the assurance leader of GDS practice at Ernst & Young. As I said, that's the largest practice in this country, in this part of the world. So Sarvesh, with your extensive experience across the global business landscape, how do you see the transition of CAs from traditional practice to strategic leadership roles within the GCCs? And has it changed over the last 1 decade? And what do you see in the future?
Thank you, Sanjeev. I think the positioning of Indian CA has changed quite a lot
became chartered accountant in 1995 to where we are in 2025. When we were growing up as a CA, it was all about compliances. It was all about auditing balance sheet, doing the tax returns and some mergers and acquisitions. In last 15 years, ever since I have come back to India after spending 10 years in US, I have seen the evolution of GCCs. In fact, I came to India to set up the audit offshoring for Ernst & Young. And we started with a very small team of 50 people. And we are about 8,000 people who are doing the audit of offshoring. And we have seen evolution. We have seen how we have started to hire chartered accountant and the mindset change, which we have seen both in the firm as well as what the chartered accountant brings to the table as well. We have started to see that chartered accountant now look at more long-term perspective. They are not just looking at short-term, they're also doing strategic thinking. So they have changed from compliance mindset to strategic thinking mindset. We have seen they are very keen to learn new skills, and we are investing huge amount of money, time, and efforts in upskilling our people, because when we come out of college or when we come out of ICAI, maybe we need more technology skills, we need more AI skills, we need more data skills, and we are investing a lot in those skills as well as we groom the chartered accountant coming to us. CAs are becoming more and more powerful in decision making. So they used to be more executors, but now they are becoming more decision makers. So that is one big thing which we have seen, the paradigm shift in GCCs. Previously, people used to offshore work to India, whether it is in accounting or other field, but more in the capacity of executors. They were looking for people in India just to execute the work. But now we have seen more and more decision making has shifted from their onshore locations to GCCs in India and other part of the world. One other large change we have seen is also the shift in mindset from cost to value. Previously, people were coming to India for saving the cost. But in last few years, they have realized that saving the cost is important, but at the same time, bringing the value to their overall operations has become more and more critical. And Indian chartered accountant have shown that they can become really big part of the decision making and bring the value to the organization. So some of these changes have changed the perspective about India.
Thank you, Sarvesh. Thank you for your insights, Mithilesh. Consider your experience in TP for the last 2 decades. How do you see the GDS or the GCC centers from India? GDS basically refers to the global delivery services. Sometimes we call them as GSS, global shared centers or the global service centers. How do you see them evolving, and how do you see the future of transfer pricing as a global subject?
So from ever since 2008, 2010, transfer pricing as a subject, I think you would have heard in the panel before also. I think it has evolved as a global language, and it can be served from anywhere to anywhere. So the point is, from compliance, documentation, benchmarking angle, where the GDS center started doing the benchmarking thing for the global, centers of the Big Four or the local firms as well. We have seen a tremendous transmission in terms of operational transfer pricing as well. So they started involving on an ongoing basis all the M&Es wherever the transfer pricing pillar 2 perspective, CBCR perspective, technology perspective, automation perspectives are there. They want a daily basis dashboard nowadays. So, it's become like, what's the effective tax rate? What's the number of people size, assets, and what are the exact, parameters that can bring in litigation tomorrow and how we want to address it. So GDS centers are no more the back office, I would say. So the technology has made it so huge that, in our case, we've become 3 people to 200 people. So it's that big. So the point that I'm trying to tell you is it has huge capability going forward. And since it's a global language, and since it is considered by most of the jurisdictions under the same OECD parameters or the UN parameters, it has tremendous potential to grow, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Mithilesh. Sohail, coming to you, as you're someone who is deeply involved in the global finance outsourcing and operations. How have you seen Indian CAs evolve in terms of skills and global readiness over the last decade or so?
Sure. Thank you for that wonderful question.
From our perspective, coming from a practice which has evolved from a traditional accounting practice for about 20 years, and 25 years ago when we dabbled ourselves into F&A offshoring, KPO, all those terminologies that were more relevant at that time, and post-COVID, global capability centers and GCCs, as we call it. From our perspective, the way we look at the transition that has happened and that transition that needs to happen, from my perspective, the globe is really the opportunity. And by globe, G, which is a governance mindset. Traditionally, accountants, we've been more executionary driven versus now in a governance practice, we need to be defined by what are the SLAs, what is the framework within which we need to operate. The L, which is as chartered accountants, can we move to a lean mindset? Can we look at delivering value through optimal use of technology? How do we increase the value year on year with a lean philosophy? When I move to O, which is an outcome-driven mindset, chartered accountants, which were traditionally focusing on compliance as the reason for doing a lot of services, now when you're there operating in a GCC environment, you need to look at what is the outcome that you're delivering. Are you delivering what the client was requiring, or are you just delivering something that is compliance requirement? When I move to the B, which is a borderless environment, accountants more and more, especially younger accountants, are taking up skills in international taxation, learning US GAAP, learning IFRS as a language, effectively means that all of us as chartered accountants becoming and operating in a borderless environment. So that's kind of been our view of the ecosystem in the last few years.
Thank you, Sohail. Let me ask you one more question. These 200 plus chartered accountants who are in this hall, and then there are in other hall, total 450 people attending GCCs, and many of them are into traditional practice. And some of them are just starting their career as a chartered accountant. So अगर ये लोग scale up करना चाहते हैं और अपना GCC बनाना चाहते हैं, आज इनको टैक्स की नॉलेज भी है, इनको अकाउंटिंग की नॉलेज भी है, टैक्स में डायरेक्ट टैक्स भी है, जीएसटी भी है, अकाउंट्स भी करते हैं, ऑडिट भी करते हैं, आपके एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से इनको क्या करने की जरूरत है और क्या चेंज करने की जरूरत है? पहली बात, क्या इनमें से कोई भी जीसीसी लीडर बन सकता है? अगर हाँ, तो क्या करने की जरूरत?
श्योर सर, ये जो क्वेश्चन है ये बहुत सालों से हमने भी इंटरनली अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, and I see in the audience a lot of people who have worked in our organization. We also groom them to develop. हर एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट जो इस रूम में है या जो डिजिटली वर्चुअली ये चीज देख रहा है, हम सब के पास एक इक्का है, and इक्का is an ace. So if you want to transition from being a traditional accountant to a GCC-led professional or change that, ACE is the philosophy. A, automation. Are you looking at automating things in your routine practice? It doesn't have to be something which is very complicated or RPA driven or bot driven, but even basic things like reporting. Are you investing into learning skills in Microsoft Excel? Are you looking at developing some skills in Power BI? These are very basic automation tools that you can look at. The C, are you changing your mindset to a control-driven environment, which means, are you looking at developing certain risk strategies in your own organization? Are you looking at developing certain KPIs, SLAs? How strong are the SOPs? आपके processes कितने strong है? ये एक important चीज है to shift the mindset from a traditional practice to a GCC-led environment. And then finally, execution. एग्जीक्यूशन के टाइम पर आप अपने क्लाइंट से कोई भी काम शुरू करने से पहले आउटकम को डिफाइन कर रहे हैं या नहीं? आर यू लुकिंग एट इंश्योरिंग द SLAs, KPIs, all of those are being developed, and therefore are you measuring the outcome on a regular basis? So ये तीन मैं कहूँगा हमारे इक्के हैं ACE to change the mindset.
I'll take up your question, sir. मैंने तो खुद ही कहा कि 10 मिनट में क्वेश्चंस के लिए रखूंगा एंड आप जानते भी हैं मैं पार्टिसिपेंट क्वेश्चन हमेशा लेता हूं. मिथिलेश जी, how कल when Sanjeev Sanyal was here, who is the advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister, he said इस रूम से भी 5 से 10 बिलियनर बन सकते हैं. मैं कहता हूँ चलिए एक की बात करते हैं. अगर एक भी बन पाए तो मेरा ख्याल है प्रोग्राम मेरा सक्सेसफुल के भी बियॉन्ड. तो उसी स्पेस में अगर मैं टैक्स की स्पेस में बात करूं, इफ आई हैव टू टॉक अबाउट द फ्यूचर ऑफ जीसीसी स्पेस इन टैक्स, टीपी एंड आउटसोर्सिंग ऑफ दीज सर्विसेज, बिकॉज most of these people are proficient in tax. Maybe they have to learn, अगर यूके का कर रहे हैं तो यूके टैक्स, यूएस का कर रहे हैं तो यूएस टैक्स, ऑस्ट्रेलिया का कर रहे हैं तो ऑस्ट्रेलियन टैक्स. लेकिन जिसने इंडिया का टैक्स समझ लिया उसके लिए किसी और कंट्री का टैक्स समझना मुश्किल नहीं. So how do you see the future of GCC space in tax across the globe and this scope expanding, and how can these people adapt and leverage this segment?
Firstly, I would say deep technical expertise on that subject and having a collaborative model with the local player in terms of who is already established. And what we did, I'll tell you a live example also. You know, when we started Dubai or UAE as such, as a jurisdiction for tax and transfer pricing, corporate tax and transfer pricing, we established a relationship first and a trusted player who was there for 2 decades. And then if the language as transfer pricing and corporate tax is the same, we kind of trained people, back office and also for the front ending tasks. So we made sure that, the front ending tasks are clearly defined and back office tasks are clearly defined. And we started with 4 people. Now we have 42. So it's in just one and a half years. It might be small, but as a start, as a jurisdiction, I'm saying. So deep technical expertise, training, automation and technology, of course. But in terms of understanding the local capability and also delivering from the back office from here, we need to develop the trust model. So technologically, as well as from a trust process angle, and the local player and the face at the jurisdiction from where we want to get the outsourcing also matters. And our capabilities in terms of leveraging the litigation criteria or preparing the submissions or having our own expertise at the jurisdictional level of the globe. Of course, from transfer pricing, it's doable completely. It's perfect. But from the corporate tax and other, digital taxation or the GST and VAT laws of the local regulations or the local jurisdictions have to be learned first, and then you can do the back office stuff. So, we are conducting a lot of programs also for UAE and UK and US, I think. But the point that I'm trying to tell you is deep technical expertise, automation, and having the trust process established. So these 3 are the features that I would say that we all have to build.
Mithilesh, in simple terms, minimum कितनी investment और कितने लोग चाहिए suppose tax का outsourcing का काम शुरू करना है?
Sir, I think if you are building a 15-20 people team, the capacity and capability that I would say, even if 50 lakhs is there with you as a working capital, I think we can start. But the point that I'm trying to tell you is, it's not the capital, sir. It's more on the capacity building and objective that is there in the mind. So most of us have the objective, but when we start delivering it or when we start doing it, we're getting offloaded with the regular routine. So it has to be done as a specialized deep technical expertise, and we have to spend time at least for 6 months to 1 year focused on it. That's the more key aspect.
And 50 lakh plus तो सबके पास है. Rather एक stock में उतनी investment होगी. So that I don't see it as a problem. But what you said, that come out of the routine. See, friends, my experience is that, and I have said this many times, I belong to this region. I've interacted with you many times. They take a young partner. If you're a partnership firm और आपको लगता है आप अपने routine से बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, you want to develop this area, take a young partner, ensure him कि जितनी सैलरी मैं लेता हूँ उतनी तेरे को भी दूंगा. तो 2 साल सिर्फ इसी पे फोकस कर. पर ये नहीं कि 31 जुलाई आई, अभी तो 15 सितंबर हो गई है इस बार, तो उसमें लगा दिया. टैक्स ऑडिट आए तो उसमें उस तरह से नहीं चलता है. Give them 2 years space to breathe and to develop this practice. 15-20 is not a big scale at all. So All of you can do this. Just that those who will take this initiative, they will be successful. Sarvesh, moving from these, because see, when we talk of captives or when we talk of GCCs, तो at least दो तरह के GCCs की हम बात करते हैं. एक तो captive GCCs, जिसमें सर्वेश चैंपियन है. दूसरा हम freelance GCCs, यानी कि हम किसी के लिए भी काम कर रहे हैं. He will work only, Sarvesh will have a GCC only for a particular company or particular firm. It could be Bank of America, it could be HSBC, it could be American Express, or say Deloitte or Ernst & Young. Whereas these people, these two, Mithilesh and Suhail, will have clients who could be CPA firms or who could be industry also, which could be a hospital, which could be a hotel, right? So these are the two types of GCCs we talk about, and there may be third also, which may be Sarvesh can, and yeah, of course, hybrid may or may not work actually. Yeah, hybrid may or may not work, but Sarvesh, for the captive GCCs, which you are, what is the, suppose somebody wants to set up a captive, for example, उमेश गोयल जी हैं यहाँ पर, उमेश जी के पास एक स्केल है, 150-200 लोगों की टीम है, या यहाँ पे AKGV जैसे कुछ लोग आए हैं, उनके पास 300-400 लोगों की टीम है. अगर एक कैप्टिव GCC कोई सेटअप करना चाहता है, it could be for a hotel or for a hospital or for anybody else, what are the essential ingredients? उसके लिए किस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी, किस तरह का स्किल सेट, किस तरह की इन्वेस्टमेंट, if you can throw some light, because you have also set up a captive GCC. And Sarvesh, let me take this opportunity of inviting my council colleague Gyan Chand Mishra ji on the dais. Gyan bhai, please come on the dais.
Thank you, Sandeep.
He's our MSME champion and was busy in the MSME conclave across India for the last 2 days. So Gyan bhai, welcome. So Sarvesh, your views on this.
Sandeep, one advantage of being a captive is that we don't have to do active marketing. Work automatically comes to us. But that also comes with a lot of expectations. So if you are trying to create a captive, and we have seen clients who come to us, if you look at GE or Accenture, they are in a way sometimes captives of large operations in US and Europe. So you can be a captive for a very large organizations. And we have clients who come to us and says, we are coming to India to search for a captive. Most of the time they go to these large organizations because of the reputation they have. But over a period of time, I think some of you can also create your own brand, and these large organizations will come to you. Why will they come to you versus the Accentures or GE? They will come to you for the quality which you can deliver. Every organization who start to think of offshoring their work, look for the better quality. And better quality comes with the right skill set which you can generate. And India, as I said in before, we have a huge population of people who are academically very, very smart. I have traveled across the world and I have not seen such smart academic people in any other part of the world versus India. So there is a huge talent pool available. We just need to make sure that we invest in training those resources. I think Mithilesh talked about training people for 6 months. Even though we are a captive accounting firm, I spent 6 months in training a fresh chartered accountant of fresh graduates. So we are paying salary for 6 months just on training. But that training pays huge when they come and get deployed on the real production or the real work. Because then the quality which they produce based out of the training pays off big time. So we have to invest on training. We have to invest on building relationships. So when somebody comes to you, as I said, they may come to you for cost because you will be able to do the work much more cheaper. But they will stay with you for quality. They will stay with you because you are able to retain people. A lot of time people in Europe and US thinks that the attrition level in India is very high. People move around from one organization to another organization for a few lakhs of rupees. But if we create an environment where people stay for a longer term because they are getting the right experience, they are getting a variety of experience, they are getting the right training. And obviously we need to pay them the market competitive salary as well. They will stay with us. So if we can deliver quality, you can show them the stability of people, that there is not a churn of people every 3 months, but you have people who stays with you for 3 years, 6 years, or even longer period of time. And then as Sohail said, you can show them the technology, that you can do the work in the most leaner way. You will always look for opportunities to automate processes which can be easily automated. For example, when we started our operations, we were focusing on doing the financial statement tie-out. Now that financial statement tie-out is done by technology. We upload the PDF file and it does all the internal consistency. It checks all the work paper and makes sure all numbers are tying. So if we have the mindset that all basic work will be done by machines, and now most of you have heard this term agentic AI, we also have to create the workforce which is capable of working with agentic AI, because we will have a mixed workforce. There will be human workforce, there will be agentic workforce. And the human workforce should know how to work with agentic workforce and how to get the best out of agentic workforce. And the human workforce has to focus on decision making, on critical thinking, how to make the work very lean and efficient. And I think that way, any one of you can set up the GCC, any one of you can be the captive for large organizations.
Thank you, Sarvesh. So the message that Sarvesh has given is the customer comes to you for cost, but will stay with you till the time you are delivering value and quality. शुरू में कम आप ऑफर कर रहे हैं, वो आ जाएगा, लेकिन आपके पास रुकेगा तभी तक जब तक आप उसको क्वालिटी और वैल्यू दे रहे हैं. एंड प्लस सर्वेश हाईलाइटेड द रोल ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी आल्सो. फॉर एग्जांपल, आज अगर आपको 50 लोगों का जीसीसी भी बनाना है तो आपको 50 कंप्यूटर्स खरीदने की जरूरत नहीं है. आपने एक सीपीयू खरीदा और 50 आपको सिर्फ स्क्रीन लेनी है, टीएफटी या एलईडी स्क्रीन्स लेनी है, और उसमें आपका काम आपका हो जाएगा. हेमचंद जी आज यहाँ नहीं है, आई थिंक हेमचंद जी और विनीत दोनों यहाँ थे, तो उनके पास अब एक टेक्नोलॉजी उन्होंने मुझे बताया ऐसी है कि एक आदमी 10 कंप्यूटर्स पे काम कर सकता है. 10 कंपनियों का साथ साथ जो डेटा एंट्री है एक ही आदमी संभाल सकता है. प्रोग्राम बनाना है, उसको देना है और डेटा एंट्री होती रहेगी. उसको सिर्फ ये देखना है कि कंप्यूटर कहीं ऑफ तो नहीं हो गया. अब हम सोचें कि ठीक है, हम तो ऐसे ही एफिशिएंट है, हम एक आदमी को एक का काम देंगे, बट आपका जो कॉम्पिटिटर है वो उस स्टाइल में काम कर रहा है और एक्यूरेसी भी है, तो नेचुरली आइदर ही विल बी एबल टू डू इट एट लोअर प्राइस और ही विल गेट बेटर मार्जिन. तो वो तो हमें अपने आप को एक मेंटली प्रिपेयर करना ही होगा. ज्ञान भाई आए हैं हमारे, इनसे थोड़ी सी ज्ञान की बात सुनते हैं. ज्ञान भाई ऑपरेट्स इन द एमएसएमई सेगमेंट. ज्ञान भाई, जो आपका जो एमएसएमई का जो एक्सपीरियंस है उसके बारे में आप कुछ बताना चाहें और कुछ एनलाइटन करना चाहें हमारे मेंबर्स को कि किस तरह से उनकी कंप्लायंसेस, उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट्स में भी जीसीसी सेटअप क्रिएट किया जा सकता है, या कोई भी रिमार्क्स आप इस ओकेजन पे.
So thank you, Sanjeev bhai. Friends, MSME, if we see, is as of now playing very pivotal role in the economic growth of the country. 31.1% of the GDP is coming from MSMEs. And practically, we all are MSMEs. Whether we are registered as MSME or not, but our identity as a chartered accountant firm in itself is as an MSME. But as far as capacity building and handholding of the MSMEs are concerned, and how the MSMEs can contribute in the ecosystem of the economic growth of the country, there is much needed, not only technology, Sanjeev bhai, but so many things where the MSMEs are needed to be empowered. And most importantly, if we are able to utilize the capacity of the MSMEs of the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, especially I am telling, then probably their capability is immense. They have a strong knowledge base. Still, they are waiting for some good, structural reform. They are looking for some good technology. They are looking for some good handholding so that they can use their, power in the economic development. The other thing that I would like to tell, that saturation, if we see, when we are in the bigger cities, probably we might have some saturation of the resource also. Because if we see, though through technology we can be much connected, but when physical movement comes in the bigger cities, we are at the back end. So now, yesterday itself we had the program across the country, and I'm happy to share, in one day, single day program, the ICAI has handholded more than 25,000 MSME in single day. So, and not only the chartered accountants, across the industry, more than 30, parliamentarian and ministers joined our program across the country. So if we see the category 2 and category 3 cities, again, I am underlining and emphasizing that has most of the potential. And as far as GCC is concerned, I think that we need to concentrate here also to utilize their actual knowledge base and their structural framework.
Thank you, Gyan bhai. Thank you for this ज्ञान की बात. मैं एक क्वेश्चन सोहेल आपसे पूछूंगा मार्केटिंग के बारे में, बिकॉज क्या है कि बिजनेस कैसे लाया जाए. And let me tell you, friends, as I said, I named one, Umesh Goyal ji. There are 3 youngsters sitting in one row together. Dheeraj Vij, Vineet Jain, and Pratish Goyal. They've all started a few years ago. Dheeraj started only a year ago. Vineet is doing this GCC from last 2 to 3 years. Pratish also set up an office in Dubai last 2 years. And they've all achieved $500,000 to $1 million in this space. So they're amongst you. And they are the examples that if you have a fire in the belly, if you really are devoted to any particular line, be it MSME, be it GCC, captive, freelance, etc., आपको हमारी तो इंस्टिंक्ट में ही है ना मेहनत करना, सक्सेस जरूर मिलेगी if you're focused on that. So if you can tell that, I know there is no formula to it, but how to get your first client?
Sure. I think this is probably the biggest challenge for everyone in the room. All of us think that we can create capacity, we can create capability, but unless we can create scale, and by scale it means an opportunity to actually get a client, all the initial investments may or may not lead to a fruition of the opportunity. So from the first client or the first opportunity, in a very simple way, the Indian institutes with its own forums across the world is one of the best and one of the easiest way to get network and get access, whether it's the chapters in the Gulf region, whether it's chapters in the Western world. To my advice and my suggestion to anyone, try and network, try and reach out to the industry colleagues, the institute colleagues there. That would be probably one of the simplest ways. The second thing that we've seen that has worked a lot is your physical presence in industry and chambers of commerce, which are carrying out such forums in those countries. If you are looking to network, if you're looking to talk to the leader or the decision maker of a potential GCC, you need to be physically be present in that forum. Try and attend a conference, whether it's in London, whether it's in Dubai, whether it's in America. I appreciate it takes a lot of time and investment, but there is no substitute for physically being present in some of these forums and establishing trust. I know Sarvesh and Mithilesh talked about trust being a very, very important facet of getting a client. And there can be no substitute than meeting a person in physical format and building that trust. So those would be my initial suggestions.
सुहेल और जो कल उमेश जी ने संजीव सान्याल को बोला था डिनर, क्लाइंट के साथ, पोटेंशियल क्लाइंट के साथ लंच और डिनर तो उमेश जी करना पड़ता है. आप भी अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं और सब अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं. चलिए, लेट मी टेक अप 3 क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम द पार्टिसिपेंट. एंड व्हाइल आस्किंग योर क्वेश्चन, आप प्लीज बताइए कि किसके लिए वो क्वेश्चन है. ज्ञान भाई के लिए, सर्वेश के लिए, मिथिलेश के लिए है, या मुझसे क्वेश्चन मत पूछना, मैंने तो सबसे क्वेश्चन पूछे हैं. तो प्लीज, नो जोक्स अपार्ट, यू कैन आस्क मी आल्सो. Is there someone who can pass on the mic? If not, then please, yes, please.
And sir, I'll try and just build on your question. I think that's where the combination of technology and strong controls will come in. If you have an element of automating certain processes, and whether in my organization or any leading GCC service provider, they move the artificial intelligence, AI as we know it, to augmenting intelligence, which means if that technology is helping you take better decisions or is improving the quality of your decision making, automatically errors like this are likely to get reduced. That would be my first answer. And second, I don't think there is any substitute, sir, as a chartered accountant or as a finance controller to let go of the review process and therefore strong controls. Whether it means having a strong checklist approach, whether it means having a technologically driven quality control process, or third, like my organization or any other more evolved setup, would have a strong quality control team. The quality control team mandatorily has to review the set of accounts going out or the set of financials or any other process that is going around. So it will always be a combination of technology and strong controls to ensure we get the right quality in the output.
I would also add, a lot of time we hear that with this agentic AI and artificial intelligence is that we are going to lose the job. And you're giving a classic examples. We are not going to lose the job. If we upskill people in the right skills, the job opportunities will only increase. Actually, the earning capacity of people will only increase. Previously, if a chartered accountant was doing the tie out, as I explained to you, we were doing manually the tie out. We may pay that person only 5 lakhs. But now if that chartered accountant can review the financial statement, can see what errors the systems have done or the AI has done, we will willing to pay that person 10 lakh rupees because he will bring the intelligence on the table. We are not looking for chartered accountant or anyone to do basic work. That can be easily given to machine. But the future opportunities for people who have the critical thinking, who are curious, and who are always looking for right numbers and making sure no error is done by machine, their job opportunities will only increase.
Thank you. Sir, please.
Yeah, that cannot be replaced.
No, obviously, as I said, value and quality. So quality has to be given. Next, may I request that please keep your question brief. Any other question? Yes. Can you pass on the mic fast? Please keep your question brief. If you keep it brief, we may be able to allow one more question.
My question is to Mr. Sarvesh T. How do you think the GCC can contribute to make us strategic decision maker and not only involved in the execution process but also be part of the decision making team? I'm also referring to what GDS department do. That's my question.
And I've seen the transformation within my own firm as well. When I joined the firm, I was a senior manager, and everybody used to tell me that you cannot become a partner because the operation is such that we will not have partners in these kind of operations. You're not market facing, you're not getting external revenue, although we were contributing significantly to the cost saving. But the value which we brought in last so many years and the decision making which we were doing in terms of hiring people, training people, delivering high quality, the firm leadership changed the mind and says, yes, we can have partners in the offshoring center as well. So it all depends on how do you demonstrate the value to your users, whether you're a captive or whether you're with the freelancing operations. As long as you're showing the value and you're showing the transition from cost to value and you're showing the efficiency, there will be career opportunities for people and there will be decision making. We have seen, even if you look at some of the large banks in US have their back office or shared services in India. Bank of America has huge operations in India. Wells Fargo has huge operations in India. And they actually first, they start to send secondees from US to India who come for 2 to 3 years and train and groom the local talent. And then they go back and that local talent takes the head of the operations or MDs or partners in those. So the mindset is that initially maybe you will get somebody from outside, but over a period of time, people will be groomed locally who can take the decision and who can become the managing directors or partners in these operations.
Thank you, Sarvesh. One last question, if there is any. Yes, please. He's giving you the mic.
Everyone, question to you, Sarvesh. Like for we as a small firm or small chartered accountant or mid-sized firm, what all things we should do more specifically in capacity building for GCC when it especially comes to like offshoring of accounting, auditing, tax work. So what all, as a capabilities building, what all things we should do?
And actually, for the benefit of the crowd, this person used to be with Ernst & Young long time back, and he is one of the entrepreneur now who in the EdTech technology education space. I think when it comes to capability building, all of us have talked about, we have to demonstrate deep technical knowledge. And as long as we demonstrate deep technical knowledge, like I'm in the field of audit, we have to demonstrate that people in my organizations understand the audit using different accounting standards and different auditing standards. I'm doing the work for Europe, I'm doing the work for US, I'm doing the work for APAC. Now in US, we have PCOB account auditing standards and AICP auditing standards. In Europe, there are different auditing standards. So we have to make sure that we are training people, upskilling people on all those auditing standards as well. We also work with different accounting standards. We have US GAAP, we have Indian accounting standards, we have IFRS. So we invest a large amount of our time, efforts, and money in training people, in building their trust and confidence on the work which they are doing, and also giving them different opportunities as well. We send people on rotation to different part of the world so that they work in live environment. And I have seen this in other GCCs as well, where people go onshore, they learn the process, and then they transition that process to India. So there is a lot of investment involved in training those people and sending those people abroad. But those investments will pay off long term. So my advice is, don't be afraid from making upfront investment, because that upfront investment will pay you in the long term.
Thank you, Sarvesh. So friends, we had a wonderful session from practice to powerhouse. We tried to get insights from these powerhouses, the three powerhouses, and the fourth, of course, the MSME powerhouse. So may I request Gyan Bhai to give his concluding remarks for the session.
Thank you, Sanjeev Bhai. So friends, I think that this was very wonderful discussion with respect to the various aspects, how we are going to really have the resources and infrastructure and the structure for the GCCs, and of course, how the modulation with respect to the various external factors as well as internal factors to be make equilibrium to implement the GCCs in the country. So wonderful discussion by all the team. Thank you, Sanjeev Bhai, and all the respected participants.
May I invite all the panelists for a group photograph? And can I invite Dheeraj, Vinit, and Pratish also to join so that you can identify them and ask them questions later on?
Thank you so much to all the learned speaker between amongst us. And I request to all the please come forward for the group photograph. I heartily thankful to our speaker, CA Sarvesh Mathurji, CA Mithilesh Reddy ji, CA Suhail Goyal ji, and our program director, CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji, and our Central Council member, CA Gyanchand Mishra ji. We are very thankful to all of these eminent personality amongst us. Thanks for this session. Now it's all about for the lunch. So I request to all the participants to proceed for the lunch. We are over here exactly by 1:50. We are 1:50 p.m. We are over here for this technical session 4 on upskilling for global finance leadership. Thank you so much for being with us. finance leadership. All participants are requested to please be seated. Good afternoon to all of you. Let's welcome after the lunch break. I hope we all have energized with delicious lunch. Now let's begin our session, technical session number 4. And I would like to request our Central Council member, our Chairman of the Directorate, CA Abhay Chhajarji, to please come on the dais. Along with, I request CA Hansraj Chukji, our Central Council member from Northern Region, to please join us. Sir, you are requested to please join us. And we have eminent personality, Mr. Anish Agarwalji, Vice President, Everest Group. Mr. Anish Agarwalji, you are requested to please come on the stage, sir. And I also request to Mr. Sudhir Dasmantrao, Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Sudhirji, you are also requested to please come on the dais. Abhay Chhajar, sir, you are also requested to please join us. Mr. Sudhirji is the Chief Operating Officer, Fourth Square Global Technology Enterprise. And I request the team to please provide us a sapling, and I request to the dignitaries on the dais to present the sapling and the memento to the distinguished leaders, speakers. Can we please join our hands together to welcome our speakers of the session, Mr. Anish Agarwalji and Mr. Sudhirji. You are requested to please join your hands to welcome our speakers by our Central Council member who is felicitating. I also request to present the memento, a token of gratitude on behalf of ICAI fraternity for your valuable insights and learned session. Mr. Anish Agarwalji and Mr. Sudhirji. Mr. Anish Agarwalji is the Vice President at Everest Group and specialized in global sourcing. In his role, he focuses on engagement initiative with GCC. He has advised multiple clients on various topics related to global service delivery location and sourcing strategy, delivering portfolio optimization, workforce strategy, cost benchmarking, and talent management strategy. Mr. Sudhirji is the Chief Operating Officer at Fourth Square, bringing over 24 years of global experience in shared service operations, transformation quality, and project management across the various financial services. Mr. Sudhirji is a passionate, and he has also been visited faculty. He has done his completed executive programs at Harvard, IIM Bangalore, ISB, and Friedrich Alexander University, recognized with the Indian Achiever Awards in Business Leadership in 2022. He serves on Global Advisory Board, an active speaker, and advises startup escalators and industry bodies like NASCOM and FICCI. Now, with joining our hands, I welcome to our speakers of this session and our Central Council members for joining us. I request C. Hansraj Chuk sir to please deliver your welcome address on this technical session, sir.
Thank you very much, friends. The 2 days program naturally it will be with an objective to bring out best to understand how the global is open for the opportunity through the capability centers. And this session more particularly, it's my really been privileged to be amongst you all. The speakers of this session, Anish Agarwal ji, vast experienced and steering a conversation to understand with the research-driven understanding of the global service models and the talent required and many things related therewith. Another speaker or the panelist, Sudhir ji, who has been really been a many thing at his commands and control, by which he wants to give us to understand how the capability to be built in, whether the operational leadership or in a tech-driven atmosphere. This all we have to understand from him. The gentleman to whom they are in the on the dais or on the system of our dais, a council colleague with me, who is the person behind this whole structural in the GCC model. Abhay Chhajar ji, he hails from the Bhopal, and not limiting to the national front, but internationally acclaimed to have a many big understanding how to serve to the membership and the students of our fraternity. And this brainchild, though many people around this committee and the group formed, but he is chair of this committee, which is a committee for the development of, or the directorate for the development of international trade services and WTO. Though I really appreciate the way he take everyone along, and he carry me also, though he is from the central part and I'm from the northern part. He carry everyone along. That is the best part in his understanding of the leadership. And friends, this session will be aiming to explore how financial professional, especially those those in the global capability center or those with the those and the global excellence center we talk about in the ecosystem, can prepare themselves to lead on a global stage. It will delve in the emerging skill sets, leadership competencies, and the changing expectation from the finance functions worldwide. You see, like there is a saying, if you deliver more than the expectation, so then your seat is secured. You are well secured and your goodwill will grow with. The expectation gap where it comes in, so then things goes difficult. And today in the current scenario, the technology plays a bigger role, and naturally the matching the leadership or the expectation level, that also has to be taken care of. With these initial remarks, I welcome each one of you to this technical session. Welcome our the panelist and my friend as a council colleague also. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm address. I would like to also privilege to share that Mr. Hansraj Chuk sir is also caring about the future of our generation, chartered accountant students. He is handling the BOS operation or academics as well. So thanks to Hansraj Chuk sir for your warm address. Now I'll request to Anish Agarwal ji, the Vice President Everest Group, who is going to moderate this session with our speaker, Mr. Sudhir ji. Sir, you are requested to please begin it. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I would just like to share one fact about GCCs, right? In India, when the first GCC was established almost 4 decades back in Bangalore, it was done by Texas Instruments. At that time, some of their office equipments were carried on a bullock cart. And imagine now, from then to now, we are talking about technology, AI, IoT, and so many different things. In fact, you can just Google that up and you'll find a picture as well on how that was set up. With that, over past 1.5 days, we have emphasized enough how the landscape has been changing, how technology has been changing the way we work, and hence the importance of talent, which is the foundation of GCC, the human capital, right? Processes are there, technology is there, but the base of a GCC to be operational is human capital, right? And we have to keep up to the pace of the changing ecosystem. And that's where the session is very important. Already CA Hansraj emphasized on the fact, and that's where I have my partner in crime to today discuss how in the evolving landscape, CAs, finance professionals, and others have immense opportunity. To just kickstart the discussion, Sudhir, I'd just like to ask, in this globalized and technology-led environment, how do you think the role of a finance leader has been changing?
First of all, thank you. Good afternoon. Anish, you and I have a big challenge of engaging people post-lunch. It's not easy, but let's do our best there. So to your question, Anish, I've been in this GCC industry for the last 25 years. And as you rightly mentioned, it has evolved and it's still evolving. And a lot of student community also get confused. What is the GCC we are hearing of late more in every headlines, every newspaper, everywhere? So for basic understanding, GCC is a culmination of various functions. It can be a combination of a finance function, HR function, supply chain, IT, or many of those functions come together for an organization and perform these tasks. And fundamentally, GCC is driven on three critical elements: cost, capability, and capacity. So let's be very clear with then why the GCC is so prominent, because every organization who have a GCC is the outcome of that is how are you creating a capabilities, and that's what whether it is a finance capability, as a tech capability, whatever that capability is, it is very prominent and critical. Beyond cost, capability and capacity are these two critical aspects one have to understand. So coming back to your question on global finance leadership, right? And I told another forum as well that as a chartered accountant network is a huge global network, right? And 80% of GCCs in India have a finance function. And these finance functions are led by a lot of these chartered accountants. So there is already foot in the door. Now, these are people who are doing more of a transactional finance. Now, if you have to become a global leader, you need to elevate yourself from a transactional accounting or transactional financing to transformational financing or strategic financing. And I coined this word called GATE. You need to be adapting the GATE philosophy. As a finance professionals, when I say GATE, it has an acronym. G stands for, as a finance leader, you need to have a growth mindset or a global mindset. Just sitting in India thinking about India will not help you becoming a global leader. So how do you elevate yourself in your thinking about the growth mindset, the global mindset? That's a fundamental element. Second element of GATE is A, which is agility. So the business is so dynamic, and how as a finance professional, you are becoming an engine for fueling the growth of the organization. So how are you coming with agility, innovation or solutions, how you're fueling the growth of the business? That's the second element of that growth mindset. The T is technology. And without that, there is no profession now. Gone are the days where we say that I'm purely HR fund person or a finance professional. You have tech everywhere. And look at the organization's names changed. There is a fintech, there is a medtech, there is a edtech, everywhere there is a tech. The tech is no part of the business. So without tech, there is no growth now. So as a finance professional, how do you imbibe and be the learner and leader in those tech space? The last, which is E. E is a very critical element of engaging. So how are you engaging with the larger collaborative system, the ecosystem, whether you're driving as a ESG, right, which has environment, sustainability, and governance. So how are you engaging various partners and teams across, not only within your own organization, but the ecosystem around? So if you have to become a global finance leader, right, you need to really master these 4 elements of GATE.
So that's what I will just pause for now. Thanks a lot, Sudhir, for that. I guess GATE is one good way of thinking. What are some of the non-conventional skills which are also required apart from the domain and the technical skills? On that note, I just wanted to focus on the T part of GATE and wanted to ask, how should finance professional here sitting out here and in the broader India location should focus on technology or digital fluency in order to complement their domain aspect so that they can rule the world?
Good question, Hanish. So from a tech point of view, we all need to really, come out of our comfort level. And I mean, there are so many tools now in finance space, right? Gone are the days where accounting used to happen manually. Someone used to sit and pass those entries. Now it's all ERP, right? So it is already tech existing in that system. Now, if you as a finance professional have to derive insights and make the information available to the business on a very agile basis, you need to know what is Power BI. You need to know how you deal with the Tableau reports, because that is where the analytics piece of tech comes in. No one is expecting a financial professional to sit and create a code or sit and make a platform to create for finance. But what you need to know is how these systems and applications are working behind each of those areas. So it is very important to equip yourself. What is the new tech applications or systems coming on our way? And how can we show interest in learning? And how do you use the tech space in building the whole element of the business? So that is how you need to really look at from a tech point of view.
Correct. No, thanks for that. I believe, again, digital is becoming the new currency as well, and everyone needs to have that currency in their pockets so that they are more capable in the world. On those lines, you mentioned that learning is very important, right? You need to get out of that comfort zone. Now, for finance professionals in today's world, where there is so much competition, specifically in GCCs as well, where there is a culture where you just not only need to execute, but you need to collaborate with a lot of global stakeholders as well. What are some of those enablers of that learning?
So the way you had to collaborate with the global leadership or the enterprise, the large enterprises when you're working is you need to connect with the business. That's very, very essential, a fundamental skill of connecting with the business. The second fundamental skill is the communication. How effectively are you communicating to the stakeholders around influencing your ideas of your finance competency, not just talking about the numbers connecting to the business. And the third element, as I mentioned, is a collaboration. So the collaboration mindset is very, very important. If not, it's very difficult to build a relationship with the stakeholders. And if you don't have the stakeholder sponsorship, irrespective of the talent we sit here, can't make much difference.
Got it. Just wanted to check on that, right? So for mid-career professionals specifically, what are some of those areas which you would want to focus? And what is the roadmap for learning, right? Because I mean, as a professional, I would be very confused that, okay, domain is important, my technical knowledge is important, then there is business acumen, then there is this current new AI thing coming up, right? So how do you suggest that what should be the right roadmap specifically for mid-professionals who will go ahead and become leaders of the future?
For a mid-career professional, I think one, they need to have a mastery about finance, right? Not just about the accounting piece I'm talking about. How are you really bridging the gap in terms of revenue leakage? How are you bridging gap in terms of the working capital? So a lot of things you need to be more business oriented first. Once you are a business oriented and able to, put your mark there, right, in terms of the fundamental skills of the domain excellence. Now from a domain excellence, you need to go into business excellence. So how are you connecting the domain excellence with the business excellence? And then it is all about the leadership excellence. So you need to start as a career, everyone starts with the domain excellence. How are you enhancing your knowledge on the business excellence? And then moving into the leadership excellence. And those skills eventually you need to master, and those will not be attained in overnight, right? You need to constantly practice, speak to different leaders and see what is that they're differently doing in their industry and outside.
No, thanks for adding that. And contrary to that, right, then how do you, in contrast to that, how do you feel that a leadership level should improve? Because again, Till now, India has been at the center stage with 1800 plus GCCs. You mentioned that a lot of finance work is happening out of India, but we still feel that there is a scope for leadership to evolve. Right now, we are still in that execution mode, still in that delivery mode. How do we change from being order takers to those change makers and having that real seat at the table where we are sitting with the headquarters, have the equal seat and then equal decision-making power as well?
Fundamentally, if someone have to really get on to have a seat at the table as a finance professional, because you partner with the business. And when you partner the business, there are 3 levels of that partnership. The first level is following the conversation of those business meetings. The second level is contributing to the conversations of the business. And the third level is all about, leading the conversations. So if you have to have a seat at the table and become a CFO, you need to lead those business conversations as a CFO. Unless people see you as leading those business conversations, it is very, very difficult to get the seat at the table. No one will give you the position because you have the knowledge, because you need to have other navigating skills in the organization and build them to the organization's benefit, right? And taking it to the next level eventually.
That's a fair point. I guess responsibility cannot be demanded. It has to be earned. And that's where you need to showcase your capability and skill sets at a global level in order to have that equal ownership with your headquarters. Now, within GCCs, there has been evolving trend of cross-border culture, secondments, and there is collaboration with startups. How do you see all of these playing a role in terms of building a better talent pipeline for India?
So when we talk about building capabilities in India, we build capabilities by transitioning work from somewhere else. That means we are transitioning a capability already existed somewhere else. Now, how do you really look at, building the capability in terms of, that knowledge, right? The business knowledge or the other kind of knowledge. And unless you look at elevating that capability here, you can't build the trust, right? So it is not, as I mentioned, about the transactional capability. How are we really partnering with the startup community? How are we really building, the collaborating with the partners who are also consultants, right? If you don't, how do you build a capability? Either you build, either you borrow, or you partner, right? So use those mechanisms in terms of elevating those across.
So are you saying then we need to evolve from being a cost arbitrage heavy nation to being cost plus value focused nation? Is that the right way to put it?
Yeah, I mean, cost is given in GCC, but how do you elevate yourself from just a cost to value? And value is defined in multiple ways, right? When you say value, are you improving the customer experience? Are you improving the employee experience? Are you improving the vendor experience? Are you improving the, the whole business experience? So I think we need to really look at those elements from cost to, the business value.
If you have any question to ask, you are requested to please ask. I request to the team member to please arrange the codeless mic. Participants, if you have any question to ask, you may ask from our session speakers. Jason, please.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Sir, my question from the learned guest speaker, as when I taking my lunch, some of the queries, how can we get this work from the GCC? This is the main question, sir.
Oh, okay. The question is, how can we get work from GCC, right? So I think from if you look at most of the GCC engage the chartered accountants in various areas, whether it is transfer pricing, whether it is a taxing, whether it's the audits and a lot of work which already happens. And most of the multinational companies who are having GCCs, actually either you have a global contract with one of the big fours, right? And that's where the local chartered accountants firms who wants to come and get that gain share. You need to have those engagements with those GCCs, right? The relationships you have to build. They need to know you, those various forums, right? So unless you build the connect, you know that in the business, no one is just going to give you business because you know something.
Sir, apart from this, how can a chartered accountant can set up a GCC in India? This is my main question. So you are asking about the role in the capacity as an advisory role, as in the CFO and other things. My question is how to set up a GCC in India. Most of the chartered accountants want this answer, as they are here from since yesterday morning, and they are not getting this answer.
Yeah, I think Anish, you can feel free to add. But if you look at chartered accountants, people think that you're only a finance folks. But as I mentioned at the beginning of the session, GCC is not just about finance function. It is a combination of multiple functions coming together, right? So unless you prove that beyond finance, we can establish our capabilities, whether in a supply chain or HR and multiple functions, that is where you add value. Because in isolation for the GCC, you don't gain much to the organization.
To add to that, right? So one of the things which came out is how do you build your brand? I believe one important thing is one needs to build that brand, and then brand augmented by the capacity as well. One thing which we need to realize is these are global firms, right? They would trust only once you have built a brand which is more established in the market, you have the capacity to serve, and then only you will translate into a GCC where you're able to serve multiple enterprises from the lens which they want to get served. So quality, capacity, and trust or brand would be three factors for me.
Thank you. My question is, suppose
Thank you, sir.
we target Indian market. Okay. We target Indian market, not overseas market. And we want to set up this capability center, say global or Indian capability center. Our infrastructure will be different from perspective of only for India than to the global.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So for India market, one thing we need to understand is GCC started with the fundamental element of cost saving. Now for India market, the cost is not a big difference. You're moving work from one place to another place. So that's a fundamental thing we need to understand. Now for India companies, if you want to support, you need to come with a proposal. What is that I'm going to save you beyond cost? For example, if you give the work to me, I will automate your entire process. Which means currently in your organization, if there are 10 people working in your organization, if you give the work to me, I'm going to bring it to 5 people and save cost and also bring efficiency. So you need to show the Indian companies what is the proposition, the value proposition you want to bring. Say, for example, you say that I have, along with my domain knowledge, I also have a lot of tech capability. So that is a win-win, right? So you need to build that value beyond cost for Indian companies to trust you and give that work, right? But it is not majorly different in terms of how you put the process orientation, build the right talent, because that's the other challenge. The talent is very limited in certain areas. And are you setting up in a tier 3 market or a tier 3 city, a tier 2 city and a tier 1 city? So what is it you're bringing differently for that organization for Indian market? I'm sure in India, there are so many MSMEs and mid-scale and small-scale and large-scale companies who would really want to tap the GCC models. But that's a brilliant opportunity we still have in India.
So one more.
Infrastructure.
Yeah, it doesn't make a big difference because you still need those IT systems. You still need the people to do work, right? It is only in terms of the pricing model and how efficient the technology you're bringing. The other difference is for multinational companies, when you move the work into India, they already have established large ERP systems, right? In Indian companies, we don't able to afford that much of large technology investments because the business size is very small, right? So you need to have a value proposition that I have, for example, give you a payroll. Payroll, everyone understands. As a finance professional, you do a lot of payroll accounting. Can you say that I want to automate your entire payroll? Or can you say the vendor payments, the accounts payable process? There's a lot of companies put 50, 60 people to do the vendor payments. Can you say that for that Indian company, look, I have an automated system. I will do you for the lesser cost and a better efficient way. And I reduce your turnaround time. So you need to showcase that value element for the organization. Then only they'll give you work to have your own Indian captive GCC.
I believe there are examples as well. So Adani has a GCC of its own. Ultratech has a GCC of its own. So actually, the MNCs, the Indian companies are also carrying that concept now, and there are India-based GCCs which are coming up for Indian companies. So earlier the concept was okay, the cost of operations is higher, then you move the work to India as in form of GCCs. But right now the value of the model is such that you centralize that work into an entity which can take away the headache of all the financial management because they want to focus on their front-end business. Ultratech just wants to sell cement, right? So that is where they would transfer that work to a GCC, which is for India as well. So there are examples of Indian GCCs also coming up.
In that Indian GCC, people know JSW. JSW also have a large shared services, the Jindal Steels. So a lot of companies are now coming and chartered accountants can play a vital role in getting that kind of work.
Say that multi-functionaries GCC would success. But I know with my personal experience that our overseas associate chartered accountant firm has very good their own captive center in India, one for fund accounting and another for income tax return preparation. And they are successfully running these centers for last 10, 15 years.
Correct, but that will not give the scale. That is only a short-term game, right? For enterprise to gain, you need to consolidate things together so that the enterprise gains overall beyond just those small activities.
Because there are two parts to it. One go-to-market is if you want to become specialized, then certainly we call it center of excellence. So you can have your accounting center of excellence, you can have your reporting center of excellence, you can have your taxation center of excellence. However, if you want to target big players and the multinationals, then they would look at end-to-end services. They won't want a headache to engage 10 different providers for 10 different services. They would look at one entity which can provide them end-to-end experience, right from your accounts payable to taxation to treasury and to FP&A as well.
Next question, sir.
Hello. Yeah. So Sudhir and Ashish, thank you so much. Great. I'm just going to take the intent of your previous conversation. Sudhir, you spoke about value, and Ashish, you spoke about center of excellence. And all of us are really in terms of willing to understand. The GCCs historically have been more of a cost centers on a transactional side. We want to understand from both of you practically with a case study of, let's say, your organizations, how by creating center of excellence inside your GCC, you actually created value for customer apart from the routine operational and transactional levels that you're already operating on. Thank you.
So if you can take that question, when you talk about center of excellence, right? And now GCCs are now evaluating and elevating from a functional capabilities to tech capabilities. Now, when the GCC started in India, they started like a customer service, finance functions, HR functions. Now, from a capability point of view, when you talk about India has a great advantage of the tech talent what we have. So that is a capability which you are using to elevate beyond cost. So for example, what are the commercial services processes? When I say commercial processes, how are you managing the pricing in India for a global firm? Because when you talk about the pricing of the product or a product strategy, out of happening of the GCC, that is a value add you're helping the business to grow. Similarly, the capability and center of excellence, the value. Now in India, we are seeing a lot of R&D centers. Research and development GCCs are now many, especially in the pharma and medtech. In my last organization, Boston Scientific, I was heading the GCC for the R&D centers as well. So you are a culmination of those capabilities, niche capabilities, which you are developing so that the parent organization or the overall enterprise is gaining out of it. And no more it is about the cost. And R&D resources are not really cheap in that from a cost point of view. But the organizations are ready to invest on the capability what we produce in India, because we have an amazing engineering talent. We have a lot of research capabilities coming out of the universities, and that is making the difference in terms of the value element in the GCCs now.
Next question, ma'am. Sana ma'am, your question. Sir, next question, please. Team is requested to please pass on the mic. Team member is requested. Sir, you may please come forward to ask the question.
I don't have a question as such, but I just want to add to your point. How can we get the work to India? And it's a very basic, basic argument that I'm making here is through competence. What I mean by that is, in the US, for example, 75% of CPAs are going to retire in the next few years because they're in the 50+ age group. So that's a golden opportunity for us. If we can create more CPAs in India than America has, they will be bound to give work to us. If we can create more Australian CPAs in India than Australia has, they'll be bound to give work to us. So I'm a CPA trainer myself. I'm proud to say that I've trained more than 10,000 people for the CPA program, and more than 60% of them are chartered accountants. And so out of the roughly $28 trillion economy that US has, roughly 4,000 companies that are registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, $22 trillion comes from those 4,000 companies. The remaining $5 to $6 trillion comes from the smaller firms. That can be our catchment area. Because the bigger companies go to the big fours, the smaller firms can at least be targeted. So to your question, sir, I would say that if we can create more American CPAs in India, which we can, there is a shortage of 340,000 CPAs right now in the US, which is a huge number. Our total number of CAs in India are roughly about 4 lakh plus, or let's say touching 5 lakhs. Their shortage is 340,000. So that's a huge golden opportunity right now for us as Indians to tap into.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that is the competency part which you're talking, right? The competency can be built. What we also constantly have to focus is the connect and the confidence from the stakeholders. If you don't gain the connect and confidence with them, they're not going to give work. And let's not live in a world that only India is having the GCCs. I can, as a global leader, I know how many countries are now pushing the GCC agenda. And no more India is becoming a cost competitor anymore, because the kind of double-digit increments our Indian mindset is asking is a double-digit, 10% to 15% increments every year. So that we lose the cost competitiveness. And I know the countries where they're building their GCCs, not only just cost, but also on the capability. So as an Indians, we have to be really careful in terms of, along with the Indian view, that's what I said in the beginning, how are we enhancing our global view? How these various countries across are promoting GCCs. I can talk about Costa Rica, I can talk about Poland, I can talk about Dalian in China. Every country is now fighting for that pie, the global pie, right? And one big advantage as India we have is we are the leaders in GCCs. And not only the leaders in GCCs, we also have the young talent, the education, and the technical competency, and the passion at which we do work. So let's not forget about it. Let's use that. But let's also not be blindsided that there are other countries who are also pushing the GCC agenda. And the CPA is a great opportunity. If you can really crack and build the competencies, there is always growth.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks to all these eminent speakers, Mr. Anish Agarwal ji and Mr. Sudhir sir. I am requesting our ex-chairman of NIRC, CA Deepak Garg sir. I welcome you on behalf of ICAI, and I request you to please propose the vote of thanks of this technical session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Moji. It's my proud privilege to be here amongst all of you to present formal vote of thanks. And I'm thankful to both the speaker of this session, Anish ji, and the speaker, Sudhir ji. Sudhir ji elaborated the word gate, and I think this is takeaway from this session. And I'm thankful to each one of you for making this session a very lively session. Thank you, friends. Thank you.
You are requested to please come forward for the group photograph, sir. Next. Now we have two more sessions. Then one is on cyber security and another one is on corporate restructuring. I request the participants to please stay here with us. Now we are going to begin our next session, cyber security and data privacy in GCC. We have eminent speaker on this topic, Dr. Gulshan Rai, who is the former National Cyber Security Coordinator, and Mr. Alok Gupta, who is the founder and CEO of Pyramid Cyber. For this, we have our NIRC office bearers as well along with us. Just in next 2 minutes, we are going to begin the program. I urge to all of you to please register for the Chartered Accountant Day that's going to be held on 1st of We are going to host our Chartered Accountant Day on 1st of July 2025 at Bharat Mandapam, Pragati Maidan, Plenary Hall. You are all requested to please visit the website www.icai.org and get register yourself for getting the entrance access. We have our eminent speaker on that day, CA Anil Singhvi ji and CA Vijay Kedia ji, who is itself an international expert on the capital market, who is going to take the 1 hour session. CPE 2 hours will be get credited in your account. The program is also followed by the dinner, and we have 100 artists across the nation who is going to perform the heritage and culture of our India from the different states. Now we are going to begin our technical session number 5. Day 2, GCC Summit 2025. I once again welcome to all of you to be with us in this technical session 5. We have our NIRC former secretary, CA Sangam Agarwal ji, and CA Vaibhav Jain ji, who is an NIRC member with us. You are requested to please escort our speakers, Dr. Gulshan Rai, former National Cyber Security Coordinator, and Mr. Alok Gupta, founder and CEO, Pyramid Cyber. Sir, please join your hands to welcome our session speaker. We have Nitish Chugji as well. Sachin Behelji as well with this GCC Summit. So we welcome you all. As now we are going to begin our session on topic cyber security and data privacy in GCC. Now I request to a former secretary and the member of the NIRC to please welcome by presenting the sapling to our speakers, Dr. Gulshan Rai ji and Mr. Alok Gupta ji. Can we have join our hands to welcome such a senior and learned speaker amongst us for sharing his words, his thoughts and knowledge. Now I request Mr. Alok Gupta ji to please come forward. We are going to welcome you for giving your valuable time and presence over here. I request our former secretary and the member of NIRC, CA Sangam Agarwal ji, to please come on the dais and deliver your welcome address. Sir, you are requested to please join. Sir, please.
Hello. Good afternoon to all of you friends, and thank you so much for coming here and joining this unique and different initiative. First time ICAI is going to do this GCC, and this GCC will not limited to Delhi only. Later on, we do program in Ahmedabad and Hyderabad also. and then be back to Delhi also again to do bigger program with more experience. And in this series today, in this third session, we have Alok Gupta ji and Gulshan Rai ji. Both are the expert of their field, and they also somehow connected with the institute, taking sessions on forensic and other matter with the institute. So it is privilege for all of us. These two legends are in between us to discuss on this very important topic. So I welcome you, both of you, sir. Formally welcome you, sir, in this stage of ICAI. And on behalf of all the participants, I welcome both the great speakers. And I hope this session will add value in our professional life. And the concept of GCC new. It will take time to understand it. Then we'll implement this. One, I understand this today session is not enough to start our GCC. Firstly, we understand how it is, how it works. Later on, we can associate with someone, those who are already working. Because Deepak ji asking one question that how we can start our own GCC. I think before that, we should have some experience and exposure. Thereafter only, we can start this unique initiative, which will help all of us to grow. So I will not take much time when two good speakers are with us. So over to Mohit to proceed further. Please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm address. Now I would like to request our speakers, Ms. Dr. Gulshan Rai ji. Dr. Gulshan Rai ji is a distinguished fellow at the Observer Research Foundation with over 30 years of experience in IT, specialization in e-governance, cyber security, and cyber law. He played a key role in establishing India's national watch and alert system and has significantly contributed to the drafting of national policies on cyber law and cyber security. As an executive director of ER&T India, he was pivotal in developing the country's first large-scale education and research network and conceptualizing the National Knowledge Network. Dr. Rai has represented India in numerous national, international forums and bilateral discussion on cybersecurity international governance. Sir, you are requested to please come on the dais and share your words of wisdom and your knowledge and gain, sir. Sir, please. We should join our hands to at this age, he is amongst us and sharing his knowledge and experience with us. So, sir, we welcome you. Please share, sir. Here.
CA Mr. Sangam Kumar Agarwal, CA Mr. Vaibhav Jain, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and delegates, my own younger brother, Mr. Alok Gupta, with whom I have been interacting for more than 20 years. Thanks very much for inviting me to this seminar once again. The first thing I went last month with the regional center invited me when the subject was on the AI. And thanks once again for inviting me on a slightly different subject, but ultimately it's a technology which on which I will be dealing with you. Friends, time is only 15-20 minutes. That's what we have given, 45 minutes. So we should leave 15-20 minutes, then we leave 5-7 minute question there. This is a slide I presented in the last session of the regional council. And I thought, let me present this slide once again today, because today the focus of the emphasis of the entire conference is GCC. Global Capability Center. That's the focus of that. So I thought this slide is equally relevant in this today's context there. If you look at this slide, it tells you the GDP or the ecosystem of the entire world. Now it's about $110 trillion. Almost 47% of the entire GDP is accounted by technology. Either technology companies, technology services, includes a finance also there, fintech, is all part of the 47%. And the growth is almost 25%, 22 to 25%. That's a growth there. Part of. When you do a transactions, certainly it is going through a couple of number of GCCs also, companies also. Google is a GCC, Apple is a GCC. If you talk about the SWIFT, the transactions there, it's again a GCC. Whatever computing structures you do, it's a GCC. You deal with the network components, the GCC. You deal with the network, internet, again, there's a part of the GCC culture. Now, this slide tells us that though there is a geopolitical system has come in the world, and which you are seeing last 1.5, 2 months, is a major events happen geopolitical in the international arena. And everyone is talking about a isolation and own regulations. Sovereignty aspect, one is talking about it. But actually, if you look at this chart, and it's true also, today there is no country which can isolate by themselves. There is nothing, no country can survive if we ignore internet. I don't want to get into the geopolitical issues there, but I will just mention one line. The two of the countries I won't name, they try to isolate themselves from creating their own internet, but they have not succeeded it because of the number of GCCs involved in the entire infrastructure, in the entire architecture there. If you are dealing with the finance part of it, you deal with the banks. Banks remain on the internet, bank remains on the other systems also there. So the whole structure today in such a manner, no matter we may talk about the sovereignty aspect, but GCC are going to play, are playing and are going to play a very important aspect in time to come today as well as in time to come there. That's the importance of this slide. Now, this whole thing, there is a new paradigm, almost a new paradigm. Look at almost a new paradigm. This new paradigm, which we are seeing here because of the technology-led paradigm, there is a collaboration between the CIO, Chief Information Officer, and the CFO. Today, if you talk about the audit committees there, it's basically the IT. Basically the IT. And in this paradigm, the life of the company is almost 12 years. You can see, if you look at the first 10 companies in terms of the ecosystem GDP, out of first 10 worldwide, 9 will be tech companies there. Everything is now getting on the tech, and we get word techno-finance, techno-legal, tech word comes first. So if you look at the audit, in an audit committee or a chartered accountant, largely is a role of a IT. Compliances factor, regulations factors are embedded into the system. You want to have to click and look at it. How easy it became, tele system became there. How does it make our life simpler by the tele system there? So today there is a collaboration between the CIO and C4, not only in India, over entire globe there. And I will come on that. IT relationship between IT system and finance process. Because of this ecosystem, there is a relationship between IT systems and the finance aspect. And mark my word, time is not far away when the CEO of a company will also be the CTO of the company. The whole position of CTO and CEO is going to get merged there. This is second aspect, which is the change in paradigm. shifting from CapEx to OpEx. World over, there is already a shift from CapEx to OpEx. India has also started thinking in terms of shifting of CapEx to OpEx. All GCC companies, all the multinational companies largely believe in OpEx than on a CapEx. That's another aspect of the technology there. And there is a reason for that, in the sense that IT obsolescence or the technology obsolescence is so high that you install technology, the obsolescence starts. So it's better to take in the part of the move to the from CapEx to OpEx so that you can handle those things better, the balance sheet also. Now, measuring return of investment, that has also become an issue in the technology arena. When you move from CapEx to OpEx, return on investment assumes a greater importance. These are the change in the what do we measure, how do we measure rate of interest, a return of investment. We are talking about risk-based portfolio. Yesterday, I was in a meeting of the board of the bank. They're talking about the IT and cyber. Whole lot of incidents were there pending for quite some time. And the risk, a committee, a person heading the risk committee also was sitting over there. No one is taking the risk. Everyone talks about the risk approach. In this scenario, interconnected world, IT world, technology world, everyone talks about the risk scenario, but do we take technology risk while calculating the risk of any company operating? It's applicable to the country also there. In the Operation Sindoor, we have seen how much country was at risk from the cyber attacks, and the Prime Minister himself came out and said, huge number of cyber incidents happen in the country. So we all talk about the risk-based approach, but the time has come as we move on, surely we will move more on the risk-based approach rather than any other risk approach because of the heterogeneity, connectivity, heterogeneous environment over there, different application, different hardware with which we don't know. We have a cloud, all your application, Tele is hosted on a cloud, enterprise version taken hosted on a cloud. I really don't know. Nobody knows where is the cloud, where the things are there, how they are managing. So they are a greater risk. That's what risk-based approach is the new paradigm which is emerging. Calculating value delivered, what value we have delivered. That has become an important aspect in this changing scenario, changing paradigm led by technology. And that too by the emerging technology. All we have heard the jargons of AI and all kind of things there. But these are the new scenario which is emerging. There, how do we deliver the value becomes very, very important. Then the capacity development. I think they said 15 minutes, 5 minutes, you should see that. So I will not get into that, but maybe one more slide we have. Emerging challenges we have. Now, this approach paradigm has put a lot of challenges before us. Whether you are a chartered accountant or a finance person or a technology person, there is a great challenges has come before us. Organizations are operating across multiple jurisdictions and multiple locations. That means data is scattered around, located at across multiple locations. I really don't know whether the chartered accountant community is capable of knowing when they go and audit large organization, large public sector across the country or GCC, where all the data is located, and they find out. Unlike the old time, you have a books, you can look at maintenance books here. Can you find out today where are the data located, how the data is being kept, who's keeping the data, which file is keeping the data? This has become a challenge. Data is distributed on system. Not one system, different system. Okay, one system, you open the system logs and you can see, or you open the directory, you can see, but across different systems. Today, as a matter of security, data is also split into different storage systems. Encrypted part data is here, part data is somewhere else. Whenever you want to combine, you bring it and you open the file. operation across multiple locations. That increases the vulnerabilities also, and increases the challenges for the chartered accountant like you or a financial person like you when you go for audit and try to assess for additional location, for each location potentially involves the vulnerabilities in the system. That's ultimately comes there. The vulnerabilities comes in the system. That becomes important. Now the robustness and the integrity of the information system, including information financial systems, is really a challenge. And that's what we need, how to debate, how to discuss, how do we handle those challenges. These are the challenges which has emerged there. I mean, these are the list of issues which have emerged. Privacy, the Government of India is coming up there. Maybe the rules or regulations will be announced in a matter of another 15, 20 days, maybe 1 month. Security is an issue. Governance is the issue, part of it there. These are the issues. These are not the issues nationally. These are the issues internationally. The whole paradox is that every country has its own regulation with respect to these issues, and they are not compatible. In a GCC environment or any multi-locational environment, how do you create interoperable platform? Privacy, let me take GDPR, CBPR, and Indian law also. How do you correlate them? How do you see? How do you get the data? How do you regulate it? That becomes a challenge. And if you look at the DPDP when it comes up, Data Privacy Protection Act, all the regulators will change. They will have an inter kind of a thing with other regulators world over. So these are the bigger issues have emerged in today. And finance is an important sector which determines the governance of the system of the company entity. So these issues become very, very important as part of it. So this short present I did. I mean, is there any questions? I will certainly answer the question. But I just want to say that the entire scenario is becoming much more complex. I never realized about 10 years ago the situation is there. I'm sure Alok also wouldn't have realized the situation which we have come there. And we are just on the tips of the iceberg. You see the deep fake things, how they're ruling the things, how they're misguided things, how problems are being created. Its point need to be seen. But the GCC is a reality, technology is a reality, technology and finance conversion is a reality which we need to accept and we need to move. How do we handle it? Thank you very much once again for inviting me.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Alok Gupta ji, who is the founder and CEO of Pyramid Cyber Security and Forensics with over 34 years of experience in information and communications technology sector. Mr. Alok ji is widely recognized for his expertise in cyber security, AI, data privacy, and broadband technologies, with contributions featured across leading media platforms nationally and internationally. With this, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Alok Gupta, sir. You are requested to please take the dais and share your words of wisdom. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mohit ji, for a very elaborate but not required introduction. And I'm feeling a little nervous, speaking after Dr. Rai. Dr. Rai, who has been, not only a leading light and an inspiration for me, he has been at the helm of the, the Indian government for, coming up with the IT Act and many other, accolades which he has. So I will, talk more from the a practitioner's perspective. Dr. Rai has already set the tone in terms of how the, GDP and the other, areas are impacting India and also the GCC. So first of all, I would like to thank NIRC, Sangam Agrawal, Vaibhav Jain, and of course the Directorate of GCC who has invited me over there. So I have about 15 minutes, so I think I'll try and cover as much as possible in that. So I'll skip this about me section. The only thing I would like to mention here is that I'm very close to the chartered accountant community because I'm also, a faculty with the ICAI for the FAFD program, which is the Fraud and Forensics program, and I have taken more than 80 odd sessions across last decade. So my connection with the CA community is very, very high from that perspective. So today, I think the two takeaways, one is of course about the cyber security and how that's going to impact the GCCs, and the data privacy, which is also a very important factor, when you are talking about multi-geography, multinationals, various countries where you're trying to take an outsource or a global capability center. So the growth story, I think, has been talked in the last couple of days about what is the potential of GCC in India. So I'm not going to spend much time, but it's a huge industry and it's going to grow at a rapid pace. And it was heartening to hear from many, speakers earlier that how the chartered accountant community or the CPA community has been leveraging the GCC, wave. So why is it critical from a global capability center? Because they are very, very niche areas where an outsourcing from a BPO, KPO to now GCC has evolved over a period of time. So let's look at the challenges. So GCC is no different than any other large corporation. The only difference is that it is actually serving us a set of specific countries where their local laws, their regulations apply, and which has to be complied by the GCC here in India. So insiders are as important as the outsiders from a perspective of breaches, or because what insiders could do more harm than outsiders, because they are the trusted people. And if you either target the trusted people using social engineering or any kind of bait to them, which can make them become malicious, that is the reason why insiders become very difficult to trace. And outsiders, of course, will always try to breach you, hack you, and so on and so forth. So both are equally important from security and privacy perspective. The first challenge, in my view, is the protecting the sensitive data, because with the privacy laws or the data protection laws all across the world, in fact, if you go to the UN website where they talk about almost 70 odd countries which are actually following their own data protection and regulation regimes or regulations. So it's very important because they handle not only the sensitive data of the customers, but they also have a lot of business sensitive information which is there. So dealing with confidential and sensitive becomes a very big challenge. Second is they have to be in business all the time, in the sense that they have to have managed continuity, whether it is from a disaster recovery perspective or whether it is from an active system. They have to be on all the time. So if there is a ransomware or a malware attack which attacks a particular center, then that impacts the parent as well, because the parent and the GCC, they are both interconnected. Then compliance, which is a big area, not just the the compliance from the perspective of setting up a shop in India or from a GCC perspective, but compliance more in terms of cybersecurity and data privacy. Then we're talking about how to prevent financial losses, because if you get breached, then we have seen many corporations actually having an erosion in their shareholder value. In fact, some organizations have tanked primarily because they have been either breached or they have flouted certain compliances, and that made a lot of financial losses to them. More important than financial losses is also the the reputation losses, because in any organization having violated on these two aspects of cyber breaches or the data privacy will also have a lot of reputational losses. Then with the remote working, and I think this remote working propelled more after COVID, And even now we are seeing a lot of hybrid working happening where, people in GCCs are allowed to work from home or work from anywhere, as well as, working from their GCC centers. So the biggest challenge today is the data privacy because of the various laws which are there in each country. In fact, I tried to list down, the top, 7 or 8 regulations. Of course, the GDPR, which has been there for a long time, which is EU specific. And then you have the California Act, which talks about the US. Then you have the UK, Australia, even Singapore, or even China. Of course, we don't probably outsource anything from China to India from the GCC perspective. But who knows in future, the GCCs will have capabilities from these countries. And we have our own law now, which is called the DPDP law, and which is very stringent, although the rules are under, under being framed. But we also need to comply by the Indian laws in case we are handling, data of Indian citizens or Indian businesses. So cybersecurity and data privacy is both strategic and also proactive, because it's no more just a CIO business. It's not just an IT function where, you have to comply by certain tick marks on the cybersecurity side, but it is very imperative that it requires, a very, very strategic and proactive approach. Now I'll come to some solutions as to how you can really go ahead. So challenges are far too many, but there are also solutions and there are methodologies by which you can prevent and protect. So as what happens in any business is the relevance of PPT, which is people, process, and technology. I think if all the three work in unison, then we have a great, engine going for managing cybersecurity and data privacy. So first and foremost is the cybersecurity first mindset, what we call build a cybersecurity first culture. Because what people think is that, I cannot be breached, I cannot be hacked, I'm good, I'm following all the practices, so I cannot be hacked, right? Or I cannot be having some challenges. But I think once it hits you, then it hits you so hard that, you start looking for solutions at that juncture. So I would call that as forensics more than proactive or predictive. So first and foremost is the human part or the people part, where we have to build a cybersecurity awareness, which means to all the GCC users or the people who are GCC employees, they need to have a good amount of cybersecurity awareness. And like our personal hygiene, they also need to have a cyber hygiene, where they need to know the do's and don'ts of use of IT assets, applications, network, or whatever business functional applications they're using. So hygiene is the most important thing. Then we come to the process part, where you have to implement a risk management framework. And there are well-established risk management frameworks such as NIST cybersecurity framework called NIST CSF. And then we also have an equivalent of that in the European world, which is called the ISO 27001. So these are some of the well-known best practices based standards, which if one follows, will have a reasonable security implemented in their organizations. Then the new buzzword is what is called zero trust architecture, which means trust nobody and provide them least privileges. So the era has gone where, the insiders were trusted and they were given privileges which were far too, I would say, obnoxious than actually today. So they won't even trust an admin and they would not trust a super user with anything which is to do with, their cybersecurity. Then the next step is every organization, every GCC has to actually do an audit and assessment as to what I call it as, the quick check of how much readiness they have in terms of cybersecurity. Are they ready for compliances? Are they ready for, so there is an audit which keeps on happening periodically, and that gives them some kind of a certificate saying that, look, my infrastructure is all secure. Then the next step I would say is that we have to do vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. So vulnerability assessment and pen testing could be done across IT assets, whether it's the network, whether it's the applications, whether it's the web applications, whether it's the endpoints, or anything to do with storing or processing any information. Any device will need to get a VAPT done. So once you do a scan, and then it tells you these are the areas which are having critical or medium size vulnerabilities, those need to be penetrate tested, and then an evidence need to be gathered and a remediation exercise need to be told to them, so that this activity will tell them aap kitne pani mein hain, how much really you are secured in terms of your cyber security. Then a little more advanced or higher level of vulnerability assessment pen testing is a red teaming activity, where these super experts, they would go ahead and try and compromise your IT assets. And once they do that, then which means that any black hat, or I would say a unethical hacker, can go ahead and penetrate into your system. So cybersecurity is not something you do it once. You have to keep on vigil all the time, and that is where red teaming would come and help you, saying that how you can be more secure. Then a good practice, or a very interesting practice, is what we call deploying multi-factor authentication. I'm sure all of us in our personal lives or in business applications deploy multi-factor authentications like the OTP, or the your voice as your password, or your biometric as your password. All those things are part of the multi-factor authentication. Then most of the GCCs have to deploy or get an outsource agency to deploy a SOC, Security Operations Center, for you, which is actually doing a 24/7 monitoring of your the logs or the network data which is coming to you, so that they can tell you how much of traffic is vulnerable, or how much of traffic is having issues. So another step to SIEM is called threat intelligence, where the threats are in real time identified and mitigated. What we all forget when we deploy any systems is that we either put them on a default configuration, or we go ahead and misconfigure them. Most of the misconfigurations are done by the developer community, because before they are putting any application in the production environment, they forget to close the ports which were supposed to be closed all the time, and they would only get opened with the certain privileges and access which is allowed. So there is now a methodology by which you can do a continuous configuration management, where it tells you that how many configuration issues are not addressed, and in real time they can be closed, they can be remediated, so that there are no configuration related issues. One of the things which we face in our daily lives is also phishing and both wishing, but in case of GCCs, it's more important is the phishing. So there are certain simulations and games which are played with the employees, where they're thrown baits, some kind of emails which come to them which are like phishing emails, and if they tend to click on them or they try to open them, then there is a scoring which is done on the employee, and that reflects on their cyber awareness or cyber hygiene. And this is a continuous process, because if you are clicking on certain things which are vulnerable, then you are putting the entire GCC organization under a threat. Now, even after all these great things which you deploy, you also need to look at taking up a cyber insurance. So cyber insurance is a very good liability insurance, which you can take primarily to ensure that the financial losses are minimized if there is a breach which happens. So these breaches could be DDoS attacks, they could be malware attacks, they could be ransomware which has been asked, and so on and so forth. So some of those costs could be mitigated by the insurer in case the fault is really not yours. Then in my view, these three technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and Dr. Rai would, is an expert now in the quantum computing and quantum security. These are the areas which are emerging areas where quantum cryptography is already in place and there are more advancements happening because it's a battle between physics and maths. Quantum is all physics, and whereas classic computers are all math. So all the crypto algorithms which are there, like AES 256 and 512 and all that, they are based on the classical computers or mathematics. But quantum is already able to either crack some of those algorithms or they have made their power 50%. So what some of these hackers would do, they would hack something right now and keep the data stored with them, which is called harvest now and decrypt later. Because when the Q day comes, which is where the quantum computer will come and bring up cryptography decryptions, that's where they will go and unlock the data. So quantum is a big boon as well as a bane, both from the protection and as well as from the hacking community perspective. So these are some of the cybersecurity essentials in a nutshell. Start with a great cybersecurity architecture, put the policies together, start deploying a risk management framework, have your SIEM, DLP, ID, IDS, all those technologies which are there to protect, please deploy them. And then ensure that you end it up with a managed service, which is through either a SOC or through a managed service provider. So this is a list of all those things which need to be done by a GCC in order to make that they're reasonably secured. And this slide is a little crowded, but this shows you the 7-step process from beginning to maturity as to what a cybersecurity landscape would look like, from a GCC perspective. So anything to do with post-event or post-breach or post-crime or post-fraud will be called forensics, which is of little use from a prevention perspective, but of a great use from not having that issue come again. Because if you do forensics and you know the root cause analysis, then you can do a great thing by not repeating it again. So with that, I'll end my talk today. And any questions, most welcome for me as well as for Dr. Rai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering your warm thoughts on this most hottest topic, that is cybersecurity. Now, I would like to request our CA Vaibhav Jain ji to propose the vote of thanks for this technical session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Mohit. So cybersecurity may seem boring to a lot of us, and obviously people exiting the hall would say, because this is not something which is directly getting you your revenue. But I can tell you the sensitivity which cybersecurity holds in digital world, without being savvy about it, ensuring to set up a successful GCC is something which is not feasible. And with these words, I think I know that we are already out of time of the session. So I'll thank Dr. Gulshan Rai for sparing his valuable time. And we apologize, sir, for cutting you short in your deliberations due to certain changes internally about the schedule. I'll also thank Mr. Alok Gupta for his beautiful thoughts and actually guiding us practically what all is needed for us to implement cybersecurity internally. I'll also thank CA Sanjeev Sanghi, CA Abesh Hajar, CA Sanjeev Singhal, CA Jagjit Singh Jags, Ajit Singh Chandel, Hitesh Goyal ji, Sachin Behel, Ms. Sana Bakai, Sangam Agarwal ji, my co-panelist, and all other guests for taking wide interest in this session. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to present a moment of gratitude to our senior speakers. Can say, I request the team to please memento. I request CA Vaibhav Jain ji and CA Sangam Agarwal ji to please present the memento, a token of love and gratitude. I request CA Hitesh Goyal ji, who is the Vice Chairman of NIRC of ICAI, and CA Sana ma'am, you are also requested to please come on the dais to present the token to our most senior members of the fraternity, Dr. Gulshan Rai ji and CA. Can we have one group photograph on the step forwarding from the dais? Sir, group photograph. CA Sangam Agarwal ji, if you are listening my voice, you are requested to please come inside the hall. Mr. Alok Gupta ji and Dr. Gulshan Rai ji, that you have been spent valuable time with us. I am very thankful on behalf of CA Fraternity and ICAI that you have given us your valuable time for your sharing your valuable thoughts. It is mandatory after the sessions. Okay. Thank you so much to the dignitaries for being here with us. Now let's move to the last technical session for half an hour only for this GCC Summit 2025. Now speaker is amongst with us CA Parag Kulkarni ji, who is the founder of Unlock Future, and CS Satvinder Singh ji, who is the founder and managing partner of ACOM Legal. Now for these dignitaries, I request our Vice Chairman, CA Hitesh Goyal ji, and CA Sana ma'am, you are requested to please come along with our speakers of the session and grace the dais. I request the team to please welcome and present the memento of sapling to our distinguished speakers. I request our Vice Chairman, I request our Vice Chairman of NIRC of ICAI, CA Hitesh Goyal ji, to present a sapling to CS Satvinder Singh ji, who is the founder and managing partner of ACOM Legal. And after this session, we have a group photograph. So all are with here. You are requested to please be here with us for the group photograph of this GCC Summit. Now I request CA Sana ma'am to present the sapling to our CA Parag Kulkarni ji, who is the founder of Unlock Future. So we welcome you on behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India for being with us in this GCC Summit 2025. Thank you, sir. I request CA Hitesh Goyal ji, Vice Chairman of NIRC of ICAI, to please present the welcome address of this session. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Very first, welcome, good afternoon to all present. And this is today the last session of second day of the GCC Summit. Our today's topic is corporate restructuring in GCC. This is a subject of immense significance, in my opinion. And this is in the face of increasing digital disruption, as already told by the earlier speakers of the immediate preceding session. Talent mobility, cost pressures, and changes oversight are now in a rethinking phase. And that's why this is corporate restructuring GCC. And about GCC, this ICAI has taken a very good initiative to enlighten all the members about this new venue, new era. That is GCC. And further, all the members again welcome on this last session of second day, that is corporate restructuring in GCC. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I welcome our first speaker of this last technical session of this day 2 GCC, CS Satvinder Singh ji. CS Satvinder Singh ji is the founding and managing partner of ACOM Legal with over 2 decades of expertise in corporate law, a lawyer, company secretary, registered insolvency professional, certified banker. He specializes in mergers, acquisition, corporate restructuring, insolvency, private equity, security law, and commercial litigation. He is also an independent director on the several boards with a distinguished, or can say the prominent PSUs. Sir, you are requested to please take your session, sir, please.
Thank you, ICAI. Thank you, GCC Group, for giving me the privilege to be a speaker at the last session. I know that it's very tough to hold the audience, particularly in the last session. And when they are saying that the session is also curtailed to half an hour, I reminded when I was invited to the Center of Excellence in Hyderabad for, you see, giving a session on half a day session. So when I reached late at night, because the session was early in the morning at 10 o'clock, so I was seeing that lot many chartered accountants who are doing their MBA there. So they were in the conference hall, only covering. I was really shaken. Yeah, sir, kal subah I have to speak on that session. And they are so learned, and that's I am saying that, okay, because I always feel that those who are sitting here, maybe sitting outside, the one thing I always believe, because you have left your work to come here, और मैं हमेशा यही कहता हूँ कि सरस्वती और लक्ष्मी दोनों कभी इकट्ठी नहीं आती. But one thing is important, that as and when you have a blessings of Saraswati, Lakshmi always follow. And I must clap for you that you are sitting here till the last session to this. But I was wondering that I was asked that, okay, you'll speak on about 20-25 minutes. The chapter is the subject itself is so exhausting. I think if I start talking on this, at least it will take 5 hours, 6 hours if I continue to this. So I was wondering that how I will wrap it up within 20-25 minutes. So I said that, okay, I'll try to speak at extempore for this and see that, okay, how best we can drive value out of it. Maybe that since the session they are saying is about, I want to give due justice to Parag also, because he's a tech guy and he will really take us through. But I would like to take about 20, and till the time you feel that, okay, we can continue. How many of you understand corporate restructuring? If I'll ask, because that's a question I'm asking you, that which are the provisions which you feel are applicable under the Companies Act? I'll start taking from the Companies Act. I'll briefly touch upon little provisions of the Income Tax Act, but largely the practical instances of certain things on that accounting treatment, when you have to give that accounting treatment certificate. I'll try to, you see, but I want more interactive session with you. Anyone who feels that, okay, under the Companies Act, Anil, you are there, 230 to 232. I think that my friend Anil, he's a chartered accountant, but now practicing as a lawyer. So I have no, look at it. First, I'll take you that what it entails. And in 2007, when I was, because it's almost, मेरे को ये लगता है कि 25 साल के experience को मैं 25 मिनट में कैसे wrap up करूंगा. But let's take it. And I put it, the corporate restructuring is a panacea of all corporate turbulences, right? Now, when I'm talking about panacea is सब रोगों की एक दवा, right? So when you talk about the corporate restructuring, the first chapter under the Companies Act talk about the compromise arrangement. When the question comes, what compromise presupposes? Compromise हो रहा है, तो क्यों हो रहा है? That's the question. Why there is a compromise? Compromise होने से पहले क्या था? What it presupposes? Anyone? What it presupposes? If I am compromising with you, कुछ तो था ना हमारे में. It was a dispute. That's what I'm just making it is. When we talk about this thing, even if there is a dispute between the company and its shareholders, even if there is a dispute between the company and its creditors, and you are not getting answer under any other provisions of the law, this is such a wonderful code. They say it's a complete code in itself. And once it is a complete code, it is binding on the dissenting shareholders and creditors. And that it's a very, very large consequences on that part, which I'm just making it is. I'll show you with the examples for this. But if you look at it, earlier we had the corporate debt restructuring scheme through the RBI mechanism. Now under section 230, and there is a difference when we talk about 230 to 232. 232 talks about dealing with the mergers and demergers. But 230 is a larger section. Even your CDR, corporate debt restructuring, is no, you can take it. I'll just give you the example. In the RBI mechanism, the foreign banks were not party to that. And they said, no, we are not interested because it's a bilateral arrangement. Now, when it is a CDR under section 230, and you got it approved with the requisite majority of shareholders and creditors, what will happen? It is even binding on the dissenting shareholders and creditors. That's a larger impact, which I am just making it be. So when we talk about the restructuring, when we talk about it, is the first and foremost important task is, what is the objective you would like to achieve? Come out with that objective. You are looking at it is that I need to expand. You really feel that there are strategic synergies. You really feel that, okay, there are certain financial synergies. I'll just give you the example that there is an interest of the foreign investor coming in. They said, no, I'm not interested in your company. I'm interested only in one business segment. How to segregate that business segment itself so that you can invite the investor into a particular undertaking, right? And when we do the technical collaborations, when we do, if I start giving again, it will take number of time, but I'm just making it this. Strategic synergies, financial synergies. When we talk about the financial synergies, we look at it. What is the available liquidity? Am I cash surplus or I'm cash starved? If I'm cash surplus, I start looking at it is what I need to do it. Should I repatriate the funds to the shareholders? What would be the best mechanism? I have that surplus funds. I would like to pay to the shareholders. What would be the best mechanism? Should I go for a buyback? Should I go for the reduction of share capital? I would like to, remove certain set of shareholders out of the systems with their consent. How will I do that? That's the another issue. If I'm cash starved, I started looking at it as which are my idle assets? Can I, hive of my idle assets? I start looking at it. Should I go for a slump sale? Should I go for a demerger? I have a group company which is highly profit making. I'm giving the tax on that. But suddenly I see that there are other group companies which are having a carry forward losses. What should I do? Should I go for a merger? Should I go for a reverse merger? I started taking all those aspects. So important aspect which I am just looking at it is that it's very, very important that we need to first look at it. What is the objective I would like to use? You prioritize your objectives. This is objective number 1. This is objective number 2. This is objective number 3. And before you go for an implementation, I think conceptualization is the important aspect which everybody has to look at. So it's not only you have to only see the provisions of the Companies Act. No. That's only the process. It defined the process. And you will come to know that, okay, with this process, I can take the blessings of the court. I can take it through the NCLT or through the RD under the fast track, or I can go for a global merger. I'll just give you the example. I did 3 mergers of foreign entities coming in India. The one entity, Indian company having the multiple subsidiaries. One company was in Isle of Man, another company was in Cyprus, and then that company was steel business. They sold that business of steel. Money was There, ultimately, it is routed to BVI company, which is my 100% subsidiary. Now, how to bring that money here? If I say that it's a profit, I was subject to tax. So I thought that why not merge the BVI company and didn't pay any tax. So that is the important. So where we would like to look at it from the restructuring aspects, we need to see how best we can bring the tax efficiency. And the one important aspect I'm just telling you is, I always, wherever I go for this thing, it is not only the income tax, the stamp duty part. And as and when I go and I ask the participants that if you are involved into any corporate restructuring exercise, right? Apart from the Companies Act provision, apart from the, you see, income tax provisions, apart from the GST implications, apart from that, the benefit you have taken for the, you see, the export benefit, you have taken that export credit under the DGC. Now you are feeling that my exports are not happening. These are recently done the Medanta's case. That was also one of the objectives for that. No, the question is how to bring that. But the one part which I always look at it is that, okay, if you are involved into this, if you are in the morning doing the part, you are reciting the name of any, you see, Ram Ram, Allah, Vaheguru, Jesus, the one thing you must have to do when you are involved into the corporate restructuring, the other aspect you have to do is stamp duty, stamp duty, stamp duty. I know that, okay, larger implications. I was involved into this. The person, they had the units, Hindustan Unilever judgment came with it. I'm telling you in the 2010 case. So I said, yeah, have you got that analysis done? No, Satvinder, it is vetted by the big law accounting firms. They have seen this. You file that scheme. I said, but still better because of this judgment, you get your stamp duty impact also then. After 10 days they came, Satvinder, let's withdraw this scheme. I said, no, what happened? No, they said there is a potential conflict of 108 crores. And now I'm looking into the adjudication part of many stamp duty on those issues that, okay, sometime you see it takes it, well, you will find Satvinder saying stamp duty, you can make it. I think you will get the presentation also, which you will not earlier find it, but now if sometime, if the time permits, I'll give you a capsule course on the stamp duty part also for that part. But it's very, very relevant, which I am talking about, that last but not the least, the important aspect, the objective is the family settlement. It's my day in, day out work where we are just looking at it, is that how we have to do, right? Two brothers, their businesses have grown, kids have grown, all that is happening. But now their ideology is different. The aspect of thinking, they say, no, I have to do this thing. No, the company's assets are the same. You are looking at it as how best you divide the assets. You talk about the demerger, you will demerge it. It's a vertical split and it's tax neutral. And when it is happening, then you are swapping the shares. The one family is owning one business or one kind of asset, the other family is looking at it is. So that's the another part, I think, if we have to take it. But few important considerations now I'm coming to you is how it has to be done as a chartered accountant. I just need 5-10 minutes. Yeah, because now look at it. You being chartered accountant, I'm just making it is a one of the important aspect is that you have to give a certificate of that the accounting treatment which is given is okay. I'm getting a case that keep it short, stupid, but still I will try to make it because otherwise neither I will be satisfied that whether I'm able to convey what I'm trying to convey, but I'm just making it is Now look at it. As a chartered accountant, you have to give a certificate. Now, either you give a certificate under AS14 or you give a certificate under, if you are under Ind AS, you have to look at it, the Ind AS 103. No, if I'll say that in merger, you have the transferee company will issue preference shares to the equity shareholders of the transfer company. Is it allowed? Is it allowed? No. The question again is, I will never say no, but I'll say look at the accounting treatment. Either are you making it under the purchase method or the pooling of interest method. Now in the pooling of interest method under AS14, it is there you have to issue shares. And you can, the equity shares. But in the purchase method, they say you issue consideration. A difference. It's a purchase, it's an acquisition. But when you're coming under the Ind AS, so the entire aspect gets changed. It's a control based. You look at it, what is the control? You go for an Ind AS 110. Look at the definition of control. But when it is coming under the Schedule 103 Appendix C, you talk about the common control. And when it is a common control, you have to see. I can give you an example that you're consolidating your books. Even your subsidiary, you're consolidating your books, but I can say that it is not a common control because there is no contractual. I will see to the objective. I've seen that. And look at para 6 of Appendix C. They said that, okay, in spite of this consolidated financial statement, I was working for that opinion for Bharti. They said that, okay, no, we have to make the merger under the purchase method. And there was a CCI also. For CCI, there was an exemption under the common control. I said for CCI purpose, it can be under the common control. But for Ind AS, for accounting treatment, it can be different. So those are the examples I'm just making it. I'm doing, I think, Haldiram. I'm involved into that part for this thing is many valuation issues, even for demerger. They said you have to do it on the fair basis. We had to see whether it is there. We had to see the objective where we can create, because otherwise you will see, they say the demerger is on a book values, unless under that Ind AS. No, you have to look at it. My valuer there is saying, no, how we have to value that assets. And we were debating a lot, even on that part, that how you have to just work it out for this. Similarly, recently we did the company wholly owned subsidiary having a land. Only land. The auditor said that, okay, how I will take it? It's a listed company, wholly owned subsidiary merger. Land, but little revenue as a rental. They said, no, how can we say that it is under the common? He said, that, how will I define it? That it is under Ind AS 103, the business combination, because the transfer company don't have a business. It has only land. I said, there is a reason. Even if you look at the law, this says holding of assets also amounts to business. And we took it to that part. They made that then certification for this. Recently, I'm doing a multinational company, Indian multinational company in the automotive sector. I'm doing it as selective reduction for that. Partly the losses, partly this thing. The auditor is saying to me, no, under 66, you are paying this money. You have to comply with section 69. You have to create a capital redemption reserve account. You have to distinguish it. It talks about buyback, purchase of shares by the company. Right? In reduction, there is a deemed transfer under the Income Tax Act. Buyback, they said the company will purchase and take it. Or under section 55, it is taking it is that if there is a redemption of preference shares, then you create a capital redemption reserve account. It is not necessary that in reduction, because I'm going ahead with the NCLT, I'm approving it. There is no need. Section 66 and 68, I argued at length because the Ferrero Rocher's KPMG said, why not you argue it? The bench is not understanding. I took him from the 19 Companies Act 1913 Act to 1956 and that amendments. I got that scheme approved of that reduction because the objection by the RD was that, okay, it can be termed as a buyback. I said, how you can take the buyback? It's an independent provisions. You can't take 66, 68. And 69 is a follow-up section 68, where there is a buyback of shares or there is a redemption only for this thing. So all these examples I can give you and number of examples. I can take you that objective. But I think the most important part is, since I really like that idea, global capacity center, even for the companies. No, I was doing this matter, and I can name it because I circulated it. Is Ferrero Rocher, जो chocolates आप बनाते हो वाला जो है. They said that, okay, we companies, though it's not a profit making company, but they invested it, and today there is a lot of cash lying, and they first did the buyback. Secondly, immediately after that, they did that reduction. They objected, no, it is also buyback. You go after 1 year. I said, why? And I got that scheme approved. So it is the important aspect, as I said, so that's the objective. You would like to repatriate the funds, how you would do it. Another, the Paytm matters, I did a selective reduction. I know that I don't want to take it for this thing, but I have to take out those issues. And when under the Income Tax Act, when you are talking about, last but not the least, is you also need to is what would be the TDS implication if you are making it to that part. All those aspects, I think we can continue to deliberate, which is there. I can ask that if you will have that questions, I'll be happy to answer those questions also. But I know that, okay, the Prague also would like to take 10-15 minutes of what he's doing. It's very interesting thing. And I am already, he has sold his concept to me at least. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request our next speaker, CA Parag Kulkarni ji, who is a globally recognized fintech entrepreneur and distinguished alumnus of Harvard Business School. He holds premier accounting qualifications such as Chartered Accountant in India, CPA in the USA, and Chartered Accountant in England and Wales. He leads innovative fintech companies in both in India and the USA, and he is sought after expert in valuation, deals, and the application of AI for M&A, strategic funding, and high efficiency financial solution, with extensive experience across key markets, including the USA, Europe, India, and Singapore. With this, I would like to invite our next speaker and the last speaker of this summit, CA Parag Kulkarni ji. You are requested to please take the dais and share your valuable thoughts amongst us. Sir, please. You may use there.
मुद्दे की बात करते हैं. How can you create GCC and earn? Only when you structure it, then we can think about restructuring it. बराबर है ना? Last session, most important session. In valuation, we always speak about the value of time. Next 10-15 minutes, let's ensure that each one of you bring value to yourself at least of couple of $1 million. I'll share how we build GCC. I may not be the right person to advise you how you should do it, but I'm very sure that on the basis of the path that I traveled, possibly, you can also replicate it for your own practice and create it for you. The days are gone when, you can imagine building up the GCC, the Global Capacity and Capability Center, in terms of just accounting and data entry. Capability reflects your know-how, your ability to offer solution for a given problem. Capacity reflects the volume at which you can offer solution for problems in which you possess capability. The moment you create a capacity with existing capability that offers solution to global problems, you can easily say, now I have a global capacity center or global capability center. Simple definition of what we are going to discuss. Capability could be 2-3-fold. One is obviously the technical know-how in terms of your accounting, taxation, GST, laws, rules specific to the geographies. Second layer of capability is also in terms of the security and technology. And I think that has become key ingredient as spoke by Anil sir, I spoke by maybe a couple of other speakers. Even Sudhir was speaking about the technology. When I asked him a question, how you build center of excellence and how perceived value is captured by his clients, he did not talk about chartered accountants. He said engineers. And he quoted examples saying fintech, health tech, ed tech. I think the nomenclatures are wrong. We should say health fin, ed fin, tech fin. Because in all these centers, the financial role is important. As a chartered accountant, I think we must start rebranding the way we speak. Government tech, fintech, ed tech. Why don't we rebrand it as government fin, tech fin, ed fin? You should coin these terminologies. And I think from the podium of Chartered Accountants Institute, we must ensure that we build those brands and start communicating in that language. So coming back to the fin part of it, in GCC, there are 6 layers. Okay. So when you imagine to create GCC at your end, there are 6 layers. One is the operational layer. Second is the financial layer. Third is the management layer. So for example, the operational accounting or operational activities means basic data entry activities. The financial layer means the regulatory. For example, in terms of accounting, like sir was saying, Ind AS 103, business combination. So the judgment around Ind AS or US GAAP or IFRS would be the financial layer. But still, the language which is concluded from the financial layer is not sufficient to work on the management level, and hence we need a management accounting. So third layer is a management layer. Start imagining your own practice with 3 layers. What do? Are you operating at the operational layer, financial layer? Are you all just working on the financial layer part of it, where the tax conclusions are only ensuring that it's a tax compliance and not the management expectation? Third layer is a management layer. The fourth layer is planning layer and forecasting layer. Fifth layer is a data analytics layer. And finally, the 6th layer is the governance that ensures the balance sheet integrity, data integrity, or the objective integrity. When you work on each of these layers and try bringing up efficiency on each of these layers, trust me, you are moving in the right path. So now I'll tell you what we did. For the last 10, 15 years, I have been working on deal making, valuations, IFRS. That's the only thing which I did. After completing CA from England and Wales and US CPA, we have been serving in different parts of the world. Like US has IRS 59 and 60 rule, which says that each time you give the shares, you need to perform a fair valuation. How can we sitting in India serve those requirements? It is not similar to doing accounting for US entity. It was more about doing specialized job expected by US IRS or SEC sitting back in India. That's where we are speaking about the value creation. And what do we need to serve? So then we ended up paying subscription of 25,000 USD per annum to databases like CapIQ and Bloomberg and likewise. So the first challenging point for Indian chartered accountants, or for me, was the databases which are Indian, which cater to global audiences, weren't available. So we said, okay, fine, we need to build database. So now we have built database of 80,000 listed entities from 90 stock exchanges. From real time through APIs, we are getting data. And what we done is, it's not only the data that we are fetching like balance sheet or P&L, we also build analytics over it. Within seconds, my entire technology platform basically gives me analysis of any entity in the world which is listed. The second layer was about the deals, which obviously again wasn't available publicly. How to decode that? Because then, the private deals data became a foundation for the value conclusion services that we are offering in Europe, in Singapore, in US, and even in India. So we decoded that. Now we have 20,000 global deals data, which basically is utilized for revenue multiple, EBITDA multiple, the M&A values and funding values. This is called as the extension of the capability. And higher the horizon, instead of capturing only Indian data, the moment you capture the global data, it's called as the extension of the capacity. Correct? Work on the capability, work on the capacity. Then we realize that for how long can we serve consumers like direct companies?
Not all my professional brothers can invest in technology like the way we invested in crores of rupees and maybe even in terms of extending capacity and capability. So we said, why to go out and look for different customers? Instead, let make all service providers as our extended arms, or let we become extended arms for all the service providers. Because not each one of the service providers, such as fractional CFOs, such as CPAs, such as chartered accounting practicing firms, such as law firms, can build these capacities and capabilities internally. And even if they do so, it will be duplication of capacity creation or capability creation across India or across world. So how about we become the capacity and capability center and we offer it to them, in turn they utilize on these capacities and start serving their clients. It worked. Then we realized another problem that needs to be solved, which is around the legal space. In India, under Companies Act, there are so many documents that one has to prepare. Imagine a person is getting funding or person is getting acquired. Let's say there is a case of issue of additional shares. We observe typically how our office worked or how any consultant's office worked. The service provider had layer of managing partners, senior partners, review partners, senior manager, senior associate, interns, senior interns, junior interns. Basically, the junior most guy used to copy the folder of issue of shares from previous client, right? Paste it into the new folder of the new client, open the folder, go into different Word files, open it, and start updating it. And the legacy errors are carried forward. How many documents one has to prepare for single corporate activity? Let's say issue of shares. So first of all, you have to convene the board of meetings. So create the notice. Notice has a date, notice has the objective, etc. Second is, after the board meeting is convened, after the board meeting happened, you minutize it. So in the notice, you say the meeting is for issue of shares. Let's say 100 shares to Mr. X. Under minutization, you are saying we all agreed to issue 100 shares to Mr. X. The same data is replicated. Then you have to create so many documents for issue of shares. Then again, so many documents for allotment of shares. Approximately 20-25 documents you create for a single activity of issue of shares. Time taken, 4 to 5 hours. Percentage of correctness, 80%. Why? Because the previous client's date of board meeting is carried forward into current client's board of meeting. The previous client signatory is carried forward into current client signatory. I hope you are able to resonate with the problems that I'm speaking. We said, for how long we are going to work like this? We automated 1,000 documents under Companies Act. Now we take 4 minutes, maximum 5 minutes. Somebody who is doing the work for the first time, 10 minutes to create all 20 documents. See the efficiency layer, the capability layer. And we said, why should we only do it? Let everyone around do it. Because we can increase our margins either by incremental revenue, by creating value, or by reducing the cost. Cost is not always about the people cost. There is also the brand cost. When I send document to one of my client with an error, he called me and said that, Parag, ये शायद किसी दूसरे client का document भेजा है, because the previous client's name was continued in that document. Such embarrassing. Such embarrassing. So I think we wanted to work on the accuracy side, which is triggered to the effectiveness and efficiency under the capability part. We also wanted to ensure that whatever creation that we do is scalable, which is about the capacity part. And that's how we did it. Now, the obvious next question is, the restructuring is nothing but restructuring your existing structure. I feel each one of you already possess ability to be capacity center. But instead of calling it as a global capacity center, I call it as a local capability centers. And I'll tell you how we started with the first client. We did not stop only by performing work around the valuation and work around the secretarial compliances. We said, let's go to the client and let's try to hit the management accounting part. Because as it is, client was internally doing some financial accounting part or sometimes outsourcing it, but that was not very lucrative. So we said, client, how about we start closing your financial statements every month. And we don't do it in Excel. And we don't even go with the high cost Power BI. People are speaking about Power BI here. We did not go with Power BI. Why? Because the licenses are very costly. We are, let's say, SME service providers, sir. How these costs are bearable to us? Each license costs into thousands of dollars. And then each time you increase the client, you have to pay Microsoft that kind of dollar per user per client. So we internally created dashboard mechanism, proprietary technology, and we started experimenting. So typical clients had needs where they needed the management accounting information, which is flowing from their databases. And what were their databases? SAP? No. Tally. Zoho, QuickBooks. We said, no problem, sir. You just export it. What is the format? XML format. No problem, sir. Excel format. No problem, sir. You give that to us. We pull that data and then we created those MIS dashboards. Real time. Each time now, client needs a conclusion, what our team does or what your team will do. You get the data. Initially, obviously, some implementation may be required because each data may be different, but that's a rudimentary aspect. It's like, the one-time solution, you can say. But once data is stacked, once the technology understand how each client's data is getting ready and getting concluded in either XML format or Excel format, all dashboards are ready. And how we started making presentations, not in PPTs and Excel. We started showcasing dashboards. We also offered access to our clients, saying you can in real time go, click here, click there, do what if scenarios. People loved it. And not only that, we started competing on the value basis. The customer stickiness increased. No more client was competing or asking us to compete on a pricing basis. We ensure that the prices are affordable, but what we earned is the customer relationship. Because once that client is onboarded with you, he will never leave you, because possibly nobody other service provider can offer similar kind of, value creation. So I think, to me, global capacity center is not the hallucinated imagination. It's real. It's possible. It's not only the game of those with great capital. You can still participate in that game. If I can do, possibly you can do so. And I think we can discuss some more, maybe in the Q&A, because I have last 25 seconds to conclude. I strongly believe that you no more need fancy conclusions in order to build GCC. What you need is knowledge, perseverance, ability to reorient and restructure your own practice to start reflecting the capability and capacity you're in. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful ideas and your knowledge. Now it's time to propose the vote of thanks. So I would like to invite our NIRC member, C.A. Sana ma'am, to please come on the dais and share and propose.
Yes,
sir, please.
Any question?
So obviously, definitely, I mean, the ultimate conclusion was what? You can do it. Okay. And there are a lot of technologies available, and I'll be more than happy to showcase the way we did. If you feel like this is something that you want to utilize for your own clients and accelerate your practice, I'll be more than happy to extend it. Because the problem which I faced is the larger organizations will not allow their technological capabilities to be shared with some other practitioners. I think we solved this problem. I'll be more than happy to share the solution which we have in hand, with everyone who possibly intend to look at it. And then you can capitalize on it and increase your practice. So my fair valuation, unlockfuture.ai is one of the website, which is a larger concept, the organization. Fairvaluation.com is the brand that we look at. You can look at either of the things. I recommend you to look at fairvaluation.com to get a sense of how it looks. And my email ID is parag@fairvaluation.com. You can just write me. I'll be more than happy to, put personal in touch with you because you are very senior members. Thank you.
Your email ID, sir. Your email
Yeah,
ID.
my first name is Parag. So Parag, Parag @fairvaluation.com. Thank you, sir.
Any other query from any member?
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to propose the vote of thanks for this technical session. I would like to invite CS Anna ma'am, NIRC member. You are requested. A lady in the serving our ICAI as a northern region. So you are requested to please come on the dais to propose vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. This is really fantastic to listen to both the experts on a different topic with a different angle. We are really enlightened by you, Satwinder sir, for sharing your knowledge related to the corporate law, the restructuring, and how we can enable us in the GCC if we really want to work on. And CA Parag Kulkarni ji for sharing your thoughts and your own experience in the GCC which you have formed recently, and the experiences with the the least cost with the least cost solutions which you have developed internally. That's one of the key takeaway which I would say that we had in the session today. And I definitely thank you all for being a patient listener and stay till the end of today's session. And thanks to the committee and NIRC for hosting this session today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा। आप इस GCC समिट के अंत तक हमारे साथ बने रहे। डे 1 एंड डे 2 का आज 2 दिवसीय जो कार्यक्रम हम सब ने मिलकर जिसका आगाज कल किया था, उसका आज हम खत्म कर रहे हैं उस समिट को। उम्मीद करता हूं कि आपने GCC समिट में आपने बहुत कुछ सीखा होगा और बहुत कुछ आपको सीखने को मिला भी होगा। ऐसी ही हमारी GCC समिट अहमदाबाद में 29 एंड 30 अगस्त को होने वाली है और 2 समिट जो हमारी मुंबई और बैंगलोर में आने वाले दिनों में होगी, जिसकी आपको सूचना आपको दे दी जाएगी। I would like to request our dignitaries to present the memento of gratitude to our speakers, CA Parag Kulkarni ji and CS Satwinder Singh ji, by our Vice Chairman CA Hitesh Goyal ji and NIRC Women Member CA Sana ma'am. मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान चरणजोत सिंह नंदा सर का, उपाध्यक्ष श्रीमान प्रसन्न कुमार डी सर का, जिन्होंने हमारे बीच में कल अपनी उपस्थिति दर्ज कराकर इस महोत्सव को बहुत अच्छा बनाया। मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा इस पोडियम से हमारे कन्वीनर, हमारे चेयरमैन। Yes, I request to all the please come forward for the group photograph as well.
Come forward for group photograph.
मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा हमारे कन्वीनर CA संजीव सागी सर का। सब पीछे वो ये है, क्या नाम है, ध्यान से सर। संजीव सांगी सर का, CA अभय छाजर जी का, हमारे प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर CA संजीव कुमार सिंगल जी का, NIRC के चेयरमैन CA जगजीत सिंह जैक्स जी का, NIRC की पूरी टीम जिन्होंने इस GCC समिट को करवाने में अपनी अहम भूमिका निभाई, हमारे उन सीनियर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, वरिष्ठ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, CA फैटर्निटी मेंबर्स जिन्होंने अपनी इस GCC समिट में उपस्थिति दर्ज कराकर इस प्रोग्राम को अच्छा बनाया, सुनहरा बनाया। आप सभी से मेरी गुजारिश है, जो अंत में बैठे हैं कृपया करके आप आगे आएं।
पीछे बैठे वो भी आ जाएं।
All are requested to please come forward for a group photograph. Those who are waiting outside the hall are also requested to please come forward for this group photograph. And we are going to about conclude this GCC Summit 1.0.
Thank you all. Thank you.
आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कृपया राष्ट्रीय गान बजाया जाए। May I have the national anthem, please? मैं आप सभी से निवेदन करूंगा, CA डे 1 जुलाई 2025 भारत मंडपम प्लेनरी हॉल 3:30 बजे, जिसकी अध्यक्षता हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री में से कोई ना कोई अभी जिनकी अभी कंफर्मेशन आनी बाकी है, उनके सानिध्य में हम अपना CA डेक बनाने जा रहे हैं। आप सभी से मेरा निवेदन, www.ici.org पे जाके आप अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हैं।
और कल 29 को NIRC सेलिब्रेट करते CA डे KD Jadhav Hall, Indira Gandhi Stadium. So I request all the members to kindly register yourself and be there, sir. Thank you.
May I have the national anthem, please?
अब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की।
आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं यहाँ से धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा हमारी DTS इस WTO की टीम, मनीषा जैन मैम और उनकी पूरी तमाम ICAI ऑफिशियल्स, जिन्होंने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को, समिट को करने में अपना अहम भूमिका निभाई। और माफी मांगना चाहूंगा अंत में, यदि कुछ गलती अज्ञानतावश कुछ बोला गया हो तो उसके लिए क्षमा प्रार्थी रहूंगा। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय ICAI।